Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Unlocks Sacred Gear in Hell. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. My name is Issei Hayadu, and this is a story of how my life took a turn for the worse, literally. Growing up, I had a happy childhood and a fulfilling life. Despite being a bit of a flirt, I knew most boys my age could be a little mischievous, but I seemed to take it to another level. I had a particular fondness for big, soft BRSS, which occupied my thoughts day and night. However, even though nothing bad ever happened to me, I didn't have many friends until I met Motohama and Matsuda. Some students, including the boys, thought I was strange or overly obsessed with romantic interests. I had a friend when I was younger, but he moved away with his dad, and we lost touch. My parents believed I wasn't focusing enough on my studies, so they worked hard to enroll me at Kuo Academy. It was there that I met Motohama and Matsuda, and the three of us became known as the pervert trio. Even at Kuo, many girls called us perverted freaks, mainly because we often found ourselves in awkward situations. I hoped to find a girlfriend and maybe even create a harem. My lifelong dream was to become the harem king. But that was just a dream and nothing more. The principal reminded me of that when I got caught peeping in the girls' locker room. I thought I would die alone, a virgin loser for sure. But then, one day, as I was walking home, I heard someone calling my name. I didn't know who it was or how she knew me, but she was stunning. She introduced herself as Amano Yuma. The first thing she said to me was that she wanted me to be her boyfriend. When she said that, blushing hard, I was ecstatic. The next day at school, I proudly showed off my new girlfriend to Motohama and Matsuda, who were visibly jealous. I couldn't help but smirk as I told them, she asked me first. I felt a sense of pride for finally having a girlfriend. Later that day, Yuma asked if I wanted to go out with her the following Sunday morning. I eagerly agreed and she told me where to meet and what we would do together. The next day, I woke up, dressed in one of my dad's old outfits, and headed out. While walking on the sidewalk, a cloaked stranger bumped into me in a hurry. I noticed a book fall to the ground and picked it up. "Hey, you forgot your hello?" I called out, but the mysterious figure had already disappeared. I examined the book's cover, which depicted two moons, one full and the other half. Oddly, there was no author's name. I decided to return it after my date with Yuma. While I waited for her, a woman approached me and handed me a pamphlet. I tried to return it, but she left without saying a word. The pamphlet was about wish fulfillment, which I found ridiculous, so I crumpled it and tossed it in the trash. I already had a book to return and didn't want to be bothered by that useless paper. Then Yuma appeared. "You made it," she exclaimed. "Of course I did. I even put on my best clothes for the occasion," I replied, unable to help but admire her in her cute dress. "So did I." "Huh? Are you okay, Issei? You're blushing," she noted. I snapped out of my thoughts. "Oh yeah, it's just, you look very beautiful." "Yep, you sure do." I felt proud of my compliment as we began our date. We went to a diner, played arcade games, fed ducks at a pond, and walked together as the sun set. It felt like the perfect date, my first real one, and I was thrilled. As we strolled through the park, it grew darker. "I had a great time with you, Issei. You're the best boyfriend ever," Yuma said, making me blush. "Gee, thanks, Yuma. I tried my best to make it special for us." Here," I said, pulling out a bracelet. "It's something I bought from one of the shops." Yuma took the gift and placed it on her wrist, smiling at me. "I love it. Thank you so much. I will cherish it always." I smiled back, feeling warmth in my cheeks. "Well, only for my girlfriend, of course." I chuckled nervously. "Issei?" she asked, her tone shifting. "Yes, Yuma?" I replied. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure, what's up?" "As my boyfriend, you would do anything for me, right?" "Wise. Of course I would." I grinned, my mind wandering to more intimate thoughts. But then Yuma's smile turned unsettling. "Well, in that case, would you die for me?" "What?" I stammered. "You said you would do anything for me, didn't you?" I asked. Would you die for me? A chill ran down my spine as I looked at her, fear creeping in. I forced a smile and took a step back. I'm ready to get the joke now. She remained silent, just smiling at me. Sweat dripped down my face as I took another step away. Yeah, I know my folks are probably wondering where I am right about now. I'll see you on Monday then, Issei said as he waved goodbye. Amano Yuma looked back at him, a hint of mischief in her eyes. You're not going to walk me home? I'm sure you can handle yourself, Issei replied confidently. But it can get really dangerous at night. After all, someone could end up getting hurt. Why do you want to hurt me? I don't have any money for you to rob or… Oh, my sweet little idiot. It's a much different purpose than that. Issei's mind raced. Why did she call him an idiot? Why was she acting this way? Did he do something wrong? I have nothing against you. If anything, I'm just following orders. I really did enjoy our date, but we both know I wouldn't stoop so low as to be with someone as unattractive and scrawny as you. So, tell you what? We can do this the easy way. Or the hard way. Issei's eyes widened in alarm. Oh, no way. I'm out of here. He turned to run, but she smirked wickedly, almost as if she wanted him to flee in fear. The hard way it is then, she declared. In an instant, she began to remove her clothing, revealing dark attire reminiscent of a diamondrex, complete with black wings on her back. She looked like a gothic angel. Issei didn't have time to think. He had to escape. The woods didn't seem like the best hiding place as she started launching light spears directly at him. He managed to dodge them but soon found himself at a dead end, cornered like a mouse by a cat. Now that was fun, but playtime is over, she said, summoning a light spear. Once I take you out, Azazel will be ever so proud of my hard work and dedication. He will acknowledge me. Issei was terrified, unsure if this was real or just a nightmare. It felt like the end of the road for him. If you really want to blame someone, blame the big man himself for giving you that sacred gear in the first place, she taunted. What is going on? Issei shouted in confusion. Just then, the book he had picked up from the ground began to glow. Before he knew it, he fell into a portal that closed just as her light spear reached him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly got up and found himself in a dark city. How did I get here? He wondered aloud. As he walked away from an alley, he noticed the strange city around him, with a dark red sky. A sign read, "I.M.P City?" What? He exclaimed, looking around at the red creatures bustling about. Panic surged through him as he bumped into one of them. Hey, watch it, Furke, the imp shouted. Sorry. Issei replied, glancing around. More of these creatures were everywhere, living their daily lives like humans. I am definitely not in Kuo Town anymore. Or Earth for that matter. Where the hell am I? He thought. Exactly, kid, a homeless imp said, startling him. What? Issei asked. Well, I.M.P City is located in hell. And pal, you're in it. Oh, okay, that makes sense now. I'm in hell, he screamed, panic overtaking him. He ran through the streets, the city and its inhabitants resembling something out of a Tim Burton movie. Trying to keep calm, he thought, this has to be some kind of fever dream. I can't be in hell. Sure, I may have done some questionable things, but I haven't done anything so terrible to deserve this. Suddenly, he collided with a figure and fell to the ground. Hey, watch it, a voice exclaimed. Issei looked up, shocked to see a gothic werewolf girl glaring at him. Holy crap, he muttered. You're human. And you're still alive? How is that? She paused, noticing the book in his jacket. Where did you get that book? Not wanting to answer, Issei bolted away in fear. Hey, get back here, you scrawny human, she yelled, chasing after him like a lion after its prey. He ran as fast as he could, but he knew he wasn't the best runner. Desperate, he pulled out the book, realizing it was the reason he was here. Maybe it could help him escape this mess. Hey, you dumb book. You got me into this mess. You're going to get me out, he shouted. Get back here, you coward, the werewolf girl yelled, closing in on him. Fast. Send me back to Earth. Send me back to Earth, he pleaded, but nothing happened. I'm so doomed, he thought. If you give me back that book right now, I will spare your life. If not, I'll make you regret it, she threatened. Looking at the book while running, he shouted, "Come on, you useless book. Can't you send me somewhere safe where this crazy werewolf isn't chasing me? Like my room." At the mention of his room, the book glowed again, and a portal opened. He landed on the floor of his room just as the werewolf girl leaped toward him. "Close portal," he yelled, and the portal shut just before she could reach him. Breathing heavily, he glanced at the clock. It was 11 p.m. How long had he been in that nightmarish realm? He quickly put the book in his drawer and lay down on his bed. He didn't know what had happened, but all he really needed was sleep. Thankfully, he wasn't too traumatized by the recent events to close his eyes and drift off. The next day, his alarm rang, pulling him from slumber. He slowly opened his eyes and yawned. "That was one crazy dream I had," he muttered, convinced it was all just a figment of his imagination. I slowly got up from my bed and went to take a shower. However, the thoughts of the events that day lingered in my mind. Was it really a dream? It felt so real. Mrs. Hyudu entered the bathroom. "Han, is that you in the shower?" "Yeah, it's me." "Don't worry, I'm almost done," I replied. As I was almost finished washing, my mom unexpectedly pulled back the shower curtain, looking at me in shock. I quickly covered myself. "Whoa, hey mom. Privacy here." I said I was almost done. For no reason, my mom screamed in fear. Startled by her reaction, I stepped back. What's going on here?" she exclaimed. I got out of the shower, confused. "What's wrong?" Suddenly, she grabbed a broom and began hitting me with it. "Get out," she shouted. "Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't backtalking to you, I was." "Why are you calling me mom?" she asked, her voice trembling. I froze. Did she not know who I was? Just then, my dad entered the room. "What's wrong, hon? Did you see a rat or—" He stopped, looking at me with the same shocked expression as my mom. "What is going on here?" he demanded. "Did mom's acting crazy?" "Stop calling me that, you burglar," she yelled. "But you're my mom." "I don't." "Look here, kid," my dad said firmly. "I don't know what you think is going on here, but my wife isn't your mother. Or you. How did you get into our house?" "Did you two? Are you guys messing with me? I'm not your dad either. As far as my wife and I know, we never had a son." Deep down, I was in total shock. This had to be a prank, right? My parents would never joke about something like this. I panicked and ran out the door, hearing my dad telling my mom to call 911 as I dashed down the stairs and out of the house. Tears streamed down my face as I ran, heartbroken that my parents didn't even recognize me. I headed to Kuo Academy to find Motohama and Matsuda, hoping to explain everything. When I finally found them, I told them about how Yuma had gone crazy on me, how I had been to actual hell, and how my parents viewed me as a total stranger now. Their response was bewildering. "Who are you again?" Motohama asked. "Yeah, man, what's your deal with us?" Matsuda added. "Gee guys, do you not even remember me either?" I pleaded. "Sorry, we've never seen you before in our entire lives," Motohama said. "Never seen me before? Come on, Motohama." "Matsuda, quit messing with me." "Whoa, that is creepy. How the hell do you know our names, dude?" Matsuda asked, looking alarmed. "It's me, Issei Hyudu, your best friend since childhood. We're the perverted trio of Kuo Academy." "Man, don't be tripping on us. Me and Motohama are best friends with some guy we just met." Matsuda replied. "And as far as we know, the two of us have always been the perverted duo. You can just ask all the girls around who despise us, and they'll tell you all about it," Motohama added. I felt defeated. "Okay, so you want proof? I'll look up Yuma's name on my phone and—" But when I pulled out my phone, I found no trace of her contact information. My face went blank. It was impossible. I wasn't going crazy, was I? "Hey, you all right?" Motohama asked, noticing my distress. I dropped my phone, sweating in fear and paranoia. I didn't make her up," I exclaimed. "Yo, Motohama didn't say you," Matsuda started. "Amano Yuma is real. She tried to kill me. I'm telling you the truth. You guys and my parents know me. I wasn't thinking straight. In my desperation, I grabbed a female student by the shoulder and asked, "Please tell me. Who am I?" "Some crazy lunatic is what you are," one of them shouted. "Let go of my best friend, you psycho," another yelled, slapping me across the face. I stumbled back but quickly regained my footing, continuing to ask every student in the hallway. I ended up scaring them, probably because I was acting like a madman. I rushed outside hoping to find someone, anyone, who could help me. But then, police officers arrived, pointing their guns at me. "Stop right there. Hands up now." I froze and raised my hands. They approached me and handcuffed my wrists, then placed me in their squad car and drove me away from KyleAkersXD Academy. At the police station, I found myself in an interrogation room with an officer checking my records. I sat in a chair, confused and scared about what was happening to my life. "You said your name was Issei, am I right?" the officer asked. "Yes, sir." "I did." "Well, according to your records, you have no records. No real name. No background check. Honestly, you don't even have a crime record whatsoever. It's almost like you don't exist. What kind of bizarre situation is this?" I exclaimed. "Calm down, kid. We're just trying to figure out who you are here. Do you perhaps have amnesia?" "That's not possible because I remember my parents, and I know for a fact." "Calm down." "I am calm," I shouted, banging my fist on the table. "Issei, back down now," the officer commanded. Startled by his shout, I slowly sat back down as he took a breath. We got a call from a married couple telling us about a trespasser confusing them as his parents. Spiky brown hair, 17 years old, possibly looked like a high school student. Do you fit this description? If so, then you have a weird habit of breaking into people's houses and using their showers. Please. I'm telling you the truth. Those are my real parents. We checked and even spoke with the students and teachers, who told us you were never a student. Issei hesitated. "Yuma?" The police officer raised an eyebrow. "Pardon me?" Issei continued, "There's this girl. Her name is Amano Yuma and..." The officer urged him, "And what? Come on, spill it out." Issei took a deep breath, "And she tried to kill me." The officer's expression shifted. "Tried to kill you? That's a very big accusation there, kid." Issei insisted, "She is not what she seems. She might look sweet and innocent, but in reality, she's psychotic." The officer nodded. "I see. Well, we spoke with two boys who you claim to have known since childhood. Anyway, you told them about this Yuma, but when we checked for anyone named Yuma, we found no results." Issei replied, "She probably hacked into my phone and deleted her contact number so she wouldn't be found out somehow." The officer considered this. "That's one possibility. Another one would be that you're just some crazy nutcase who thinks he is living a life that never existed in the first place." Issei fell silent. The officer sighed. "Look, kid, we're trying our best to help you out, but you're really not giving us anything that could be helpful." Issei's voice was barely a whisper. "Do I even have a life?" Before the officer could respond, another police officer rushed in, panicking. "Ando, this better be important," the officer snapped. Officer Ando exclaimed, "There's someone in the police station." The officer frowned. "So? What's the problem?" Ando replied urgently, "The problem is that we got ourselves a trench-coated maniac killing our guys in blue like their target practice." The officer's eyes widened. "What? Why hasn't he been taken down then?" "He's just one guy, isn't he?" Ando shook his head. "That's just it, sir. He's not a normal guy." But before he could finish, a light spear shot through Officer Ando's mouth, blood spraying everywhere. Issei and the questioning officer jumped out of their seats, horrified. It looked like the same light spear Yuma had used to chase him. The figure that emerged was the trench-coated man described by the dead officer. He looked menacing. "So, this is where you worthless weaklings are keeping him?" the figure sneered. The officer drew his gun, pointing it at the man. "You're going down, you psychopath." As the officer fired, the trench coat man vanished. Moments later, he reappeared behind the officer, stabbing him through the chest. Blood splattered over Issei, who was terrified and traumatized. He knew it was wrong to leave the officer to die, but there was nothing he could do. Issei ran, glancing back at the lifeless bodies of police officers on the ground. It felt like he was living in a horror movie. He slipped on a pool of blood, spotting a detective with a gruesome injury. Hearing the trench coat killer approach, he realized this was where he would die. He tried to get up, but a light spear pierced through his leg. He screamed in pain, looking around for the killer. The trench coat man revealed dark wings, similar to what Yuma had shown him on their date. He seemed ready to finish Issei off. "I'm not like Rainier," he said coldly. "I won't play around with you. I will just kill you here quickly and professionally." Issei thought, so this is where I die. A virgin and a nobody. What kind of life was that? He had done nothing wrong to deserve this fate, yet here he was, with no say in the matter. The trench coat man prepared his light spear, ready to strike. "She should have just killed you back at the bridge when she first found you. No matter. You shall die in the name of the fallen angel race." Just as he was about to throw the spear, something sped past and struck the man in the face. Issei looked down to see it was a bullet. Someone had taken a shot, but who? All the cops were dead. What the hell? "Who did that?" the trench coat man shouted. "This isn't your day, is it?" came a voice. Both Issei and the trench coat man turned to see an imp. He had a white mark on half his face and wore a smug grin. "And I have to say, I thought you fallen angels enjoyed taking your time playing with your victims before killing them. But I guess you take your job more seriously than your leader did." "You demon imp. How did you get into the human world?" the trench coat man growled. "None of your business, Gothic KFC," the imp shot back. "I will kill you," the trench coat man threatened. However, the taller imp wasn't alone. Two more appeared, one with white hair and another girl dressed in black. The white-haired imp fired at the trench coat man while the girl attacked with an axe. Despite the assault, the trench coat man remained standing but was clearly in pain. Issei watched in disbelief as the imps fought with skill and determination. The imp leader dodged the trench coat man's attacks and delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending him crashing against the wall, coughing blood. "It doesn't make sense," the trench coat man gasped. "How are you imps able to come to the human world? Only devils, overlords, and the Goetia family can wait. So you serve Stolas? A filthy imp like you was sent to the human world by the prince of the Goetia family? Why? Why should a crow like you care?" the imp replied. "We only came here for the human." "I see. Then to fight the three of you would be to fight Stolas. I would only be making my own death sentence." "Very well, he is yours for all I care." And just like that, the man in the trench coat spread his dark wings and flew away in a hurry. My vision blurred from the blood loss of the leg wound, but before I closed my eyes, I saw 3 imps standing above me. Then everything turned black. When I came to, I slowly woke up to find myself tied up in the back seat of what felt like a van. The girl imp noticed I was awake. "Look, Moxie, the human's awake," she exclaimed. Moxie responded, "Huh, I kind of thought you died from the blood loss." "Yeah. So did I, Ichao," I stammered. "Are you still alive?" "Luckily, I managed to pour some phoenix tears on your leg so you wouldn't die or keep complaining in pain all the way," she explained. I checked the van window and realized I was back in hell. "I'm in hell. Again." "Yeah, you are," she confirmed. "So just a question here, am I being rescued or kidnapped?" I asked. "Whatever gave you the idea you're being kidnapped, kid?" she replied. "Well, 2 of your minions are pointing guns at me," I pointed out. "My husband and I are well-trained gun shooters," she said. "And you're very cute and attractive too, no less," I added, trying to lighten the mood. Moxie pointed a gun at the back of my head. "Don't even think about making a move on my Millie, pal." Hey now I started. Millie aimed a gun right at me. "My man doesn't like perverts like you trying to sweet-talk your way into my life." "Neither do I, so choose your words very carefully." I gulped. And another thing I forgot to mention is that you guys have me tied up at my wrists and ankles, so I can't really escape." Sighing in annoyance, the girl imp said, "Okay fine kid, you got us. We are kidnapping you." "But why? What would you want from a nobody like me?" I asked, confused. The tall imp stopped the van and looked at me with a friendly yet unsettling expression before his face shifted to anger. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the fun fact that a filthy, smelly, worthless human like you comes out of nowhere and steals my book when I wasn't even looking." Moxie interjected. "Sir, it's not your book, remember? It belongs to Stolas." "Oh, shut up, Moxie. He lets us use the grimoire anyway, so if you think about it, it counts as my book too," the tall imp retorted. "Wait, your book?" I realized. "So it was you who pushed me yesterday?" The tall imp rolled his eyes. "What of it, kid? What of it?" "Well, if you think about it, you dropped this grimoire when you were running, so in a way, I didn't really steal." "Shut your mouth. I don't make rules," he shouted. "Whoa, okay, I said, glancing at his name tag. "Blitzo?" The tall imp, now known as Blitzo, clearly did not appreciate being called that. "It's Blitz, kid," he corrected me. "But your name tag says Blitzo," I pointed out. He is silent. "Just call me Blitz," he insisted. "Okay then, Blitz," I replied cautiously. Blitz seemed annoyed, so he continued driving the van until we reached our destination. I looked out to see it was a dark alleyway as Millie opened the door. "We're here," Moxie said, pushing me out of the van. I felt scared for my life as Moxie and Millie dragged me along while Blitz pulled on the rope. So what's going to happen to me?" I asked nervously. "Okay, you're very much new to how hell works, and you're not even dead yet. But you're about to be," Blitz said ominously. "Why you're going to kill me, aren't you?" I asked, my heart racing. Blitz remained silent, and I realized I already knew the answer after everything life had thrown at me. "Of course. First, it was that psycho, then the trench coat guy, and now you too, huh?" I exclaimed. "Actually, we were sent to find you so he could kill you for stealing the grimoire," Blitz clarified. "And he is?" I asked, my voice trailing off. We stopped, and I saw an unholy figure emerge from the darkness. It was some kind of owl with 4 glowing red eyes. He did not look pleased to see me, and at that moment, I knew this was only the beginning. "I am Stolas," he declared, "and you, dear boy, are in very grave trouble." In the 9 circles of hell, in the I.M.P. building, Blitzo had a discussion with a sinner who was a Yakuza mobster as he explained his death. The Yakuza mobster shared his story, expressing his frustration about how he and his friends were obliterated because of a powerful woman. He revealed that she was located in a small town in Japan called Kuo Town. Blitzo responded with surprise, questioning how a place known for its peace could harbor Yakuza gangs. He noted that the mob usually operated in Kyoto. The mobster explained that while they did their business in Kyoto, they secretly shipped drugs to miners in Kuo Town, which served as a perfect hiding place for their operations. Blitzo reminded him that Kuo Town was under the control of the Grimoire family, a powerful lineage of devils who wouldn't tolerate any trouble. He expressed concern about the danger of targeting someone in a place where the heir of the Grimoire household could easily discover a crime. The mobster revealed that the one who killed them was not human but a devil and indeed the heir to the Grimoire house. Blitzo's eyes widened at this revelation, though he hesitated to dismiss the mission. He remarked on the unfortunate situation of the mobster, who had unknowingly provoked the Grimoire heiress while selling drugs to high school students. The mobster recounted how he and his crew were unaware of the supernatural world until the devil and her servants confronted them, demanding they leave Kuo Town. When he told her to either buy something or leave, he didn't expect her to retaliate, leading to their demise. Blitzo inquired about the role he and his team would play in this situation. The mobster insisted that he wanted them to eliminate the devil and her entourage for what they did to him and his friends. Blitzo cautioned that if the target were human, they would gladly take the job, but devils were a different matter entirely. The mobster insisted that the I.M.P. team was known for their skills and had the potential to take down devils if given the chance. Blitzo questioned the wisdom of getting involved with the Grimoire family, but the mobster assured him that if they made it look like an accident and there were no witnesses, they could get away with it. He promised a substantial reward for their success. After considering the offer, Blitzo asked how much the mobster was willing to pay. The mobster replied with a figure of $80 million, which piqued Blitzo's interest. Later that day, Blitzo informed his team about the mission, but Moxie was strongly opposed to targeting the heir of the Gremory house. He voiced his concerns about the dangers of going against such a powerful family. Millie chimed in, encouraging Moxie to pay attention to the details Blitzo was sharing. Moxie reiterated his worries, emphasizing that the Gremory household was formidable and could easily eliminate anyone who crossed them. Blitzo dismissed Moxie's fears, stating that a job was a job, and the Yakuza mobster had offered them a significant amount of money. He insisted that as long as they carried out the mission discreetly, they would be fine. Millie expressed her excitement about the mission, while Moxie reluctantly agreed to join, primarily to protect her. As they prepared to leave, Luna, a gothic hellhound, opened the portal for them, expressing her annoyance at being disturbed. Blitzo thanked her, but she pushed him aside, eager to return to her own activities. Moxie raised concerns about how they would avoid being seen by humans in Kuo Town, to which Blitzo revealed he had cloaks for them to wear. Millie excitedly tried on a cloak, admiring how it suited her. Moxie questioned the wisdom of taking the grimoire with them, suggesting it should stay in the building for emergencies. Blitzo reassured him that nothing would go wrong, and they needed to be prepared for their target. With that, they set off on their mission, cloaked and ready for whatever awaited them in Kuo Town. Moxie mentioned that he could read some spells to help them return home. Blitzo responded, pointing out that he had only given the grimoire to Luna to read because it was too complicated for him. Moxie reminded him that it belonged to Prince Stolas and that if he found out they lost it, there would be consequences. Blitzo insisted that nothing bad would happen to them and urged Moxie to put his hood on. Later, in Kuo Town, the three imps donned their hoods and began their mission. Blitzo directed them to split up and search for any signs of the Gremory girl. Moxie was to go left, Millie right, while Blitzo would head straight ahead. They dispersed into the town, with Moxie carefully inspecting the market, Millie looking for any traces of devils in the park, and Blitzo focused on finding and eliminating their targets. As Blitzo ran through the area, he thought about how difficult it was to find the Gremory girl. He bumped into a high school student but continued on, too focused to hear what the student said. He soon arrived at Kuo Academy, which was closed for the weekend, but that wouldn't stop him from completing his task. He sneaked around the area and hid in the bushes, spotting a girl with white hair enjoying an ice cream alongside a young man with blonde hair as they left their clubroom. Blitzo observed the sign for the Occult Research Club and noted that they should be aware of their existence. He crawled along the walls, careful to stay out of sight, and saw his target, a red-haired girl playing chess. A conversation unfolded between Rias Gremory and her companion, Akino Himejima. Rias mentioned that she had sent her familiar to deliver a pamphlet to someone and was concerned that he had not yet activated it. Akino questioned whether it was wise to keep their intentions hidden from him, given the dangers posed by fallen angels. Rias acknowledged the risks but felt it necessary to protect their secret, especially for the House of Gremory. Blitzo, realizing Rias was indeed the target he needed to eliminate, prepared to take aim with his pistol. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, his phone rang, causing him to stumble and fall into the bushes. Rias and Akino heard the noise and decided to investigate. Blitzo managed to escape the school grounds before they could find him. He hid near a fire hydrant and answered a call from Luna. She informed him that she had seen a human in hell. Blitzo dismissed it, explaining that humans often ended up in hell, but Luna insisted that this one was alive and had stolen the grimoire. Blitzo was shocked and began to panic when he realized he no longer had the grimoire with him. Luna pressed him for details, and Blitzo recalled the moment he had bumped into someone while running. He was horrified at the thought of losing the grimoire. Luna asked if he had informed Stolas about the situation, to which Blitzo stammered that he was in the bathroom due to a sudden case of explosive diarrhea. Blitzo hung up the phone and ran to find the same sidewalk he had just been on, only to discover that the book was gone. Moxie and Millie reunited with their boss. "Moxie! Millie!" Blitzo called out. "Sir? We were looking for you everywhere. Did you find the targets?" Moxie asked. "I did. But Blitzo hesitated. Sir? Moxie prompted. So you know the grimoire, right? Blitzo continued. You lost the book, didn't you? Moxie accused. I didn't lose anything, Moxie. It was clearly stolen. Blitzo retorted. Who would be foolish enough to steal the grimoire and not even know how to use it? Millie questioned. Luna called me and told me some living human was in hell with the grimoire and escaped back to the human world, Blitzo explained. Did she say which portal he left through? Moxie asked. Before answering, Blitzo paused, looking dumbfounded. No. I didn't hear her giving me any details. I knew it. I knew it was a bad idea bringing the book with us. Moxie groaned. Calm down, sugar. It isn't the end of the world. We'll just find the person who took the book and deal with them, Millie reassured. It's going to take us all night to find where this supposed thief might be living, Moxie said, glaring at Blitzo for his incompetence, but Blitzo rolled his eyes. All right, look. We'll just wait until tomorrow so we can find the thief ourselves, Blitzo decided. How do we do that? We know nothing about this human, Moxie replied. I did get a good glimpse of the guy I pushed away from, and he looked like a kid, Blitzo said. And? Moxie prompted. We'll just wait for him after school when he leaves the building. If he has the grimoire with him, then he's our book thief, Blitzo declared. Yeah, if only. Fine. We'll handle things your way, like always. So, do any of you know where we might sleep tonight? Moxie asked. The next day, Monday morning, the three imps awaited the human student with the grimoire. Blitzo was getting increasingly impatient, while Moxie watched through binoculars and Millie observed through her sniper scope. Anyone carrying the grimoire with them yet? Blitzo asked. Nothing yet, sir, Moxie replied. What human student are we looking for? Millie inquired. A male one. Someone who stole the grimoire when our boss wasn't looking. Because he would never make this whole thing up to cover for the fact he messed up, Moxie explained. Go take a hike, Moxie. I don't make up anything. Blitzo shot back. Well, I believe you, Blitz, Millie said. Thanks, Millie. If only your sweet husband would believe my side of the story, Blitzo replied. I will never understand why you always keep encouraging him, Millie. I really don't, Moxie said. Suddenly, Millie spotted something. Hey guys, look. What did you find? Blitzo asked eagerly. It seems like I see a male student, but he doesn't have the grimoire with him. He does, however, look like he's seen a ghost, and the police are arresting him, Millie reported. That can't be good, Moxie said. Blitzo took Moxie's binoculars and saw the scene unfold as police officers took a male student with brown spiky hair into custody. Blitzo noticed the human student looked familiar. That's him, Blitzo exclaimed. Sir? Moxie asked, confused. That's the one who took the grimoire. Blitzo insisted. Him? That scrawny-looking human? Millie questioned. He doesn't seem to be a threat to anybody. Are you sure we got the right guy? Moxie asked. I've never been more sure in my life. Let's keep following that police car. Blitzo commanded. On it. Moxie replied. You got it. Millie added. Unbeknownst to the three imps, they were not the only ones watching the human student. Rainier and her fellow fallen angels observed the human Rainier was supposed to eliminate, now alive and taken into police custody. Lady Rainier? I thought you said you would blast him out of existence? He seems pretty alive to me, one of them remarked. It seems that wasn't the case, Middlet, Rainier replied. But how did he survive? No one could ever survive your light spears, Middlet questioned. She got sloppy, that is all, another said, tipping his hat. I advise you to watch your tongue, Donasik. I know full well I blasted him. Rainier snapped. And yet here he is, still alive and wielding that twice critical. He will still be a threat to the Grigori, Donasik argued. Lay off, Donasik. You are speaking with Lady Rainier herself. You should learn to know your place, the other angel warned. I will speak my mind, Calawarner. Donasik retorted. Enough, you two. Rainier sighed. I swear you can be stressful to work with at times. I apologize if I annoy you, my lady, Calawarner said. Honestly, if you had not wasted your time with this worthless sacred gear user and killed him off when he was alone at the bridge, then we would be done with our jobs by now, Donasek complained. If you believe he should be eliminated quickly, then I order you to track him down and kill him, Rainier commanded. Understood, Lady Rainier, Donasek said before flying off. I question his loyalty to you sometimes, KyleAkersXD remarked. He may be stubborn and difficult to work with, but he does get the job done. To be honest, should I have killed that loser back at the bridge? Rainier asked. To be fair, you should have sent that nun to ask him to be her boyfriend instead, my lady. You are above everyone, including us, KyleAkersXD suggested. Thank you, KyleAkersXD. I do agree with you. However, even if I had sent her to pose as a high school student, she would have only messed it up. Rainier replied. What should we tell Azazel? Middle asked. We will tell him the sacred gear user has been dealt with. Besides, Donasek will handle him on his own, so the problem is already resolved, Rainier said. Understood, Lady Rainier, Middle acknowledged. Later that night, Blitzo and his team were on a rooftop, watching the human student being taken into the police station. Well, look at all those officers in there. How are we going to get him without being exposed? Millie asked. We take care of those officers, of course. Blitzo replied. Wouldn't that just make things worse for us? Moxie questioned. Oh, Moxie, don't be such a downer, Blitzo said. Moxie gave a deadpan expression, but then Millie spotted Donasek entering the building. Hey, who's that guy going in there? She asked. Both Blitzo and Moxie turned to see what Millie had noticed. Donasek approached the officer at the desk. Excuse me, sir? Is a young man named Issei Haidu here? Donasek asked. Do you know him? The officer replied. I do, Donasek answered. Donasek identified himself as Issei's uncle, explaining that he was there to bail his nephew out of trouble. The officer, skeptical, asked for his name. Donasek reiterated his relationship, but the officer insisted they needed more proof before releasing Issei. Donasek expressed his frustration, realizing the officer would not hand over Issei without further verification. Outside the police station, chaos erupted with loud screams and gunshots. Blitzo noted that someone was already dealing with the situation. Moxie, confused, asked what was happening. Blitzo explained that a fallen angel was after the same human they were pursuing. Moxie inquired about their next move, and Blitzo, with a grin, prepared to show the imps who was in charge. Meanwhile, Donasek struggled against the wall, having fought off 3 imps. He coughed, realizing the implications of their presence in the human world. He questioned how the imps could be there, suspecting they served Stolas, the prince of the Goetia family. Blitzo dismissed Donasek's concerns, stating they were only there for the human. Donasek, recognizing the futility of the fight, decided to retreat, leaving Issei to the imps. However, Issei fainted from a wound on his leg. Blitzo, Moxie, and Millie approached him, with Millie checking his heartbeat and confirming he was still alive but not for long. Blitzo ordered them to search Issei's pockets for a book, but they found nothing of value. Moxie expressed concern about Issei's condition, but Blitzo insisted they needed to find the book. Just then, Blitzo received a call from Stolas, who inquired about the situation. Blitzo, caught off guard, tried to maintain a casual demeanor while explaining that a human had stolen the grimoire. Stolas was incredulous, questioning how a mortal could manage such a feat. Blitzo reassured him that they had the human and were prepared to let him die. Stolas, however, was intrigued by the possibility that Issei might be a sacred gear user, noting that fallen angels often targeted such individuals. He proposed that they bring Issei to him, offering to open a portal back to hell. After hanging up, Blitzo informed his team of Stolas's plan, but Moxie was concerned about Issei's bleeding. Blitzo produced a phoenix tear, explaining that he had acquired it from a secret market in hell. Moxie, surprised, helped carry Issei's unconscious body as the portal opened. The 3 imps transported Issei through the portal, which closed behind them. Upon waking up in hell, Issei stepped out of the van, feeling a surge of fear about his predicament. He nervously asked if they were going to kill him, sensing the answer in his racing heart. Blitzo, however, clarified that they were sent to find him, leaving Issei in a state of confusion and dread. So he himself would kill you instead for stealing the grimoire. Issei Haidu wondered who that could be, and then from out of the shadows, Stolas appeared, glaring at him. "I am Stolas," he said, "and you, dear boy, are in very grave trouble." Millie whispered to Moxie, "Hey Moxie, do you feel like this whole event has been tied up together for some reason?" Moxie replied, "Nope, not really." Meanwhile, a news reporter spoke about the recent chaos. Police officers were found murdered, and the only one whose whereabouts are unknown is a young man with brown spiky hair and light yellow eyes. He appears to be a high school student. He was reported to have broken into a married couple's home, mistaking them for his parents, and has been scaring some of the female students at Kuo Academy. We have reasons to believe this boy may have been involved with the brutal police deaths, so if you have any information regarding his whereabouts, please call. Rias Gremory turned off the television and sighed to herself. What was that boy even thinking? She pondered. Akino Himejima responded, "At least now we know why the police were at school grounds." "This is just perfect," Rias exclaimed. "My potential future pawn is now involved with murder, and who knows where he is right now?" Akino suggested, "Judging by how he is only human and has yet to know what power he wields, I think it's safe to say he was not responsible for these atrocities." "Yes," Rias agreed. "This has the fallen angel's works written all over it." "What should you have me do, Rias?" Akino asked. "I already have my familiar flying around the area of Kuo Town searching for Issei Haidu as we speak. Wherever he is right now, let us hope he is not going to die." Meanwhile, Issei found himself in hell, at the mercy of Stolas Goetia. "I'm gonna die," he shouted in panic. Blitzo backslapped Issei's head and said, "Shut up already. Satan, you're such a crybaby." "Sir, Stolas is planning to seal his fate," Moxie pointed out. "Why wouldn't he be begging for his life?" Issei stammered, "So hey Stolas, was it? If you think about it, I'm pretty sure Blitzo." "It's Blitz. I just told you about this." Blitzo interrupted. "Okay, Issei continued, "Blitz lost the book when he bumped into me and dropped it, and I was going to return it to him." "Silence!" Stolas commanded, his voice echoing. Issei flinched at Stolas' tone. "Now then," Stolas continued, "I understand you took my book the moment my impish plaything said he supposedly dropped it when he wasn't looking?" Blitzo gulped, worried. "Why yes, I did say that." Issei admitted. "And while you were in hell, you couldn't have asked anyone about the grimoire's owner?" Stolas pressed. "I didn't even know what was going on at the time." Issei replied defensively. "I see," Stolas said, his dark aura intensifying as his eyes glowed red in rage. "You know far too much about our existence already, and since everyone's memories of you have been erased, it is only fair that I dispose of the one human who took it with them in the first place." Issei panicked and shouted, "Wait, I still have your book. Would you spare me if I give it back to you?" Stolas paused and smiled. "Oh, why that would change everything then. So, mind giving it back to me?" He extended his hand. "Oh, I don't have it with me," Issei admitted. "Oh," Stolas said, withdrawing his hand. "Then where is it now?" "I left it in my room, where I put it in my drawers." "Oh no!" Issei exclaimed, realizing his mistake. Stolas' expression turned angry, and his eyes glowed red once more, causing Issei to sit on the ground in fear. Hold it. You can't kill me. Because if you kill me, then I can't help you get it back." "Why yeah, that's it. So, you need me," Issei pleaded. As Stolas loomed over him, intimidating him further, he smiled. "Oh, I know," Stolas said. Issei was bewildered. "Say what now?" "Why else would I have my impish plaything here?" Stolas began. "Okay." Blitzo interjected. "Bring you to me?" Stolas finished. Issei was left confused, wondering what was happening right now. Watched from Blitzo's phone while he, Stolas, and Issei were alone in Stolas' throne room. "Well, that was something," Issei remarked. "Indeed," Stolas replied. My Blitzy really does have quite the idea of eliminating people. I enjoy shedding blood and I'm dim and proud of it. Blitzo chimed in. So what does that messed up commercial have to do with me? Issei asked. Plenty, Stolas said as he summoned 2 contracts on the table. Now then you have 2 choices. 1. Go with my Blitzy and those 2 imp companions of his to retrieve my grimoire. But if I go back home, especially with my parents having no memories of me, they will call the cops again. Issei protested. I'm sure you can improvise since my darling Blitzy will be helping you, Stolas assured him. What? Both Issei and Blitzo exclaimed in unison. Hold up now, Stolas. I'm not helping some worthless human flesh bag. He'll only slow me down. Blitzo argued. Well, if we're being honest, I won't kill anybody if it ever came to that. If that was why you showed me that commercial. Issei retorted. If you have a problem with how I roll, then deal with it. Blitzo shot back. No thanks, Issei replied firmly. Like it or not, it seems destiny has decided you both are to retrieve my grimoire at all costs. Quite frankly, I do not care what either of your opinions of one another might be, Stolas stated. And the second choice? Issei asked, looking at the second file and freezing when he saw the word death on it. I really walked into that one, didn't I? I don't think you understand that I've never fought anyone, let alone killed anyone at all. I don't have any killer skills. Why else would I pair you up with my Blitzy? He will train you to be a merciless killer so you can get my book back, Stolas explained. I'm not going to kill my parents. Issei exclaimed. Tough luck. That's how life in Earth and Hell works. If I had the chance to kill my dad, I would take it, Blitzo said. This is insane. Are you sure there is no other way? Like if it ever did come to that? Issei asked, his voice filled with concern. I don't mean you should kill your parents, dear boy, Stolas clarified. You didn't? Issei questioned, surprised. Oh good heavens, no. I am many things, but a cold-hearted monster isn't one of them. I meant you should at least learn some things to protect yourself in case you ever come in contact with fallen angels, such as a Mono Yuma, for example. Issei's eyes widened when Stolas mentioned her name. You know Yuma? How? I know many things, Issei Hayudu. I have my ways. Her real name is actually Rainier, and she was the same fallen angel who would have killed you had you not used my book, Stolas explained. Then do you know what in the world a fallen angel is? Issei asked, confusion evident in his voice. Hold on. You mean you don't know what a fallen angel is? Stolas replied, surprised. Yeah, kid, haven't you been to church before or watched someone's YouTube channel on mythology? Blitzo added. Issei shrugged in response. Wow. You must be the most clueless human being on the entire planet. Blitzo exclaimed. Hey, screw you. I haven't been to church for a while. Some things are just rusty to me. Issei shot back. Well, this is very awkward then. I suppose I should be the one to tell you. It all began thousands of years ago. Demons, devils, angels, and fallen angels have been at war with each other since the conflict first started. We continued to fight amongst each other for what felt like eternity, Stolas explained. Devils? Wait, so demons and devils are totally different beings? Issei asked, trying to understand. You could say that. Eventually, after the ceasefire, only we demons made peace with the devil faction. As for the angels and fallen angels, that's a different matter. Things were complicated since the Great War finally ended. With all of us losing our main forces, neither of us wanted to continue battling. So while there was no peace between the factions, outright battles did not occur either. I'm not sure if it would exactly count as peace in my opinion, but we maintain a healthy relationship with the devil faction while we still continue our casual conflicts with the angels and fallen angels who have crossed our paths for countless millennia, Stolas elaborated. So Rainier, along with that trench coat guy who was going to use me as target practice were fallen angels, huh? Issei deduced. Very much so. Fallen angels are angels who have fallen from the grace of God due to having impure thoughts that divert them from his teachings, Stolas explained. In other words, those fallen angels couldn't keep it together, Blitzo added. Yes, well. Anyway, fallen angels and their subordinates have been known to occupy churches and use them as bases. However, they go out of their way to destroy all of the religious icons in these churches out of spite for their former leader, Stolas continued. And let me guess? During their free time, they spend their days killing humans like me out of sick, twisted pleasure, Issei said, piecing it together. As I said, it's complicated. But they mostly hunt down sacred gear users like yourself, Stolas clarified. And a sacred gear is? Issei prompted. Oh, of course. Silly me. We're getting off topic here. You see, sacred gears are items with powerful abilities bestowed upon humans that God has created over the years for the human race to use to protect themselves. Sacred gears have grown to become very powerful and influential, and a large number of the people who've had their names etched into history were most likely sacred gear possessors, Stolas explained. No way. But why would they be after me? I don't have those sacred gear things. Issei protested. Had you not had one, they wouldn't have shown quite an interest in you, Stolas replied. How many humans are like me? Are all humans sacred gear users? Issei asked, his curiosity piqued. Not all. Just a few, Stolas answered. Okay then. So either I help your imp boyfriend here, Issei began. I will end you, kid. Blitzo interrupted. Okay, fine. Your imp-ish companion. Issei corrected himself. Really looking forward to taking you down fast, Blitzo said with a grin. So either I help your imp here in getting the book back or face the consequences. Am I getting this right? Issei asked, feeling cornered. That is correct, Stolas confirmed. It just sounds like I'm not left with any choices at all. Issei exclaimed. Yeah, Blitzo agreed. That's the point. Issei sighed to himself, but Blitzo gave him a serious look. He explained that he understood Issei's reluctance to be involved in this situation. If it were up to him, he would have shot Issei for taking the book in the first place. Issei hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Blitzo glared at him, annoyance and anger evident in his expression, causing Issei to shiver slightly. Blitzo continued, stating that if Issei wanted to get out of this predicament, he would need to follow his instructions without question. Issei asked if that included the possibility of harming someone. Blitzo responded that life was often about survival, likening it to a lion facing another lion challenging its dominance. Issei bit his lip, realizing he had no choice in the matter. He regretted not being more cautious of Rainer's deception and wished he had distanced himself from her. But now he was entangled with creatures from another realm, and his only option was to do whatever it took to survive. Finally, Issei agreed, stating that he would comply. Stolas chimed in, pleased with the decision, and informed Issei that Blitzo would begin training him to become a skilled assassin, with the ultimate goal of returning the grimoire to Stolas. At the imp building outside, Blitzo led a boot camp-like training session as he blew his whistle. He shouted, "All right, maggot. Time to put you through hell." Issei Haidu, feeling overwhelmed, replied, "Am I already in hell?" Blitzo smacked Issei on the back of his head and barked, "No back talk." Issei began doing push-ups but struggled to complete even one. I can't do it." "You barely got off the ground, dick bag." Blitzo retorted. "Because you're on me, you jerk." "Shut up." Blitzo interrupted, startling Issei into continuing his push-ups. Later, Luna, whom Issei had met before, snarled at him after their first encounter, leaving him quite intimidated. He glanced at her, and she glared at him again. "What are you doing looking at my chest, perv?" she snapped. "I wasn't staring at your—" "Oh no." Issei stammered, but before he could finish, Luna punched him in the face and kicked him to the ground, pinning him down before throwing him out the window into a garbage dump. Issei felt a lot of pain from her aggressive behavior. "Don't stare at my chest next time," Luna warned. "Noted," Issei replied, still dazed. During target practice, Issei held a gun, expressing his uncertainty. "So, I don't know how to shoot a gun since I never—" "Less talking. Start shooting now," Blitzo commanded. As alarms blared, Issei tried to focus on the target dummies but ended up firing wildly, hitting a light bulb instead. "So, does this count as a pass or—" he began, only to be interrupted by Blitzo hitting him on the head. Okay, I failed, I get it. Later, Millie was boxing with Issei while Moxie taught him how to shoot long-range distances with a sniper rifle. Issei had never experienced such intense training before, but he was determined to retrieve the grimoire and return it to Stola's to regain his normal life. He found himself walking along a thin white line, fearing for his life as he was high above the building. So, mind telling me what this crazy stunt has to do with being a hitman? I'm teaching you acrobatics, Blitzo replied. Seriously? This feels like a, Issei exclaimed before he lost his grip but managed to grab the line just in time, dangling precariously. Okay, if I wasn't afraid of heights before, I am now. Where did you learn moves like these? The circus? It's from a place called Quit Bitching and Keep Training. But yes, Blitzo answered. Over the past few days, Issei was gradually getting the hang of things. He managed to hit a dummy target perfectly, and he and Blitzo high-fived each other. Issei kept running through the tracks as Blitzo barked orders non-stop, pushing him to his limits. He improved his fighting skills and learned to walk the line without fearing a fall. However, as he passed through the office, Luna kicked him in the face. Wow, what the hell? I wasn't even looking at he protested, but she knocked him out with a sucker punch against the wall. I just don't like you, she declared. Weeks of training passed, and Issei still hadn't unlocked the sacred gear he had heard about, but he had learned some moves and gun skills that would help him in tough situations. His love for Biarsis kept him sane during this time. When he returned to the office, Blitzo handed him new clothes similar to those of an imp. Issei donned the outfit, and along with Blitzo, Moxie, and Millie he strode through the streets of Imp City, finally ready to retrieve the book. Stolas awaited them and opened the portal back to the human world in Kuo Town. Now then, I believe you know what to do here? Stolas asked. I do. I'll get your book back, Mr. Stolas, Issei affirmed. Very good. Then I will allow you to proceed. As Stolas was about to leave, Issei stopped him. Wait, I've been thinking about this lately. And I need to know. What would happen if I don't get your book? Stolas looked at Issei. If I screw up? Would I be killed? Issei asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Don't worry about what happens to you, and you might get to see another sunrise, Stolas replied before departing. Blitzo grew impatient with Issei. So, are you planning to stand here like a jackass, or are you coming with us? This portal isn't going to hold up itself while you waste our time. Right. Coming, Mr. Blitz. Issei responded. You don't have to call me Mr. Blitz. Blitz will be just fine, Blitzo corrected him. Got it. Issei said, and he stepped through Stola's portal, which closed behind them. Issei found himself back in Kuo Town after being in the supernatural realm for so long. DMN. The sun's too bright for my eyes, he muttered. That's what being in hell for so long will do to you. All right, Operation, find the grimoire is a go. Blitzo announced. We never came up with that mission name, Moxie pointed out. So how are you guys going to get past anyone looking at? Issei began, only to see Blitzo and his team putting cloaks around themselves. Really? You guys can't just shapeshift into human forms or something. That's not a thing. Now move. Blitzo ordered. Right. The sooner I get that book back from my room, the sooner I can get out of this hellhole I was literally pulled through. Issei declared. If you still have a room? Remember, kid, these fallen angels have a knack for erasing the memories of humans. For all we know, your folks probably remodeled your old room into some exercise room or maybe even a tiki bar, Blitzo warned. Oh, screw you. Maybe. If I somehow get them to remember me, then we can be a family again. I can also get my friends to remember me too, Issei argued. Don't count on any of that happening. It's not that simple, Blitzo replied. How can you say all the... Issei started, but Blitzo covered his mouth and shushed him as they hid in the bushes. They watched Issei's dad leave for work while Issei's mom stayed at home. Issei missed his old home life and hoped to have it again. All right, gang, Blitzo said, preparing for their mission. It was just the four of them, and they needed to find a way into the house without alerting anyone inside. Moxie pointed out that entering through the door would be too obvious. Millie suggested they could just take out the person inside, but Moxie quickly reminded her that it was Issei's mother. Issei protested, insisting they couldn't harm his mom. Millie clarified that she thought it would only be a last resort. Issei firmly stated that it would never come to that. Moxie then turned to Issei, asking if he had any ideas on how to sneak in and retrieve the grimoire. Issei scanned the area around his house and spotted his bedroom window. He proposed they could sneak up there, but mentioned they didn't have a ladder. Blitzo chimed in, reminding Issei that they were imps and could manage it. As they crept over the fences, Issei clung to Blitzo while Moxie and Millie crawled up the wall. Moxie carefully opened the window, and they all slipped inside. Issei landed on the floor of his old room and slowly got up, noticing that nothing had changed. He began to express his relief, but Blitzo quickly shushed him, urging them to find the grimoire and leave. Issei nodded, and they began searching the room. Blitzo checked under the bed, Millie rummaged through the closet, and Moxie discovered an open floorboard filled with magazines and movies. Moxie was incredulous, while Issei worried about what his parents would say if they found out. Issei reminded them that he had left the book in the drawer. He checked and was relieved to find it still there. Blitzo, however, was frustrated that Issei had spoken when they were supposed to be quiet. Issei apologized, explaining his excitement about getting the book back. Blitzo snatched the book, claiming it was given to him by Stolas, and Issei protested that it wasn't his to take. They bickered about responsibility and mistakes, with Moxie trying to mediate. Suddenly, they heard Issei's mother approaching. Millie urged everyone to hurry, and Blitzo insisted they needed to leave immediately. Issei grabbed the magazines he had found, and they all scrambled out of the window, running away just as his mother entered the room, confused by the unfamiliar sight. Outside, they managed to reach the woods without being seen. The imps removed their cloaks, and Issei admitted he had lost a few magazines during their escape but had saved some. Moxie questioned the necessity of bringing them, to which Issei replied that they were important for his Friday nights. Moxie expressed disbelief at Issei's priorities, and Issei noted that his father often said similar things. Blitzo, meanwhile, was on the phone with Stolas, waiting for him to open a portal. Issei expressed his desire to escape the chaos, and Blitzo snapped back, blaming Issei for getting involved in the mess. They continued to argue about the grimoire and their responsibilities until Millie interrupted, pointing out a figure approaching them. KyleAkersXD, one of Rainer's subordinates, revealed that Donasek had lied about killing Issei. She threatened them, stating she would eliminate them all. As she prepared to attack, Millie bravely stepped forward, ready to defend her friends. The confrontation escalated, with KyleAkersXD proving to be a formidable opponent. Issei and Blitzo took cover behind a rock, and Blitzo urged Issei to help fight back. Issei Haidu exclaimed that he had never been shot at before and didn't want to die. Blitzo, frustrated, slapped Issei in the face and urged him to get a hold of himself, reminding him of the training he had undergone for weeks. Issei hesitated but realized that if he wanted to survive, he would have to trust Blitzo and apply what he had learned. KyleAkersXD taunted Issei, claiming that sacred gear users like him were a cancer in the world that needed to be eradicated. She blasted a rock to smithereens and walked through the smoke, only to find Blitzo on the ground, pretending to be dead. Confused, she wondered where the sacred gear user was and hoped she hadn't made a mistake like Lady Rainer. Blitzo, still on the ground, mocked KyleAkersXD, suggesting that her master was too prideful to admit she had failed to kill Issei when she had the chance. KyleAkersXD, enraged, pointed her weapon at Blitzo and defended Lady Rainer, claiming she was flawless and made no mistakes. Blitzo smirked, suggesting that everyone makes mistakes, even KyleAkersXD. Just then, Issei shot her in the leg, causing her to scream in pain and glare at him. Issei was shocked that he had actually shot someone and was still processing the moment. KyleAkersXD charged at him, knocking him to the ground. Blitzo urged Issei to get up and prepare to defend him. KyleAkersXD boasted about her strength as a fallen angel, but as Issei slowly got up, he felt a surge of power within him. His arm began to glow, and he unlocked his boosted gear, blasting KyleAkersXD against the trees. Moxie helped Millie up as they witnessed the event unfold. Blitzo was astonished and congratulated Issei for unlocking his sacred gear. Moxie and Millie were equally surprised and asked if Issei had really done that. Issei marveled at the sacred gear on his arm, realizing it was the reason fallen angels were after him. KyleWarner, recovering, recognized the power of Issei's gear and decided to retreat, flying away. Moxie noted that she was getting away, and Issei wondered if they should stop her. Blitzo advised him to let her go, suggesting that unlocking his sacred gear had frightened her. Issei found that reassuring. Millie pointed out that a portal was opening, and as Issei and Blitzo exchanged glances, Blitzo complimented Issei on his performance. Issei was surprised by the praise, thinking he had done poorly. Blitzo reassured him that it was normal for a beginner. Issei reminded Blitzo that he wouldn't be around much longer, but Blitzo insisted that Issei had fought well for his life. As they stepped through the portal, they found themselves in Stola's room, where Issei returned the grimoire. Stola smiled and acknowledged Issei's efforts, handing the grimoire back to Blitzo, which surprised Issei. Stolas explained that just because Blitzo had lost it before didn't mean he couldn't be trusted with it again. Blitzo added that everyone makes mistakes. Issei smiled, feeling accomplished, but Stolas interrupted, using magic to levitate Issei closer to him and questioning where he thought he was going. Issei reminded Stolas that he had returned the grimoire as promised, but Stolas pointed out that Issei had not read his contract correctly. Issei pulled out his contract, reading that he was to go with Blitzo and his companions to retrieve the grimoire. Stolas urged him to look closer, revealing that he was to become a servant to the House of Goetia and assist Blitzo for life. Issei was taken aback, realizing the implications of his situation. Stolas explained that as a sacred gear user, Issei would be hunted by fallen angels, and even if he were let go, he would still be in danger. Issei felt lost, questioning where he would live now. Blitzo reassured him that he could stay in his apartment, just like the previous night. Millie excitedly welcomed Issei as a new addition to their group, while Moxie expressed his sympathy for Issei's predicament. Issei sighed, feeling overwhelmed but grateful for their support, realizing he was being forced into a life of survival. Issei Haidu admitted that he was incredibly frustrated, but he felt he had no choice in the matter. Moxie offered him a comforting pat on the back. Later that day, Issei settled into his room, placing the remaining adult magazines and movies under the floorboards. Luna Wolf entered the room and remarked, "Adult magazines? Seriously? You really are a loser." Startled, Issei replied, "Ever heard of knocking?" Luna shrugged and said, "I go wherever I want." Issei, feeling a bit defensive, asked, "So, are you here to mock me now since I got screwed over?" Luna shook her head. "Nope. Just passing through. Also, I wanted to give you a warning. Since you're a guest here, you can go wherever you want in this apartment building except my room. Got it?" "I don't think we'll have that kind of problem," Issei responded. "Good," Luna said, glancing at her phone before walking off. Issei sighed, thinking to himself that she had serious issues. Suddenly, Luna turned around and shouted, "What did you say?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Issei stammered. Luna glared at him before returning to her phone and walking into her room, slamming the door behind her. Issei sighed again and pulled out a picture of himself with his parents. "I don't know how I'm going to get by. I know you don't remember me anymore, but I promise I will come back home to you both," he said, laying back on the bed. "I guess it can't get any worse." Meanwhile, in the human world, Kaneko was sharing everything with Rias. "Imps? That's impossible. Imps can't travel to the human world at will," Rias stated. "I saw them running with my own eyes, along with the sacred gear user you had your eyes on," Kaneko replied. Rias considered this information carefully. "I see. Thank you for telling me this. It changes everything." She used her king piece to knock out a pawn piece on her chessboard. "So, the game begins," Rias concluded. "I was a good person before it all went down. I was good my entire life." It was a beautiful morning at a red schoolhouse, with birds flying in the background. "Learning is fun," was written on the side of the building, surrounded by trees and a playground. A bell on the roof rang, and Mrs. Mayberry opened the classroom curtains, revealing two birds singing on a tree branch. Inside the classroom, she wrote, "Good morning," on the blackboard. Mrs. Mayberry greeted her students cheerfully, twirling around and catching her piece of chalk. She hoped they had all done their homework. Several smiling students nodded enthusiastically at their desks. A brown-haired boy wearing a dunce cap spun on a stool, facing the wall. The students sang joyfully about their love for homework and their teacher. Mrs. Mayberry joined in, encouraging them to answer her fun questions. The class responded eagerly, answering math problems and expressing their excitement for the day. As they continued, a blond boy announced the time and date, followed by other students chiming in with cheerful remarks. The classroom was filled with laughter and song until Mrs. Mayberry suddenly turned to face them, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she realized she had forgotten her husband's birthday. One of the girls suggested they could call him for a surprise. The scene shifted to a bedroom where Mrs. Mayberry's husband was seen with a ringing telephone icon on the screen. Sounds of laughter and playful banter filled the room. Mrs. Mayberry's face appeared on the screen, and her expression changed to shock as she witnessed the scene unfolding. Her face turned red with anger and disbelief as she stood frozen, her students watching her with concerned looks. In a moment of frustration, she walked away, leaving the classroom behind. One of the girls called out to her, reminding her of the lessons she had taught them about thinking before acting. But Mrs. Mayberry, lost in her emotions, left the room. The children rushed to the window to see her drive away in her green car, leaving them bewildered. Back in the classroom, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Mrs. Mayberry confronted her husband. She expressed her feelings of betrayal and anger, feeling as though she had lost everything. The students watched in horror as the situation escalated, their innocence shattered. Mrs. Mayberry, overwhelmed with regret, turned to her students, apologizing for what had happened. She urged them to remember their lessons, even in the face of chaos. The children, however, were left in shock, fainting one by one as the reality of the situation set in. In a moment of reflection, Mrs. Mayberry narrated her thoughts, expressing the frustration of doing everything right in life yet still facing dire consequences. The scene shifted to a dark place, revealing a shadowy figure of Mrs. Mayberry pacing in a new environment. She had transformed, seeking revenge for the wrongs she had suffered. Her determination was palpable as she confronted the reality of her situation, ready to take action against those who had wronged her. As the narrative unfolded, it became clear that her journey was just beginning, filled with challenges and the quest for justice in a world that had turned against her. Martha stands next to him with her hands folded. The priest exclaims that she is a hero. Martha is then seen at the front of Mrs. Mayberry's old classroom, where another teacher introduces her to the class. How to Deal with Trauma 101 is written on the board, and the students cheer, calling her a hero. Martha smiles in response. Back in hell, Mrs. Mayberry's purple fists create cracks on Blitzo's desk as she smashes down on it, shouting that Martha is not a hero. She leans in close to Blitzo's face, her expression filled with anger. Blitzo, frightened, agrees with her thoughts. He rapidly presses a red button underneath his desk, and a red light flashes next to a label reading, "Deranged Client." Other labels include, "More Coffee," "Soiled My Pants," "Horny Client," "Client Giving Birth," "Ghost," and "Stolas." Outside the office, Issei steps out of the elevator, looking depressed, and walks past Moxie, who is holding a crossbow. Millie urges Moxie to stop shaking, fearing he might accidentally shoot their only hellhound. Luna, lying on a gray couch, sarcastically remarks that she feels very loved. She holds up a family picture in one hand and her phone in the other, while Issei looks at them, confused. Issei asks if he should inquire about the situation. Millie greets him and explains that Luna was helping Moxie improve his aim for potential targets. Issei glances at the family picture and comments that it looks like a family. Luna challenges him, questioning his point. Issei expresses concern about Moxie wanting to kill a family. Millie responds, suggesting that if that's what the client wants, it's their job. Moxie agrees that it could be a bad dad or a mob family, but he questions the morality of eradicating an entire innocent family. Issei points out that the family in the picture hasn't done anything wrong. Luna argues that they can't assume innocence, pointing out that the boy might set dogs on fire and the girl could be a bully online. Millie adds that humans are often full of secrets, which is why many end up in hell. Issei reflects on how he hasn't met any humans like him since arriving. Luna explains that when humans die, they leave their human form, and depending on their nature, they become either demons or angels. Given Issei's behavior, she suggests he would likely end up as a demon. Issei shares that every morning he prays it's all a nightmare, but he always ends up disappointed. Millie reminds them that guilt and innocence aren't their concern. Their job is to kill who they are paid to. She encourages Moxie to choose a target and kisses him. Moxie aims his crossbow, expressing that he thinks it's excessive and they could be more selective. Issei agrees with Moxie. Luna points out that they have a lot in common, implying that both are hesitant to do anything they believe is wrong, even though they engage in immoral actions that could lead them to jail in the human world. Issei asks what she means, and Luna bluntly calls him a hypocrite. Before Issei can respond, Blitzo barges into the room, followed by Mrs. Mayberry. Blitzo excitedly announces their newest client. Startled, Moxie accidentally fires his arrow, which ricochets around the room. Millie jumps into Moxie's arms, startling Issei as the arrow hits a computer. It then flies and creates a hole in the family picture that Luna is holding. The arrow strikes a tank with eels, causing it to wobble dangerously. Just as the arrow heads toward Mrs. Mayberry, Blitzo catches it with one hand. Blitzo expresses his frustration, noting that he just bought those eels. Outside the building, I.M.P firefighters carry the eels away and head into a red fire truck. Mrs. Mayberry drives off in a yellow taxicab while Blitzo waves goodbye, assuring that they will get the target in less than 24 hours or the first kill is free. Issei questions when they started charging for kill counts, and Blitzo angrily reminds him that he set fire to the office in front of a client. Issei tries to defend himself, claiming it was an accident. Blitzo insists he will cut him some slack when he stops messing things up for them and asks if the fancy book is still intact. Luna pulls out the grimoire, confirming that she has it. Blitzo praises her, offering her a treat, which she finds gross. He playfully throws the treat into the air and catches it with his tongue, like a frog. He pulls it into his mouth and chews. Luna slammed the book closed, exclaiming that he was gross. Issei, confused, pointed out that she was a wolf. Luna corrected him, saying she was a hellhound and had something called self-control, suggesting he should try it sometime. Issei deadpanned at her comment about his perversion. Millie drew a pentagram with chalk on the wall, which glowed red and created a portal to the human world. Blitzo complained about getting enough of that from his therapist. Issei, surprised, asked if he really went to therapy. Blitzo, taken aback, repeated the question. Luna rolled her eyes and left. Blitzo placed his hand on Moxie's face as he struggled to walk to Millie. Blitzo then declared they should go lick some butt, to which Issei corrected him, suggesting he meant to say, kick some butt, finding it sounded weird the way he said it. Blitzo insisted his way was better. They went through the portal, with Issei and the imps walking through the woods until they reached their target. Issei remarked that they couldn't always come to the human world just to relax. It always seemed to involve death and chaos. Moxie responded that one got used to it and then asked Issei why he had lied to Blitzo about the eel tank incident. Issei explained that he felt Blitzo treated Moxie poorly. Moxie agreed, saying he was treated badly all the time. Issei noted that Moxie didn't seem like Blitzo or his wife, Millie, who was interested in slicing someone in half. He questioned why Moxie worked for Blitzo, who didn't respect him. Issei wondered if Moxie ever thought about quitting, admitting he would if he weren't in a life-and-death situation with an eldritch god. Moxie remained silent. Issei, trying to make small talk, pointed out a small red house by the lake as the sun set, saying it looked like the place. Blitzo instructed Moxie to team up with him while Issei teamed up with Millie. Issei noticed Moxie seemed a bit down and spoke up, asking Blitzo to wait. Blitzo, annoyed, demanded Issei make it good. Issei suggested he team up with Blitzo while Moxie teamed up with Millie, thinking someone had to take the shot at the target. Blitzo, surprised, asked who Issei was and what he had done with the real Issei. He then became serious, pulling out a knife and pointing it at Issei's neck, demanding to know where he had hidden the real Issei. Issei, startled, exclaimed that he just wanted to contribute and asked if it was illegal for him to help out. Blitzo glared at him suspiciously but eventually let go, saying Issei was with him. Issei sighed in relief, following Blitzo. They leaned against the side of the house, rising from the bushes. Blitzo stood up and peered into the window, declaring that it had to be her. He chuckled darkly, saying it was too easy and asked Issei if he wanted this one. Issei hesitated, questioning if it should really be him since Blitzo was more skilled. Blitzo reminded him that he was the one who wanted to partner up for the kill. Issei reluctantly agreed, but pointed out that he had already taken his first shot back in Kuo town. Blitzo dismissed that, saying shooting a fallen angel in the leg didn't count as a kill. He encouraged Issei, saying it would be like riding a bike with bullets and urged him to go for it, reminding him he only had one shot. Blitzo pushed Issei a little, giving him a sniper rifle. Issei stood up and looked through the window, his expression falling as he saw a family having dinner. Blitzo commented that it was just a happy mother who had just gotten out of the hospital. Issei hesitated, feeling conflicted. Blitzo urged him not to hesitate, saying he had the target in sight. As Issei continued to hesitate, Blitzo grew impatient, reminding him that this was his idea to partner up. Issei argued that he didn't want to kill someone who didn't deserve it. Blitzo questioned how many times they would have this conversation every time Issei hesitated about killing. Issei insisted he wasn't like Blitzo and his kind. In a moment of panic, Issei accidentally clicked the rifle, causing it to hit the window but miss Martha, the mother. Blitzo reacted in anger, demanding to know what Issei had done. Martha, hearing the noise, asked Ralphie what it was. Ralphie, grinning evilly, stood up with a rifle in hand, declaring they would be tomorrow night's dinner. Martha set down the platter and pulled out another rifle, smashing a glass of wine onto the floor and rallying the kids to get their guns out. Back with Blitzo and Issei, Issei sheepishly admitted to his mistake. Blitzo, fuming, questioned what he had done. Issei apologized, explaining that the family seemed wholesome and happy, and he panicked, reiterating that he would never kill anyone innocent. Blitzo, frustrated, face-bombed and questioned who was truly innocent. From the moment of birth, you're already a parasite leeching off your mother. Issei Hayudu protested, insisting that Blitzo leave his mom out of it. Blitzo, unfazed, told Issei to get over himself. Suddenly, a blast shot through the wall, hitting Blitzo in the arm, causing him to exclaim in pain. Issei called out to him, alarmed. Blitzo, despite the injury, made a joke about it, which only frustrated Issei further. As they fled the scene, Moxie and Millie joined them. Moxie asked what had happened and what the plan was. Blitzo suggested they could blame Issei later and instructed everyone to scatter. While Blitzo and Millie ran, Moxie and Issei hid in the bushes. Another explosion occurred, and Ralphie and Martha leaped through the hole in the wall, guns drawn. Moxie and Issei cautiously peeked out from their hiding spot. Issei nervously asked if Moxie could see them. Moxie replied that he thought they were safe, but then a child's hand unexpectedly grabbed Moxie by his tail, causing him to yelp in surprise. It was another day in I.M.P City, though Issei couldn't tell what time it was in hell. He strolled through the streets and arrived at a cafe, ordering mochachinos and paying with hell money. The I.M.P employee handed him the drinks and asked how he was fitting in. Issei responded that being the only human in I.M.P City had its challenges, especially with the boss breathing down his neck. Just then, he noticed Blitzo perched on his shoulder like a gargoyle, startling him enough to make him fall. Blitzo caught the drinks and took a sip, clearly enjoying himself. Issei questioned how Blitzo managed to balance on his shoulder without him noticing. Blitzo remarked that he had learned a thing or two and then announced that they had a new assignment. Blitzo grabbed Issei by the wrist, drinks in hand, and they made their way to the building. Issei distributed the drinks to Moxie and Millie before taking a seat. Moxie savored the drink, while Millie expressed her delight, thanking Issei. Curious about their mission, Issei asked who they were supposed to kill this time. Blitzo revealed that their client wanted them to kill a priest, which left the room in silence. Issei questioned what the priest had done to deserve such a fate. Blitzo explained that the priest had killed their client by breaking into his house and gutting him. Issei was shocked and wondered why the priest would do that. Blitzo clarified that the priest had killed him because the client was summoning a devil. Issei processed this information, realizing that summoning a devil made sense, but he still questioned the necessity of the killing. Blitzo corrected him, saying it was a devil, not the devil. Issei asked for clarification, and Blitzo explained that there were many devils, demons, angels, and fallen angels in the world. Moxie elaborated on the history of devils, explaining that they had been around since before and after the Great War, often demanding souls in exchange for granting desires. Issei acknowledged that their client had made a poor choice in dealing with supernatural beings. Millie reassured him that no offense was taken. Blitzo then revealed that their target was located in Japan, specifically in Kuo Town. Moxie expressed concern, reminding Blitzo that their previous encounter in Kuo Town had led to trouble. Issei added that he had ended up working for Blitzo against his will. Blitzo dismissed their concerns, stating that as long as they got paid, he was fine with it. Moxie sighed, recalling that their last mission in Kuo Town had been to kill Rias Gremory, but they had failed after Issei had stolen the grimoire. Issei was surprised to learn that they had been paid to kill Rias Gremory. He mentioned that he had heard about her from a friend at Kuo Academy, describing her as beautiful and striking. Blitzo remarked that Issei's admiration for her would have turned into a bloodbath had they completed the job. Issei questioned why their last client wanted Rias dead. Millie explained that their client and his associates had been killed by her and her peerage for causing trouble at Kuo Academy. Issei was confused, asking how Rias could have killed them if they were causing trouble. Blitzo leaned in closer, revealing that Issei's high school crush was a devil. Issei was taken aback, struggling to process this revelation. Meanwhile, in the human world, a timid nun walked through the park, healing a child's scraped knee. The boy thanked her as she continued her journey to the church, where she encountered an impatient priest glaring at her. Fried Selzen scolded her for taking too long, while KyleAkersXD reminded him to heed Lady Rainer's orders. Fried confirmed that their last mission had gone well. That worthless human sinner met his end in a cowardly manner. The nun, clearly shaken, cried in fear over what had happened. It was his own fault for dealing with devils, and now he would face the consequences. KyleAkersXD observed the scene and asked if she had attempted to heal him. Fried Selzen replied that she had tried, but it was futile since he was already dead the moment he had been stabbed. He warned her that if she ever showed weakness towards their enemies again, he would take advantage of her. KyleAkersXD firmly stated that he would do no such thing and reminded him of his place. She emphasized that Rainer needed both of them alive, and if he harmed Asia Argento, he would be dealt with. Fried reluctantly agreed, acknowledging her authority. KyleAkersXD then turned her attention to Asia, expressing her frustration. She reminded Asia that her purpose was to heal them and her partner during battles, not to intervene on both sides. This was not the first time she had acted against Lady Rainer's wishes. Asia apologized, but KyleAkersXD cut her off, insisting that there would be consequences if she continued to defy orders. Asia nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation. KyleAkersXD informed them that Lady Rainer was expecting them to meet with her immediately. As they entered the abandoned church, Fried taunted Asia, warning her not to anger their fallen angel leader. Despite her fear, Asia followed Fried into the church. Inside, Rainer welcomed them and acknowledged their successful mission. She had a new assignment for them: to eliminate a human named Morisawa, who had contacted the devils of the House of Gremory for a daily pact. Fried eagerly accepted the task, while Asia felt a sense of dread. Rainer expressed her confidence in them, urging them to leave. As they prepared to go, Rainer reminded Asia to heed KyleAkersXD's advice, as she was the only fallen angel who seemed to care about her well-being. Asia understood the gravity of the situation and promised to remember her place. Rainer's expression turned serious as she warned Asia not to fail, or there would be dire consequences. Asia walked away, anxious about her fate, while KyleAkersXD kept a watchful eye on her. KyleAkersXD and Rainer then discussed Asia's healing abilities, with KyleAkersXD expressing concern about needing her if they were injured. Rainier, however, was confident that she could extract Asia's sacred gear if necessary, ensuring that her powers would not go to waste. Calawarner reassured her that she had no soft spot for humans, viewing them as worthless beings. Rainier agreed, stating that she would eliminate Freed out of boredom, as sacred gear users were too dangerous to keep alive. She was determined to eliminate all sacred gear users in the town, even if it meant taking down devils as well. Meanwhile, Issei and the imps emerged from a portal summoned by Luna, venturing into the town of Kuo around 10 p.m. Issei expressed his discomfort with traveling between Hell and Earth through portals, while Blitzo explained the nature of the grimoire that facilitated their journeys. Curious, Issei asked why Stolas would lend Blitzo the book if he needed it for his tasks. Blitzo hesitated, recalling a flashback of a chaotic incident involving Stola's bedroom, where he had taken the grimoire without permission. Returning to the present, Blitzo advised Issei that sometimes one must take risks to achieve their goals. Issei agreed, and the group took their positions, with Issei scanning the area with binoculars. Blitzo inquired if Issei spotted anything, but he reported nothing yet. Moxie confirmed he hadn't seen anything either, while Millie questioned whether the priest they were looking for was truly in the area. Blitzo reassured them that they were searching for a man with gray hair dressed like a priest, and they just needed to keep looking. Issei Hayadu spotted the priest they were looking for. Found him, he announced. Blitzo checked the binoculars and confirmed. He's definitely how you described him. But who's the cute nun with him? I don't know, kid. But let's get them, Blitzo replied. Right, Issei said, pulling out his guns and following his imp comrades. Meanwhile, in an apartment building, a disturbed man named Morisawa was admiring one of his collectible figures. "Ah, look at you all. Just as cute and adorable as ever," he said, until a knock on the door interrupted him. "Who could be at my apartment this late at night?" He walked to the door and opened it, only to find Freed giving him a very unsettling look. "Hey, who are you? You're not my landlord." "Correct. But I follow the laws of the Lord, and he has deemed you quite guilty," Freed stated ominously. "Guilty?" Morisawa echoed, fear creeping into his voice. Freed kicked the door open and charged in, causing Morisawa to fall to the ground, terrified. Okay, I'll pay the rent. Did my landlord really have to send a hitman just to prove a point?" Freed pointed his sword near Morisawa's neck. "I see you were trying to contact a devil. That's very punishable by death." "Seriously? Are you with Dateline? I can explain everything about that incident at the minimart. I am not a Pefli. I just thought their daughter looked cute in that pink dress. There was nothing inappropriate about it." Morisawa pleaded. Freed, losing interest, declared, "Bored now. Gonna kill you." Just as he was about to stab Morisawa, Issei and the imps crashed through the window, surprising both the priest and Morisawa. "Are we interrupting something? Because if you two want to get a room, we can let you do your own thing right after we deal with you," Blitzo quipped. Well, just my luck. Seems like there are 3 demons in my presence, and you even have a human follower by your side. "I thought this night was going to get boring," Freed said with a sadistic smile. Issei remarked, "This priest has clearly lost his marbles." Moxie added, "And from the looks of it, he clearly needs psychological help." Freed grabbed Morisawa by the neck and pointed a gun at his head. "If you wish to kill me, then you will have to shoot through this man to get to me." "What the hell?" Morisawa exclaimed. "I just told you I am not a Pefli. I just enjoy watching a little girl cosplay, that's all," he insisted. Issei responded, "Am I hearing this right?" "Yes, you heard me correctly. If you want to kill me, then you'll have to," Freed began. No, I heard you loud and clear. I was talking to the man you have as a hostage," Issei clarified. "I am not a Pefli." Morisawa protested. Blitzo chimed in, "You just said you enjoy watching a little girl cosplay. If that doesn't sound inappropriate, I don't know what does." "It's not what you think," Morisawa tried to explain. "Dude, you like watching a little girl cosplay. What explanation do you have that can clear you of that messed up fantasy?" Issei pressed. Freed interrupted, "All of you shut up and let's fight to the death. Don't need to tell us twice." Blitzo replied. The group drew their guns and Fried did the same. They all began shooting at each other, dodging bullets as they exchanged fire. During the chaos, they managed to break and smash all of Morisawa's collectibles. Millie, in the midst of the fray, picked up a figurine. "Oh, this looks so adorable," she exclaimed, smiling at it before throwing it at Fried. He dodged, and the figurine shattered in front of Morisawa's tearful eyes. "I spent my whole college money just to buy that." Morisawa lamented. Fried continued firing at them, and Moxie attempted to stab him from behind, only to be kicked into a closet. Millie rushed over to him. "Mox, you all right, sugar?" she asked. "Yeah. I think I'll—" "Whoa!" Moxie exclaimed, noticing the numerous little girl costumes scattered around. But only a person with inappropriate interests would keep this much child clothing. "I am not a Pefli," Morisawa shouted in frustration. The four surrounded Fried and Morisawa. Issei realized there were no options left without risking Morisawa's life, but Blitzo looked at him. "Kid, clearly there's no other way of completing this mission without dealing with this guy," Blitzo said. "I give up," Morisawa cried. "So?" Blitzo prompted. "Yeah. I get it," Issei said, pointing his gun at Morisawa. "Wait. What are you doing?" Morisawa stammered. "Doing my job. Plus, he's a psychopath with no redeeming qualities, and you're clearly a registered offender. This is like killing two birds with one stone," Issei explained. Moxie cautioned, "Issei." Fried grinned. "Oh, now this is really getting fun. Now we're talking. I just wanted to watch Kaneko cosplaying as a lowly girl," Morisawa shouted in desperation. Just as Issei was about to pull the trigger, Asia screamed in fear at the sight before her. "Fried!" Asia cried. Issei, the imps, Fried, and Morisawa turned to see Asia standing there. "What are you doing?" "I thought I told you to keep a lookout," Fried snapped. "Please. No more. Don't kill this man," Asia begged. "And why not? Have you forgotten our mission? Don't tell me you're letting your emotions get the best of you again," Fried retorted. "I'm actually with your partner here. This guy being used as a human shield is clearly a threat, and I would be happy to shoot him just to eliminate you," Issei said. Asia walked over to Issei. "Please. Show this man mercy. Did you not hear what I just said? This guy is a threat, and you want us to spare him?" Issei asked incredulously. Blitzo added, "Not sure if you're new to this business, but it's survival in the supernatural world. Even so, please spare him. I beg you." Asia pleaded. "You don't even know this guy, and you want us to spare him?" Issei questioned. "Because everything and everyone living on this earth deserves a chance at redemption, even if they are far beyond it," Asia replied earnestly. "Okay, that makes no sense at all. Scum is scum no matter how you see it." Asia Argento looked at Issei, her voice trembling as she spoke. "You look like a good person." Issei Hayudu replied, "You don't even know me." Asia hesitated, then said, "Maybe not. But you must have a good heart in you. Even you would not stoop as low as to—" However, Issei took the shot and fired right at Morisawa's chest and Fried's chest, much to Asia's horror and shock. Morisawa coughed, blood spilling from his mouth. "DMN it." Fried Selzen, also coughing up blood, remarked, "Well now. You are quite interesting." They both fell, bleeding out and on the brink of death. Millie cheered, "Way to go, Sug." Blitzo added, "Good job, Issei. Never thought you had it in you." Issei smiled, "Oh, thanks. Honestly, I've been practicing my shots during shootout training." Asia remained silent, her expression troubled. Blitzo encouraged the group, "Come on, gang, this calls for a celebration." Moxie agreed, "Very well, sir." Just as Blitzo was about to call Luna to get them back home, they felt a green presence behind them. They turned to see Asia using her twilight healing to mend the wounds of Morisawa and Fried, the bullet holes in their chests fading away. After she finished healing them, both men woke up, breathing and back to life, much to Issei and the imp's surprise. Issei exclaimed, What the hell? Blitz? Did she just bring them back to life?" Blitzo cursed, "Worse. She healed them before they could die. Ugh. Morisawa gasped. Did I just come back to life? Oh my god. I'm alive again. Fried pointed his gun at Morisawa, saying, not for long. Morisawa's celebration was cut short as Fried shot him right in the head. Asia gasped, oh no. Before she could heal Morisawa's bullet wound, Fried backslapped her, causing her to fall to the ground. Fried sneered, you still don't get it, do you? We are supposed to kill them while you're supposed to be healing us if we get hurt. You're not supposed to care about both sides, you stupid girl. You know what? To hell with Lady Raynair's orders. I'm going to... Before he could finish, Issei fired a shot right into Fried's skull, ending the deranged priest's life as he fell to the ground. Blitzo remarked, well, that takes care of our mission. Issei looked at the nun, who was getting back up and trying to heal them. It's no use, he said. Your magic healing powers can't revive two people who've been shot in the head. Asia sniffed, tears in her eyes. They don't deserve to die. Issei replied, you're kidding, right? He slapped you in the face and was going to hurt you. I did you a favor by ending that psycho's life. Asia asked, why are you so cruel? Blitzo explained, it's our way of cleaning scum off the streets. We were paid to kill him and we completed our task. I think I get it now. That explains how you managed to heal those two from the bullet wounds Issei gave them. You're a sacred gear user yourself, aren't you? Asia nodded, yes. I am. Blitzo concluded, well, nice talking to you then. The portal will be opening up any minute now, so bye. Moxie noticed Asia's sorrow and felt bad for her. Guys, we can't just leave her like this. Issei, Millie, and Blitzo responded in unison, what? Moxie insisted, we can't allow her to be left alone in so much blood. What if someone is already calling the police and they arrest her? Blitzo shrugged, that's her problem, not ours. Issei considered Moxie's point. Wait, Moxie might have a point. Blitzo frowned, you too, huh? Issei continued, just think about it. Her sacred gear allows her to heal anyone around her, right? She could help us out if we take her in. Blitzo argued, oh no, she would be a great risk against us. Moxie countered, sir, we have taken in Issei Hayadu, and he's a sacred gear user. Blitzo replied, even so, he's only unleashed his sacred gear one time. He hasn't done it again lately. Issei urged, look, we can stand here and argue about what to do with her, but the more we talk, the less time we have to get out of here before someone else shows up. Blitzo contemplated the situation, considering Asia Argento's ability to heal others. It could be a great help for him and his company. However, after hearing Fried's words, he remained uncertain. Moxie took a deep breath. Sir, if this will be a problem, then I will take full responsibility for this human child. Millie gasped, oh my stars. Moxie, are we getting our own young one in our lives? She smiled widely at the thought of being a mother. Moxie hesitated. Well, Millie interrupted, oh, Sug. I always wanted a daughter. Let's adopt her. Asia was still confused about what was happening, and Blitzo, with an annoyed expression, reluctantly gave in. Fine, you two can adopt her, but she's your responsibility, he declared. Asia exclaimed, what? Issei shrugged, I guess you're coming with us now? I dunno. Millie took Asia's hands. Come on now, darling, you're going to love living in hell. Asia stammered, Doubles. Wait, I don't think I should. Issei cut her off, give it a rest. You're being forced into hell like I was. Get used to it. As the portal opened, Issei and the imps took Asia with them, stepping inside as the portal closed behind them. Later, back in the church, Middlet and Donasek reported on Asia and Fried's absence. Middlet said, when we flew over to the location where the sinner would be, police cars were around, and they found only the bodies of the man and Fried Selzen. Raynair asked, I see. And Asia? Middlet replied, they only found Fried with the man. She wasn't there at the time. Calawarner's eyes widened at this news, and Raynair gritted her teeth in anger. Raynair demanded, how could this have happened? Donasek suggested, if I may, I will look for the nun and eliminate her for her desertion. Rainier snapped, like how you were supposed to kill Issei Hayadu? The hell? You would only screw up and cowered away again. Donasik challenged her, like you would do any better than me? Middle warned, Donasik, be careful what you say to Lady Rainier. Donasik retorted, let us be straight to the point here. Glorious fearless leader, Donasik said sarcastically. You were sent by Azazel himself to kill the sacred gear user back on that bridge. If you worship Azazel as your idol so much, then why didn't you prove your devotion by killing the human right there instead of going out with him like a schoolgirl going out with the popular guy? KyleAkersXD interrupted, urging him to be silent. Rainier raised her fist. It's all right, KyleAkersXD. Let him speak what is on his mind. Donasik continued, gladly. Had you not played with your target and finished him off when you had the chance, he would have been dead by now, and our mission would have been completed. Azazel should have put his trust in Kokabeel. Despite his brutal and cruel nature and his desire for another war, at least he would actually get the job done and not mess things up like you. Before he could finish, Rainier blasted a light spear right through Donasik's chest. He knelt on the ground, bleeding, looking up at Rainier with fear in his eyes. Rainier asked, Are we done now? Did you get it out of your chest? She smiled, then slashed him down onto the ground, blood pouring everywhere. Donasik lay there lifeless. She then gave KyleAkersXD and Middle a look that frightened them both. Do you have anything you wish to speak to me about? I'm all ears, Rainier said. Both KyleAkersXD and Middle remained silent, not wanting to anger her. She smiled at them. Good. I think I'll have some of our sacred gear users go look for that disobedient nun while the rest can clean up this place. Even take out the trash while they're at it. She referred to Donasik's corpse. As Rainier left them, KyleAkersXD and Middle could only stare at the lifeless body of what was once their friend and closest comrade, killed for speaking up about Rainier's mistake. Asia, where are you? KyleAkersXD whispered. It was a peaceful night in the house of Goetia. While Stolas and Stella were sleeping, they heard their daughter panicking in the other room. Stolas slowly woke up, hearing his child calling out to him and Stella. Via's calling us, Stella, he said, turning to his wife, who had most of the blanket. Get up, Stella replied sleepily, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Sighing, Stolas got out of bed and entered Octavia's room, where she was hiding beneath her blankets. Via? What troubles you, my owlet? He asked gently. Daddy! Daddy! Octavia sobbed as she climbed down from her bed and ran into her father's arms. Stolas hoisted her up to comfort her. I had a dream. A really bad dream, she cried. A nightmare, Stolas corrected, wiping away her tears. I was looking all over the palace and I couldn't find you anywhere. You weren't there. Octavia continued to sob. There, Via, it's okay. You're okay, Stolas said, rubbing her back comfortingly as he walked her back to bed. When you're scared and you don't know where I am, you must remember. He summoned his grimoire to him telekinetically and flipped it open. No matter what happens to me, I will never be far away from my special little starfire. As he opened a portal above them, Octavia looked up in awe at the beauty of space. It always seems more quiet in the dark, he sang softly. They floated up through the portal and into the cosmos, landing on a barren moon. I used to think that I was bold, he continued, leaving footprints in the dust as he walked across the moon. I used to think love would be fun. Now all my stories have been told. Except for one. Looking down at Octavia, he saw her large, curious eyes. Her gaze shifted to a pink glow beside them. As the stars start to align, I hope you take it as a sign that you'll be okay, he sang as a meteor began its descent toward a giant, pink star. Everything will be okay, he reassured her. The meteor made contact with the pink star, sinking beneath its molten surface. Although the day could be my last. You will be okay, he continued as multiple planetary bodies began gravitating toward the star, including the moon they were on, which eventually shattered into pieces. Octavia yawned and fell asleep contentedly against her father's chest. When I'm gone, you'll be okay, he sang softly. As distant planetary bodies flew through the cosmos, Pulled in by the star's incredible gravitational pull, they disintegrated upon impact, causing the star to explode in a powerful supernova just as the portal closed behind Stolas. He sang louder, "And when creation goes to die, you can find me in the sky. Upon the last day. And you will be okay." His lullaby finished, Stolas left as his young daughter settled into a peaceful sleep. Years later, a teenage Octavia was jolted awake by the sound of smashing objects and her parents screaming at each other. "I can't believe you slept with an imp in our bed," Stella shouted. Annoyed at being disturbed, Octavia groaned. "It was unexpected. I didn't have time to go to a motel." Stolas defended himself. "A motel? Like a commoner?" Stella retorted. Putting in her earbuds, Octavia played a song to tune out the screaming as she walked down the halls of the Goetia estate, stepping over the smashed remains of a plant thrown in her path. In the kitchen, Stella continued her tirade. "You want to mess with this one, too?" she yelled, grabbing an imp servant and tossing him in Stola's direction. "No, of course not," Stolas exclaimed. "You are an embarrassment. I'm not spending another moment looking at your pathetic face." Stella stormed out of the room, shouting angrily and smashing more potted plants. Stolas sighed in exhausted exasperation before noticing his daughter had entered the kitchen. "Good morning, Octavia. Did you sleep well, my owlet?" he asked cheerfully. "Was that a serious question?" she replied dryly. Stolas opened the refrigerator to retrieve a massive chunk of zebra meat. "What's that you're listening to?" he inquired. "This song is called My World is Burning Down Around Me. It's by a band called Feudad," she answered. Stolas looked down, momentarily hurt by the name of the band. "It's a band," she clarified. "Oh, how charming," he said bemused. He fed the zebra meat to a massive potted plant in the kitchen, petting it until it fell dormant. "So, are you two done screaming for the day?" Octavia asked, sipping her coffee. Stolas hesitated as another scream echoed from Stella. "You know what I haven't done in a long time? I haven't taken you to your favorite place in all of hell. Why don't we go to Lulu Land?" he suggested. "I'm not 5 anymore," Octavia replied. "You always were so happy when I took you to Lulu Land. What do you say we go there again, just the two of us?" Stolas urged. "I'd rather not," she said. "Anything but staying in this house." "Now, I'll arrange our security," he said, picking up a phone carried on a platter by his servant. "Security for a theme park?" Octavia asked incredulously. "We are rich and we're desirable. People want our money and our presents." Stolas explained. Octavia grabbed a box of cereal from the table and began eating. "Our money, maybe," she muttered under her breath. "Speak for yourself, princess." "I'm calling the only man who can help us," Stolas declared. "What?" Octavia dropped a handful of cereal, disgusted. "Who can protect us? Being part of the Goetia family is rather valuable, you know," he clarified. Octavia groaned and pulled her hat down over her eyes. Meanwhile, in the I.M.P headquarters, Blitzo was busy doing important work in his office, involving crude representations of characters made out of office supplies that he puppeted around and spoke with. Blitzo expressed his gratitude to Stolas, calling him an awesome boss, while he felt like a worthless human for having taken Stolas's book. He thanked Stolas for giving him a new purpose in life and playfully suggested a rather inappropriate way to apologize. However, his moment was interrupted by the ringing of his phone, which he answered in a panic. "What?" he exclaimed. "Why, hello, my big Died Blitzy," Stolas said with a teasing tone. Both Blitzo and Octavia were taken aback, spitting out their coffee in surprise. Blitzo slammed his mug onto his desk. "What?" Blitzo started. Octavia continued. Blitzo shouted. "Dad!" Octavia exclaimed. "Language, everyone!" Stolas replied, then continued into the phone. "I have a special request." Blitzo sighed. "Look, I just had a chemical peel. So, you'll have to find someone else's face to plant that feathered butt." "It's for my daughter," Stolas clarified. Well, make sure she washes it," Blitzo replied. Stolas, taken aback, said, No. No. I'm taking my daughter to Lulu Land, and I was hoping you brave little imps and Issei Hayata would accompany us. Blitzo shook his head. We're assassins, not bodyguards, okay? Don't invite us to anything unless someone's gonna die. I'll pay you, Stolas offered. Pay me what? Blitzo asked. Money, Stolas replied. Done. Blitzo said, hanging up the phone and accidentally slamming it down on the desk, shattering it. After a brief annoyed glance at the mess, he pulled out a megaphone. I get in here. We're going to Lulu Land. Moxie opened the door to respond, confused. Lulu Land? Millie excitedly smashed her head through the office door's glass. Lulu Land? Lulu Land? Blitzo repeated. Luna Wolf shouted from outside the office, Shut up! Issei Hayata entered, looking puzzled. What's Lulu Land? Later that day, Issei, Blitzo, Moxie, and Millie donned their bodyguard gear, ready for anything, even carrying weapons. Blitzo prepared his van for the ride to Lulu Land. Why are we getting armed? Issei asked. I mean, I get we're Stolas' bodyguards, but isn't he like invincible against anyone trying to kill him? That may be the case, but his daughter is not, Blitzo replied. Yeah, I'm surprised he has a daughter, Issei said. Why is that surprising? Blitzo asked. Well, I didn't know he was married, Issei admitted. Didn't you see the portraits of him and his family in his throne room? Blitzo asked. I guess that makes sense, Issei replied. Just shut up and help me load our stuff into the van, Blitzo instructed. Sir, yes sir, Issei said, rolling his eyes but helping nonetheless. It's too bad we can't take our new daughter with us to Lulu Land, Millie sighed. Oh well, maybe next time we'll take her there. Millie? We already talked about this. Asia isn't our daughter, she's just living with us until further notice, Moxie reminded her. I know she isn't our daughter, Mox. She's our adoptive daughter. Given time, she'll be part of our family, and we would protect her from anyone who would try to hurt her, Millie insisted, pointing at Issei. Yeah, I see your point. However, we are leaving her for Luna to watch over, so I don't think we'll have that kind of problem, Moxie replied. If you say so, sugar, Millie said. Meanwhile, Issei recalled seeing portraits of a little owl girl with her parents at Lulu Land. I think I actually saw a picture of Stolas with a female bird version of himself and a little bird girl. Is that his wife and daughter? Pretty much, yep, Blitzo confirmed. Issei fantasized for a moment. I wouldn't mind putting my hands on those birdie features of hers. Blitzo cleared his throat, interrupting Issei's thoughts. I get you have a thing for older women, but try not to get too excited. It's just him and his daughter we're supposed to be escorting. Right. Well, I'll be happy to help out in any way I can. Not that I'm bound to Stolas for life, but because I'm great with kids, Issei said. Stolas arrived with his daughter, Octavia, who looked uninterested in the father-daughter outing. Issei looked confused. Are you like her older sister? He asked. What? Octavia replied, raising an eyebrow. Blitzo hit Issei on the back of his head. Sorry, my human says all sorts of dumb things. Stolas smiled nervously. Anywho, this is my daughter, Octavia Goetia. Say hello, my precious owlet. Whatever. Let's get this over with, Octavia said, walking into the van. She's going through a rebellious phase. You know how teens are, Stolas explained, chuckling nervously. Say, Issei, if I recall, you're a teenager yourself, right? Yes. Issei replied. So I was wondering if you could be her bodyguard at all times since my Blitzo and his co-workers will keep me protected at all costs, Stolas asked. Me? Be her bodyguard? Issei exclaimed. Is that a problem? Stolas asked. Issei pulled Blitzo aside near a dumpster. What gives? You didn't tell me she was my age. What? You were expecting a little girl? Blitzo asked. No. That's not like that at all. I'm not into little girls like that, You didn't tell me the picture I saw back in the house of Goetia was several years old. Issei argued. Well, think of it this way, You and Stolas's kid are both teens, though she looks like she won't take too kindly to you for reasons, Blitzo explained. That's just it. We are two very different people. I can't be her bodyguard. Issei protested. And why not? Blitzo challenged. Because I've met girls like her from Crow Academy. She'll just end up judging me and my life choices. Issei said, is everything all right over there? We cannot waste time, you know, Stolas called out. We'll be there in just a sec. Blitzo shouted back. He turned to Issei and grabbed his face with both hands. Listen, Issei, Stolas has kindly paid us a lot of money just so we can afford to keep this company moving forward. I thought it was because you're his boy toy? Issei replied. Focus on the job. Blitzo snapped. You will be his kid's bodyguard for the whole day once we get there, Blitzo said. Issei Haidu expressed his concerns, saying, But I don't think she and I will get along well. And I'm just scared. Blitzo reassured him, there are scarier things, aren't there, kid? You scared off a fallen angel when you unlocked your sacred gear, you took down a cannibal without any remorse, and you even shot down a psycho exorcist. Why are you worrying about this job so much? It's not like you two are going out on a date. You're just protecting the future heir to the house of Goetia. It shouldn't be more difficult for you, should it? Issei sighed, looking at Blitzo with a pouty expression. Fine. Whatever you say, Blitz. Thanks, Issei. I knew I could count on my favorite human. Blitzo said, playfully booping Issei's nose. Issei frowned. I wish you wouldn't keep calling me that. Blitzo replied, and I wished for a horse for a pet when I was a kid. Neither of us will ever get what we want. He smiled at Issei. Later, during the drive to Lululand, Issei and Octavia sat close together in a cramped space. Issei felt nervous around her, stealing glances but quickly looking away, worried about what she might think of him. What? Octavia asked, noticing his gaze. Nothing. I like your iPod. Looks amazing. Issei stammered. Octavia scoffed, kiss butt? Anyway, Issei began. My dad already told me you're my bodyguard. I knew what you were going to say, Octavia interrupted. Oh, that's, well, good. Issei replied awkwardly. An uncomfortable silence settled between them. So you're human, huh? Octavia asked. Yep, I am, Issei confirmed. I thought all humans become demons when they go to hell? How does this work? She inquired. It's complicated. So listen, I know you and I already met, but I promise I won't let your dad or my boss down, and I will protect you wherever danger lurks. I'll be your friend. What do you say? Issei offered, extending his hand for a shake. Octavia glared at him. I say, I'm not letting you near my things, perv. She put on her earbuds and listened to her music. Issei lowered his head in embarrassment. I wasn't trying to. Hey, what is that you're listening to? Forget you, Dad, Octavia muttered, turning up the volume to ignore him. Whoa! Issei exclaimed. Oh, don't worry, that's just the name of the band, Stolas said from the front seat. Oh, okay, Issei replied, relieved. Meanwhile, Luna was house-sitting for Moxie and Millie while Asia adjusted to her new life in hell. Luna opened the fridge violently and chugged down some beers, making Asia worried. Excuse me, but those aren't yours. Asia said hesitantly. Whatever, Luna replied, throwing beer bottles on the ground and grabbing leftover Chinese food, devouring it wildly. Those aren't yours either. Asia pointed out. Have you never house-sat for anyone before? I'm chilling out here, and I can have whatever I want. Besides, Moxie was getting too heavy anyway. I'm just doing him a solid, Luna said, swallowing a whole box of noodles. We learned from church that taking things that don't belong to you is wrong. And Asia started. Yeah, well, churches tell you not to kill people. Yet you and that abusive boyfriend of yours had no problems with that. Luna snapped. Asia flinched, feeling scared. That's not very nice to yell at someone who... Look, just because Blitz has me looking out for you for Moxie and Millie's sake doesn't mean I have to like you, alright? That's how life is when you're in hell or on earth. Luna walked over to the couch and sat down, Checking what to watch on Hellflix. Oh. Well, I was raised in the church my whole life. So I don't know much about what goes on in the outside world, Asia admitted. That's a shocker, Luna replied, scrolling through movies. Oh, Satan, these movies better not have some sparkly stalker vampire and some chest-showing stalker werewolf fighting over some lame human girl who clearly just wants to date both of them. Oh my! Such language! Asia exclaimed. Oh, grow up. In case you've forgotten, you're not in church anymore. You're in hell, Luna said dismissively. I know. I'm sorry, Asia said, looking sad as she walked away, feeling hungry. She turned to Luna. Luna? What now? Luna replied. I'm hungry. Then get something out of the fridge. Luna said. Asia looked to see the fridge was emptied out by Luna. Luna. There is no food left. You ate it all. Look, I eat everything whenever I get into a hangover. That's what drinking does to your mind. Luna shot back. You had alcohol. But that's a sin to be intoxicated. Asia protested. Luna got up and angrily threw the couch outside the living room. You know what? I can't take this right now. I need to blow off some steam. She pushed Asia against the wall, jumped out the window, and stormed off into the streets, yelling in frustration. Luna ran up to a succubus lady passing by with a stroller. She kicked the stroller high into the air and stormed off, leaving the demon lady in disbelief. Asia watched from the window, feeling overwhelmed. Oh, why do I always get myself mixed up with bad people? She lamented. Back with Issei and the imps accompanying Stolas and his daughter to Lulu Land, they pulled into the parking lot. Moxie exited the van and opened the side door. A very cramped Stolas excitedly extracted himself, while his daughter exited the van far less enthusiastically. Stolas donned an apple-themed hat and gestured toward the park gate. Octavia groaned and pulled her hat low over her face. Now, remember, this is work and work only. My crew and I are not here to satisfy your needs, all right? Blitzo reminded them. Hated. Do we have to? Octavia started. Okay, hold on right there, sweetie. Blitzo turned to Stolas. If you try anything inappropriate in that park, I swear. You are so cute when you are serious. Stolas interrupted. Hey, Octavia? Issei said, trying to break the tension. Are you all right? Issei asked, looking concerned. I'm literally going to be sick, Octavia Goetia replied, her expression indicating her discomfort. Hey, at least my boss and your dad aren't embarrassing themselves in public, Issei joked, earning a glare from Octavia that made him nervous. What? I was only kidding, he stammered with a nervous chuckle. Moxie, rummaging through his fanny pack, exclaimed, Oh, crumbs. I knew today would be a lot. What do you need? He pulled out several pill bottles and began listing them off. Antacids? Ibuprofen? He then showcased several hypodermic needles filled with a glowing, acid green substance. Morphine? Mox? Pretty sure she was just complaining. She isn't really sick, Issei pointed out. Oh, right. Moxie said sheepishly, tossing the needles into a nearby baby carriage, where a baby imp reached out to play with the dangerous new toys. But she said it was literal, Moxie insisted. That's what they always say, Issei replied. Well, I was trying to be prepared just in case. Moxie defended himself. Millie chimed in excitedly, Wow. I haven't been to this place since I was a kid. Just then, a large letter fell off the sign of a nearby ride, crushing a teenaged imp underneath it. It hasn't changed a bit, Millie continued, unfazed. You mean it's always been a lawsuit waiting to happen? Issei quipped. Oh. It's Big Woobly. Millie exclaimed, pointing at a hideously malformed animatronic dinosaur that let out a terrifying, demonic shriek. So this is what looking at a nightmare feels like. I don't like it. Not at all, Issei said, visibly unsettled. That is deeply upsetting, Moxie added. Oh, come on. It's fun. You've never been here? Millie asked, her enthusiasm infectious. No. Theme parks always disturb me. Especially the mascots, Moxie admitted, just as the park's mascot, Lulu, appeared behind him and Issei. Well, Hey there. Lulu greeted them. Both Moxie and Issei jumped back in terror. Aya! Moxie screamed. Jesus! Where did you come from? Issei shouted. I'm Lulu. Welcome to Lulu Land. If you get hurt here, just try and sue us. Lulu announced cheerfully. Stolas, overhearing, gasped. Look, Via. It's Lulu. I have a question, Octavia said, raising her hand. Well, ask away, little girlie. Ahyuk, ahyuk, ahyuk. Lulu responded. Is it true this park is just a really shameless spin-off of Lucifer's far more popular Lulu Land? Octavia inquired. Hold up. This place is a cheap knockoff. Issei asked, surprised. No. Of course not, little boy. In fact, it's not even a rip-off of Lulu Land or Disneyland, Lulu insisted. I never said it was a rip-off of Disneyland, Issei replied. Lulu stammered. It just proves my point. This place reeks of insecure corporate shame, Octavia concluded. Stolas chuckled slightly in embarrassment as he led Octavia away. Why don't we go check out the rides? He suggested. That chick's creepy, huh? Lulu remarked. Yeah. And not very social either, Issei agreed. Wait until her dad tries to meddle in your affairs, Blitzo chimed in. Gross. Issei said, disgusted. What's that mean? Lulu asked Millie and Moxie. Don't talk to me. I know you're a pervert under there. Moxie retorted, leaving with Millie as Lulu hung his head dejectedly. Moxie and Millie walked down a pathway, and Moxie, sweating profusely, stopped to catch his breath. You really like this place, huh? He asked. I love this place. My parents would bring me and my siblings here when they could afford it. And someday I want to take Asia here so she can experience the wonderful moments I did. Millie replied enthusiastically. Moxie sighed. Well, whatever you think is best. He glanced over to see a worker wheeling a wheelbarrow piled high with money into a nearby gift shop. The two approached the window, where novelty cups and stuffed apples were for sale. The cups appeared to cost at least 29 souls each. Yeah, the prices do seem rather criminal. I mean that much for a novelty cup that you use once. Moxie remarked. Because it's Lulu Land. Millie replied, grinning. Blitzo walked up, loaded with merchandise, including a novelty cup and a hat with attached can holders and straws. Listen to your partner, Tux. How about Issei and I take the first watch while you two have a little fun, he suggested, winking. Wait, how come they get to relax at the theme park while Issei started to protest. Oh, come on, kid. He said he needed bodyguards for him and his daughter. He never specified how many he needed. Now quit complaining and let's go. Blitzo interrupted, dragging Issei along as they followed Stolas and Octavia, leaving only Moxie and Millie to enjoy the games. Ooh, we have to do my favorite ride. Millie exclaimed. Oh yeah? Which one? Moxie asked, curious. The scene cut to a lone imp riding a roller coaster named The Lawsuit, which suddenly plunged off a sheer 90-degree drop at incredible speed, while on fire, with its rider hanging on for dear life. The coaster violently plunged into a tunnel in the ground. Oh crumbs! Moxie shouted, terrified. Meanwhile, back at Moxie and Millie's house, Asia was trying to make a holy cross out of sticks she found, hoping it would protect her while staying in hell. However, once she finished, it burned to ashes in her hands, causing her to jump back in surprise. Why did it burn up like that? Asia wondered aloud. Wow, you really are a novice, aren't you? Holy relics have no place in hell, even if you're trying to make one for yourself, Luna said, watching a horror movie where a masked maniac was attacking teens. As such violence. Isn't there anything to watch that doesn't involve death? Asia asked, looking distressed. You've been working for the fallen angel's side, haven't you? Aren't you used to seeing death? Luna replied, shrugging off the question. Doesn't it bother you? Asia pressed. Luna shrugged again but then heard a knock on the door. Go get it, she instructed. Oh okay, Asia said, slowly getting up to look through the peephole. Who is it? If it's that guy, tell him you ate his food. And also tell him he needs to lose weight anyway, Luna added. I'm looking for Blitzo. Where is he? A voice called from outside. Oh dear. Asia turned to Luna. He's asking about where your father is. Tell whoever is asking that he's not here. Luna instructed. I can hear you, you know. I'm the guy who asked Blitzo to take care of Rias Gremory. It has been weeks and so far, no results on her death, the voice shouted back. I had to track down the addresses of one of his employees so I could interrogate them about what happened. To the deal. Luna Wolf was devouring some chips when she responded, Look, neither him nor his wife are here right now. It's just me. The stranger replied, his pet. Of course. Luna stopped, offended by the term. She slowly got up asking, What did you call me? Asia Argento stammered. The stranger continued, Seems like you're not the only one here. I just saw a pretty thing asking me earlier. Blonde, green eyes, and very cute. Maybe she'll answer my question? Luna snapped back. Let's get some things straight here. I am no one's pet. I'm not leaving until I find where Blitzo is so I can confront him for going back on our agreement, the stranger insisted. Luna retorted, How about you go find him yourself and get out of here? Asia pleaded, Please stop saying that word, covering her ears. Luna turned to Asia, And you are so annoying. I can say whatever I want. Stop it, please. Asia cried. The stranger declared, So you want to do this the hard way? Fine. Let's bust down the doors, boys. Luna shouted, Get down now. She grabbed Asia and backed away from the door just as it exploded. The same Yakuza who Blitzo had business with, along with his friends, had come to confront him after he failed to take care of Rias Gremory. Where do you think they are? One Yakuza asked. Abe Chojiro replied, This is a small living room. Not like they would be hiding anywhere. Search the place. Hold up, how do we know they didn't set some traps here? Another Yakuza questioned. Why would there be any traps here? Abe responded, exasperated. I've seen enough movies to know they must have put traps all over the house, the second Yakuza insisted. Abe face-bombed. Just because you've seen things in movies doesn't mean it will happen in real life. Seriously, how stupid are you two? He's right. We can't take any chances, the first Yakuza agreed. Meanwhile, back at Lululand, Moxie was vomiting into a trash can after leaving a ride. A family walked by, glaring disapprovingly at him. A massive dragon-like creature from the nearby petting zoo loomed overhead, also glaring at Moxie. In another part of the park, Stolas and Octavia walked along the path while Blitzo and Issei took up positions around them, keeping a lookout for any danger. A group of imps crept up behind the booths, armed with ropes, knives, and pitchforks. They quickly scattered when Blitzo and Issei looked in their direction. What's up with the imps attempting to kill your boyfriend? Did the House of Goetia screw them over? Issei asked, then quickly added, Actually, forget I said that. Octavia replied sarcastically, Wow, really nice choice of words. Issei felt irritated by her tone, thinking, Seriously? Does she do anything in her life that isn't being cynical about everything she doesn't like? You know, it's quite thrilling to see you on the job, Blitzy, Stolas remarked. Save it, I'm working, Blitzo shot back. You both need to get a room, Octavia and Issei said in unison, feeling awkward afterward. Blitzo protested, Hey, I am not a dicker. A woman walking by with her baby glared at Blitzo before continuing on her way. What? I just said I'm not one. Blitzo exclaimed, flipping her off. Stolas suggested, Why don't you two go play the carnival games? What? Octavia and Issei responded, confused. They separated to speak in private. What's the problem now, kid? Blitzo asked. I told you she wouldn't like me, Issei replied. Hey, don't mess this up, okay? No one said they had to like the bodyguard, Blitzo said. Do I really have to be around that human? Octavia asked. What's wrong, my starlight? Stolas inquired. What's wrong is that humans are inferior. The fact that a living human being is to be my bodyguard and play carnival games with me is just ridiculous, Octavia explained. You're overreacting, Blitzo said. Have you not seen how she acts around me? Issei countered. It's a thing called teenage moods. Luna had it once before, Blitzo replied. Seems like she still has it now, Issei remarked. Oh please, Stola's kid is going to outgrow that phase. Probably, Blitzo added. I was talking about Luna, Blitzo, Issei corrected. I understand that you and Issei do not seem to see eye to eye. But if you give him a chance, maybe he won't be so different from you after all? Stola suggested. Octavia sighed. Okay, look, clearly you just want to spend more time with your bodyguard. But if it means not spending more time with you, then fine. I'll do it. Oh, I see. Well, I suppose I'll come get you later then, Stola said, feeling a little hurt. All right, Blitzo. Even though I know this is going to end badly, Issei said. There you go. Plus, I'm only looking after Stolas, Blitzo replied. But if you need backup? Issei asked. Issei, I've been doing this far longer than you have. I can handle myself, Blitzo assured him. All right then, Issei conceded. Be sure to stay safe around him at all times, my owlet. Oh, and Issei? Stolas called. Yes, sir? Issei responded. I should let you know how much Vaya means to me, Stolas said. Oh yeah, I see that, Issei replied. Good. But if you allow my daughter to be harmed or if you make a move on her while on duty, I will see to it that you are chained to the rocks of hell itself. Stolas warned, his expression serious. Issei's face went pale with horror. Weiss, my lord. Stolas backed off, smiling. Very good. Now you two have fun. Octavia scoffed as she walked away, with Issei following her, worried about his life. Man. Issei muttered. Your dad can be scary when he wants to be. Octavia Goetia told Issei Hayaru not to speak to her during their time at the carnival. Issei reluctantly agreed, muttering to himself, Your Majesty. Octavia caught his comment, causing Issei to flinch slightly. As they wandered through the carnival, they stumbled upon a ring toss game. Issei suggested, Why don't you let your bodyguard win you a prize? Octavia replied, Oh yeah, because you're such a macho man. Issei took that as a yes and confidently laid down some dollars, declaring, I'm here to win this lovely lady a prize. An imp carny chimed in, Ah, I see, you want to win a prize for your girlfriend, huh? Issei quickly corrected him, Oh no, she's not my G-girlfriend. Octavia smirked and added, He's right, he's a convicted criminal, and I'm one of his captive victims. Issei turned to her in shock, exclaiming, Whoa! Octavia, what the hell? You can't joke about that. He then turned back to the carny, awkwardly smiling and saying, Sorry about that, she was just joking. The imp carny gave Issei an unconvinced look and instructed him, Just throw these rings in the bottles, and you win a prize. Issei picked up a ring, thinking, How hard can this be? After all, anybody can throw a dumb old ring. 3 minutes later, he was frustrated, shouting, Oh, come on. He kept missing the targets, while the imp carny grew bored but continued to collect Issei's money with each failed attempt. Damn it. This game is clearly rigged. Issei exclaimed. The imp carny shrugged. This is how carnival games work, kid. You should have seen this coming. Issei demanded, Then I want my money back. The carny replied, Sorry, no refunds allowed. Issei protested, What kind of operation are you running here? The carny smirked, This is your first time at the carnival games, isn't it? Meanwhile, Octavia was uninterested in Issei's argument with the carny, scrolling through her phone. Timps approached her looking rather cocky. The first imp said, Hot ding girl. We've never seen a demon hottie here at the greed ring before. The second imp added, I've always had a thing for goth chicks. Octavia felt uncomfortable as they tried to make a move on her. The first imp continued, So, girl? You got a boyfriend? Because if not, my friend and I could fill that position for you. Octavia shot back, Screw off. The second imp insisted, Come on. My bro is just trying to be nice. You just seem like the type to be friendless. Issei noticed Octavia being harassed and felt compelled to help. The first imp suggested, How about we ditch this place and have some fun at our crib? Issei intervened, Hey, you heard her. She said to leave her alone. The first imp turned to Issei, surprised. Whoa, hey, you're a human? Issei replied defiantly, "What about it?" The second imp exclaimed, "Wait, a human? And he's alive?" Most of them were supposed to be in hell and not here in the greed ring. Issei Hayato was confused by the situation but knew one thing for sure. If they didn't back off, he would take action. "Issei, that might not be a good idea," Octavia Goetia warned him. One of the imps, a rude character, taunted, "Yeah, you should listen to that bird." Issei's eyes narrowed. What did you call her?" "What, are you deaf after your death?" "I called her a bird." Issei's expression hardened. "Yep. That's what I thought you said." Without hesitation, he kicked the imp and followed up with a punch to the face. The other imp tried to join the fray, but Issei countered with a powerful strike that sent the imp crashing into the bottle ring stand. Unbeknownst to him, Issei had activated his sacred gear in that moment. He glanced at it, marveling at its power before it faded away. Octavia watched in awe as Issei's sacred gear struck the imp before disappearing. Issei glared at the fallen imp. "I've got plenty more fights in me if you don't back off from her." The first imp stammered. "You've made a big mistake. This isn't over." The two imps managed to flee, their tails tied together. Issei turned to Octavia. "Are you all right?" "Wow, where did you learn moves like that?" "That was incredible," she exclaimed. "Well, I guess spending week after week of training under Blitz can do that to you. I hope I didn't cause too much trouble." "Hey, kid," called the imp Carney. "Oh, right. Sorry about that. I guess I don't know my own strength. I'll just—" "You managed to beat that guy and get all the rings in the bottle at once," the Carney said. Issei checked the rings and grinned. "So I did. Wait, does that mean I win?" "It means pick your prize." "So yeah." Issei looked around at the plushies and spotted a red dragon. "How about this one?" Octavia saw it and admired the design. "Sure, why not?" The Carney handed the dragon plushie to Issei, who then gave it to Octavia. She held it close as they walked away together. "Thanks," she said. "Well, I'm glad you like it," Issei replied. "No, thanks for saving me back there against those guys," she clarified. "That you're welcome." Issei felt a blush creeping up on his cheeks. "I didn't like what they were saying to you. And I didn't like one of them calling you a bird." Octavia finished. "Yeah, I didn't like that either. But also, thanks for winning me this. It's kind of cute." Issei smiled at her but looked away, feeling shy. "You're a sacred gear user, huh? After seeing that thing appear on your arm like that, I can see why my dad decided to have you around so much," Octavia observed. "Yeah. But it always vanishes after the trouble is over." Octavia Goetia asked Issei Hayato about his sacred gear, curious if he had a twice critical. Issei, confused, responded with a question of his own, wondering if it was that obvious he was new to sacred gears. Octavia smiled at him, but then looked away, and Issei suggested they find their respective guardians. Stolas, Octavia's father, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them, calling out to his Starlight and her bodyguard. Issei quickly pointed out that they had found Stolas and Blitzo, who were standing nearby. Stolas noticed the stuffed dragon in Octavia's arms and remarked on her winning it. Octavia explained that her bodyguard had won it for her, and Issei confirmed her story, saying she had thanked him for it. Stolas then pointed excitedly at a circus tent, reminiscing about how Octavia used to cry tears of joy at the show. Issei noticed Octavia's sudden panic and called her name. She expressed her distress, recalling a memory from her childhood. In a flashback, a young Octavia was pushed against the stage by a crowd of imp children, terrified as Robo-Fizz loomed over her, causing her to break into tears. In the background, a younger Blitzo, dressed as a clown, tended to a food cart, looking displeased. The flashback ended with both Blitzo and Octavia expressing their disdain for the clown. Issei, puzzled, wondered if he was missing something. Meanwhile, Stolas had been captured by a group of imps, who had bound his arms and covered his head with a cloth sack. One imp had even stolen Stola's wallet. Stolas, unfazed, called out for Blitzo, needing his bodyguard. Issei was incredulous that Stolas, one of the most feared demon lords, could get himself kidnapped. Blitzo, determined, told Issei to keep Stola's daughter safe while he handled the situation. Just then, one imp lunged at Stolas with a pitchfork, but Blitzo quickly shot the imp, causing chaos among the others. Back at Moxie and Millie's home, Luna was hiding behind a wall, keeping Asia safe while Abe Chojiro argued with his goons. Abe expressed his annoyance, insisting they were not foolish enough to fall for traps and were only there to eliminate one of Blitzo's associates. The Yakuza members confirmed they understood, and Abe ordered them to find their targets. Asia whispered her fear and Luna, annoyed, told her to be quiet. One of the Yakuza members thought he heard something, and they speculated about their surroundings. Suddenly, Luna attacked, swiftly taking down two Yakuza demons. Asia, shocked, healed their wounds, but Luna was frustrated, insisting they deserved their fate. As the Yakuza members realized they were still alive, Luna continued her assault, determined to finish them off. Asia attempted to heal them again, but Luna pointed out that they were already dead. The tension between Luna and Asia escalated, with Luna expressing her disbelief that Asia would want to save those who had done terrible things. Before the argument could continue, Abe pointed a gun at Luna's head, claiming he knew how to use her healer for his advantage. Luna confronted him, and when he threatened her, she tackled him. In the struggle, he stabbed her, but Asia's healing powers kicked in, and Luna recovered, much to Abe's shock. Luna, now furious, pushed Abe out of the window, ensuring he wouldn't mess with her or her friends again. She turned back, ready to face whatever came next. Asia Argento felt a mix of relief and anxiety as she spoke to Luna Wolf, who had just walked away from the window. "You're not so useless after all," Luna remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Asia approached the window and saw Abe bleeding out. Unable to bear the thought of his suffering, she used her Twilight healing abilities to mend his injuries. As Abe's bones healed, he slowly got to his feet, bewildered. "How the am I alive?" he exclaimed, looking at Asia with a mix of anger and disbelief. "Oh, you made a big mistake healing me, girl. I'm coming back, and I'll have reinforcements by my side." With that, he stormed off. Luna turned to Asia, exasperated. "Did you seriously heal him just now?" "I couldn't live with myself if," Asia stammered, but Luna interrupted her with a groan of frustration. Back at Lululand, Octavia and Issei entered the big top and found their seats. Blitzo carried Stolas in, his head still covered by a blood-soaked sack. He set Stolas down and walked off to take his position. Stolas made no move to remove the sack until Octavia, annoyed, ripped it off her father's head. Hey, implings. It's me, the robotic Fitzurali," Robo-Fizz announced, glitching and sparking as he addressed the audience. "Shipped from Big Ozzy's factory to bring you a wonderful show celebrating Lululand, spelled with O's, to avoid lawsuits. Hit it." Issei looked on wide-eyed. "Wow. That is the creepiest thing I've seen right now." As the stage lights turned on, Robo-Fizz began to dance and sing. Lululand, Lululand," he sang, and the curtains opened to reveal his band, Fizzurali and Friends, composed of various decrepit animatronics, including Big Wooblai on guitar. "Everybody sing along with the Lulu Band." Robo-Fizz encouraged, pointing and gesturing at various demons in the audience. Stolas looked excited when Robo-Fizz reached him, but his enthusiasm was short-lived as Blitzo popped up, pointing his rifle at Robo-Fizz, who quickly dashed back to the stage. "Every boy, every girl, every woman, every man loves Lululand," Robo-Fizz continued, as platforms on the stage rose in time with the music. "Everything is beautiful at Lululand. Ugly children holding hands in Lululand," he sang, grabbing various imp children from the audience and wrapping them in a big hug before tossing them away. Most of the children slammed into the bleachers, while one soared behind them. "Everybody's friendly, and nobody is mean," Robo-Fizz declared, hugging Big Wooblai so hard that its neck broke a bit more than it already had. He dashed over to a two-headed, banjo-playing bear animatronic and slapped it on the back. The animatronic squirted a stream of oil at an imp in the bleachers who was trying to drown out the song with music from his phone. "No copyright infringements ever seen," Robo-Fizz shouted, dumping a gasoline canister onto a large stack of cease and desist papers. He lit a match and threw it at the stack, setting it ablaze. I have a dream, he sang with backup singers echoing him. I'm here to tell, he continued, and the backup singers repeated his words. About a magical, fantastic place called Lululand, he finished as Octavia sat in her seat, absorbing the musical with disgusted boredom. Issei, still confused, didn't quite understand the point of the musical at all. Outside, Moxie and Millie walked along a row of game booths when one of the vendors called out to them. Hello, hello. Step right up and win a thing, the I.M.P announced. Millie gasped excitedly. Oh look, Moxie. A thing. The thing was a purple stuffed penguin creature with imp horns, wearing pink overalls and labeled Thing. Oh, you like that thing? Moxie asked. Yes. I want that thing. I want to give it to our new daughter as a late welcome gift. Millie exclaimed. Moxie, feeling smug, took out some money and handed it to the carny. Okay. One game please. The carny rolled his eyes and handed Moxie a pistol with a cork projectile. Moxie didn't even line up the shot. Instead, he looked to his wife and effortlessly hit the target right in the bullseye. Unbeknownst to him, the target barely moved. He made a ricochet noise with his mouth and blew the black powder smoke clear of the gun, pleased with his marksmanship. Oh, strike one, little man, the carny said. But I hit it. Moxie protested. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. The target didn't go down, the carny replied. Frustrated, Moxie fished another bill out of his pocket and fired another cork, hitting the target dead center again. The target remained unmoved. Annoyed, Moxie slapped the pistol. What is wrong with this thing? He exclaimed. Oh man, a real shame I tell ya, the carny said, shrugging. Moxie growled in anger and slapped another bill on the counter. Another. Back at the RoboFizz show, Stolas was gleefully clapping to the music, while Octavia had thrown her head back in torment, banging her fist on the seat next to her. Issei felt concerned for Octavia. It seems like her dad is having a blast. As for Octavia, I think I'm on the same boat with her on this cringe fest I'm forced to be in. Issei thought to himself. The show ended with a small pyrotechnic display as RoboFizz cackled maniacally. The bear animatronic face planted onto the stage and fell to pieces. Stolas clapped and cheered even harder. How delightful, he exclaimed. Yeah. If you're into being traumatized by the looks of that thing singing and dancing in your nightmares, Issei replied. Behind Stolas, an imp armed with a Chris dagger rose from beneath the seats, ready to stab him. However, the top of his head was quickly blown apart by a shot from Blitzo, who had taken up a position in the gallery behind the back row of seats. Imps screamed in fear and ran away. Okay, you have got to teach me that move, Blitz. Issei said. That's my Blitzy for you. He really knows how to move with such skills, Stolas flirtatiously remarked. Octavia, furious, exclaimed, Ugh! I can't do this anymore. Issei Haida watched as Octavia furiously got off her seat. What's wrong? He asked, confused. Stolas, concerned, called out, Wait, Octavia. Octavia stormed off, with Stolas and Issei following behind. Blitzo, cycling his rifle, prepared to give chase after his charges. RoboFizz cackled, Muahaha-ho-ho. Is that Blitzo I spot over there? I bet the kids are still running away from you, huh? The poo is silent now. Blitzo shot back. Oh, just like your audience always was when you told your lazy jokes here. RoboFizz laughed. Blitzo, frustrated, removed his visors and threw them on the ground. I make more money killing people than you do being a cheap ripoff of an overrated sellout jester. RoboFizz smirked. So who was that sitting next to Stolas Goetia and his daughter? Was that a human? Is he your pet or something? None of your business, that's who he is. Blitzo retorted. RoboFizz glitched. Ew. Someone's salty. Real or not, though people love me. Does anybody love you? Blitz 0? No. But I'm really good with guns now. Dance, Buster. Blitzo slammed a new magazine into his rifle, switched it to full auto, and opened fire on RoboFizz. RoboFizz cartwheeled out of the way of the incoming rounds and rapidly spun like a wheel, rolling up the stairs to where Blitzo was. He coiled around Blitzo like a snake and used his momentum to launch Blitzo through the top of the tent. "Oh no!" Blitzo exclaimed as he flew through the air. Outside, Wally Wackford rolled a cart of lit torches into the tent. "Torches, I say! Get your inconvenient torches here!" Blitzo landed on the cart, scattering the torches everywhere, which ignited the big top in flames. "Oh, I say, OWBWW!" Wally cried. The green fire rapidly spread to all corners of the park. Burning and melting animatronics fled the tent as Robo-Fizz cackled and spun his head with delight at the destruction. Meanwhile, Issei and Stolas searched for Octavia everywhere. "Where is she? Where could she have run? Off to?" Stolas panicked. "She couldn't have gone far. I'll go look for her." Issei insisted. "I'm the one who should look for her." Stolas argued. "But Stolas, sir, I'm her bodyguard. She is also my daughter. If something happens to her, I don't think I can." Issei noticed how much Stolas cared for her safety. "We'll split up. We might be able to find her easier that way." "All right then," Stolas agreed, and the two began to head in different directions. Elsewhere, the Carney imp at the shooting gallery held 600 souls of Moxie's money, while Moxie glared at him with seething anger. "Wow. Man, you're really starting to make this sad. You know, if you SCK, guess you won't win your Honey Here prize," the Carney imp taunted. "Let me try," Millie exclaimed, grabbing the pistol and firing a cork at a target, which missed wildly. The Carney imp grinned mischievously and pressed a foot pedal, causing a target to fall down. "Oh, look at that. Lucky shot, baby," he said with a smirk. "Are you kidding me? You charlatan!" Moxie shouted. "Hey, get lost, pipsqueak. I'm talking to the lady," the Carney imp replied, leaning toward Millie and making a stuck sound. Millie recoiled in disgust. In the background, Blitzo and Robo-Fizz continued their battle as the fires spread. Blitzo was thrown into the air by Robo-Fizz and crashed through the roof of the shooting gallery, landing on the Carney imp. "Oh. Ugh," the Carney imp groaned. "Sir?" Moxie exclaimed, surprised. "Oh, hey guys. You should probably go make sure Stolas is okay and have Issei's back. I've got some unfinished business to take care of," Blitzo said, drawing his flintlock pistol. He fired at the now-burning Robo-Fizz. The impact spun Robo-Fizz's head around, but when he spun it back, he was unharmed, having caught the bullet in his teeth. He then spat it out. "Oh, what a mouth," Blitzo remarked, grimacing at his own words. Robo-Fizz coiled himself up again, charging straight at Blitzo. Blitzo leaped out of the way as Robo-Fizz hit the booth, causing a large explosion. Shrapnel and burning prizes shot in all directions, and the camera followed the severed heads of 3 prizes Moxie attempted to win. One of the stuffed animals struck a young imp boy in the head, knocking him unconscious just as a photographer captured a picture of the imp family. "Goddamn it, Nathan. You ruined another photo. Why were you even born?" the imp father shouted. Back with Issei, he looked around to find where Octavia had run off to. "Octavia? Where are you?" "Octavia?" he called out, stepping on something that looked like a red dragon plushie. He picked it up and then saw her running into a funhouse. "A funhouse? Of course." Issei entered the surreal room filled with eyes, tubes, spikes, mirrors, and disembodied hands. He ventured further in, searching for Octavia. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him as a random imp jumped onto his back. "Seriously?" Issei exclaimed, throwing the imp against the wall and shooting at it. "DMN. Who else wants to take me on?" Another imp attempted to attack him from behind but was shot in the head and fell to the ground. Moxie and Millie appeared in the entryway, Millie having just shot the imp. "Hey Issei," Millie greeted. "Oh hey guys. Thanks for the backup." "Where's Blitzo?" Issei asked. "He's busy," Millie replied. "Being a fool," Moxie added. "What kind of fool? Like, I'm trying to get into my boss pants fool, or I clearly have so many issues right now fool?" Issei inquired. "More like the I'm a psycho who caught everything on fire fool," Moxie clarified. "I got ya. I just saw Stola's daughter run over this path, So you guys handle things here. I've got this one. Issei ran down the path of the funhouse, calling out, Octavia? Just leave me alone. Octavia shouted back. That's kind of hard to do when you start acting like this. Issei replied, walking closer to her, unaware that Stolas had found the funhouse and was following him. Issei dodged a few swinging pendulums and headed down a tunnel into an adjoining room. There, he finally found Octavia, who was sitting in apple-themed rail cars, crying. He slowly walked over to her and sat next to her. You're not having fun, are you? He asked gently. I didn't even want to come here, she replied, tears streaming down her face. Yeah. I didn't want to come either. My boss made me do it just so he could get paid. But your dad thought you would enjoy it. Issei offered, trying to lighten the mood. When I was a kid and my parents didn't hate each other. And my dad didn't flirt with some weird guy the entire time, Octavia sniffled. I'm sorry to hear that, Octavia. Do you want to talk about it? Issei asked, his voice softening. I just want to go home. But home doesn't even feel like home anymore. He ruined it, she said, her voice filled with sadness. Look, your dad might be making mistakes, but he's your dad, Issei said, trying to reassure her. Wow. You really do suck at trying to convince me, she replied, wiping her tears. I don't really know your dad that well, but he went to all this trouble to try to spend more time with you. Maybe it's his way of saying he's sorry? I think you're lucky to have him wanting to spend time with you, Issei suggested. What do you even know about parental love? Octavia challenged. Issei thought back to how the fallen angels had erased his parents' memories of him, and a somber expression crossed his face. Because I lost my parents. Due to a recent event. I lost everything. My home. My friends. My family. Octavia looked at him with concern. I'm sorry. Here, he said, handing her back her red dragon plush. You dropped this while you were running away. She took it and smiled a little, though sadness still lingered in her eyes. As they got off the apple-themed ride, they were both surprised to see Stolas standing there. Stolas, sir, Issei started. I saw some explosions happening over here and followed them into the funhouse to find you here. And with my daughter too, Stolas explained. Why? Sure have. Issei replied nervously. Leave us. You've done your job very well looking after her, Stolas instructed. Issei nodded and left Stolas alone with his daughter. How long have you been standing there? Octavia asked. Long enough, I suppose. I take it you are not having fun, Stolas said, concern evident in his voice. No. I wasn't, she admitted. I'm sorry, sweetie. I thought you loved it here, Stolas said, regret in his tone. Oh, I didn't. Octavia replied, her disappointment clear. I'm sorry, Vaya. I'm sorry for everything happening right now. I know it's a lot. I should have listened. You need to understand. Your mother and I felt. She's always been. I haven't been. I'm sorry, I don't have the words, Stolas struggled to express. Are you going to run off with him? And leave me behind? Go away where I can't find you? Octavia asked, her voice trembling. What? Oh, never. I'd never do that. Never. I think it's time to leave this place. You were right. You are too old for it anyway, Stolas assured her. He carried Octavia out of the funhouse, just as an imp grinned maniacally from above, looking down on Stolas. The imp dropped down and flicked open a switchblade. Stolas immediately turned around, his eyes glowing brightly. The imp was turned to stone and knocked over by a pendulum. Outside, the park had descended into chaos as dusk fell. Millie attempted to shoot at Robo-Fizz, who rolled around wildly. The robot was caught by the draconic creature from before and swallowed whole, as Moxie rode on its back. Stolas and Octavia left the park gates, where Issei was waiting, witnessing the chaos unfold. We really can't go through one day without starting trouble, Issei remarked. So, what would you like to do now? Stolas asked. Oh, can we go to Stylish Occult? They sell weird taxidermy there, Octavia suggested eagerly. Okay, reluctantly, Stolas replied. Thanks, Dad. You're okay sometimes, she said with a chuckle. Thank you, Vaya. Thank you, Stolas said, then turned to Issei. And thank you for being her bodyguard for the day. You're welcome, Issei replied. How would you like to be her bodyguard for life? Stolas asked. Bodyguard for life? Something tells me I won't exactly have a say in the matter, Issei responded. Highly doubtful, Stolas said with a smile and a chuckle. As Issei noticed Octavia smiling at him, he blushed slightly. Sure thing. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the park, sending the employees of I.M.P hurtling through the air, smoking and screaming. All three landed in front of Issei, Stolas, and Octavia. Way to ruin another good thing, sir, Moxie exclaimed. Worth it. That troublesome toy clown had it coming. Blitzo shouted. Hopefully Millie and I can just go and relax at home. At least it can't get any worse there. Moxie said, but then he and Blitzo fell unconscious. A stray animal grabbed Millie by the hair and dragged her away. Back at what remained of Moxie and Millie's home, now in ruins because of what happened, Asia and Luna sat on the couch. Luna? What are we going to tell them about the fridge you raided? Asia asked. We'll tell them that troublesome guy did it, Luna replied with a smirk. Issei, Luna, Moxie, and Millie were all in a grumpy mood as Blitzo looked at each of them, noticing Issei and Luna glaring at Moxie and Millie. Blitzo asked, So, I'm sensing some tension between both sides. Can someone tell me what the issues are so we can get back to work? Moxie replied, Well, sir, I believe it has a lot to do with the fact that Luna allowed a group of Yakuza to destroy me and Millie's apartment. Luna shot back, It's not my fault. They came by and started wrecking the place. Moxie continued, And I suppose it was the same Yakuza who also raided our fridge? I think the claw marks would beg to differ. Issei interjected, Hey, at least she protected Asia while we were away, so cut her some slack. Millie added, And she treated our new addition to the family very badly. She was very neglectful. Luna shrugged, I don't look out for anyone but myself. Issei pointed out, I think the important thing is that the nun was safe and protected. Moxie argued, that still doesn't excuse the fact, Issei. She could have gotten Asia hurt or worse. Luna snapped, Oh, sit on a stick, Moxie. Moxie retorted, You sit. Sit on. And do your job. Blitzo intervened, Hey now. We don't blame our screw-ups on Luna, okay? He hugged and nuzzled Luna, who snarled at him in response. She didn't do anything wrong. Moxie exclaimed, Are you kidding me, sir? She's awful. And Issei, you shouldn't be encouraging her either. Issei defended himself, I'm not encouraging anybody. Plus, she is a part of this group. I mean, yeah, sure. She hasn't helped us during missions, but she must have helped out, right? Moxie deadpanned at Issei's question, recalling a flashback. Luna was watching Demon Slayers on the Human World's Crunchyroll streaming service when Moxie approached her with a flyer for Chub Be Gone. Moxie asked, excuse me. Did you just fax me an ad for weight loss? Luna replied, No. Moxie questioned, Why would anyone send me this? Luna looked up at him and said, Come on. You know why. The flashback ended with Moxie feeling annoyed. Moxie muttered, What? Bit. Blitzo continued, Now look, I know we always have some issues and most of us tend to argue about pointless things daily. But what's important is that at the end of the day, we're a family. And family always has to stick together no matter what. Moxie protested, We aren't a family, sir. You are the boss. We are the employees. You treat her like she's some troubled teenager. She's more like someone you let man the phones. Issei added, Well, I was more like forced into it against my will, but yes, those parts are pretty much true. Moxie pointed out, That's literally what enlisted means, Issei. What did they even teach you at that academy? Issei replied, Qua academy, and I barely learned anything. Moxie teased, I bet you've been focusing too much on girls instead of doing your schoolwork. Issei stammered. Blitzo interrupted, All right, enough. He sighed and looked at his employees. You know what this group needs? Issei suggested, A chill pill? Luna added, A life? Blitzo declared, We need to get these toxic behaviors out of our system. At least just for today. Issei asked, and how do we do that? Blitzo announced, with the most trust-building exercise known in the 9 circles of hell. Company picnic. He struck a pose, leaving his employees deadpan. Luna said, nope, I'm out. She walked away, not wanting to be a part of this. Issei mused, company picnic, huh? I guess this is a good enough time to get away from the bloodshed and violence, even if it is just for a day. Blitzo patted Issei on the back saying, there you go. That's the team spirit. Moxie warned, something tells me it's going to end in disaster real quick. Issei encouraged, oh come on Mox, have a bit more faith in Blitzo. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Moxie replied, that's what I'm afraid of. Later, after work, Issei entered the elevator with Luna coming in last. As the door closed, the elevator went down. Luna asked, so, you're going to this dumb thing? Issei responded, dumb thing? Luna clarified, you know, that pointless picnic. Issei countered, I don't think picnics are pointless or crappy for that matter. Luna remarked, wow, has your time in hell not even taught you anything? Issei inquired, what's that supposed to mean? Luna explained, it means you're nothing but a yes man to Blitzo. If he ever tells you to jump, you always ask how high. Issei defended, hey, I'm my own person. And Blitzo is my boss, so I have to do what he tells me. Is that why you didn't want to come to the company picnic? Luna replied, like I said, it's pointless. Issei insisted, well, I think it's a good idea for Blitzo to do this for us. Luna scoffed, sure you would. Issei asked, hey Luna, you've lived with Blitzo far longer than I have, right? Luna responded, and your point being? Issei continued, my point is that you don't seem to be on board with anything Blitzo does for us? Luna replied, and you are? Just because he took me in after I left the Hellhound Pound doesn't mean I owe him anything. Issei sighed, you really don't care about anyone, do you? You just roll in your own life. Luna shot back, you know it. Issei looked down, living in hell hasn't really been going well for me. Sure, I managed to get along with most of the imps of Imp City, but I feel like I don't belong here. Luna asked, how'd you guess? Issei lamented, there's nothing I can do. It's because I'm a sacred gear user that I can't leave. And yet, I barely had any chance to even use this thing whenever it reappears. If I was going to be stuck in hell for life, then I could at least hang out with another human like me who can understand what I'm going through. Luna questioned, what, like Dante? Issei responded, confused, who? Luna clarified, Dante? Issei asked, from Dante's Inferno? Luna corrected, from the Divine Comedy. Issei Hayadu had never been to church in his entire life, a fact that seemed to amuse Luna. She sighed at his ignorance as she led him outside, pointing toward the rocky hills in the distance. You see those rocky mountains? That's where Dante resides, she explained. You're kidding? So, I'm not the first living human to be stuck in hell after all? Issei replied, surprised. The apple really does fall from the tree, doesn't it? Yes, Dante was the first living human to get himself stuck in hell, Luna confirmed. Was he a sacred gear user like me? Issei asked, curious. See for yourself, Luna said, her tone implying that he would have to find out on his own. Yeah, well, the problem is we have the company picnic tomorrow, Issei reminded her. True. You probably won't have time to ask Dante, she replied, walking away toward home. Issei pondered how he would meet Dante. The next day, Blitzo and the group prepared food for the picnic. All right, is the food all set up? Blitzo asked. They are, sir, Moxie confirmed. I can't believe I'm joining this. Picnic? What is that? Asia Argento asked, looking confused. You don't know what a picnic is, darling? You're missing out. This is the first time we're having a family picnic together, Millie said, giving Asia a hug. Why is family? Asia responded, still unsure. Great. With everything settled, where are we going? Blitzo asked, looking around. Issei, Asia, Moxie, and Millie exchanged confused glances. Is he serious right now? He doesn't know where we're going to set it all up? Issei whispered to Moxie. That's Blitzo for you, Moxie replied. The most important thing about company picnics is where we're going to have them. Blitzo insisted. Why don't you pick where we're eating? You're our boss after all, Issei suggested. Oh please, like I have time to think about where we're having lunch, Blitzo retorted. Issei sighed, feeling annoyed. What's the point of having a company picnic if you can't decide where we're going? Well, kid, if you're such an expert on company picnics, then why don't you pick where we have it? Blitzo challenged. Okay, fine. I guess we can have it, Issei began, suddenly struck by an idea about how he could meet Dante. He pointed up the mountain. Why not there? Blitzo looked up at the mountain peaks. Yeah, okay, sounds good to me. What? Pillar's Peak? Moxie exclaimed. That's what it's called? Very interesting name, Issei said, intrigued. Issei? Why would you pick a place like that for a company picnic? It's a horrifying place and means certain death to those who dare set foot there. Moxie warned. Oh come on. I know I've been in hell for a while, but even I know stories like that are just, well, stories. Blitzo, think about it. Pillar's Peak could give your workers some motivation. What do you think? Issei argued. It looks very scary, Asia admitted. On that, we can both agree, Moxie added. I would say Moxie has a point about Pillar's Peak. But I don't respect Moxie at all, so we're going to Pillar's Peak. Great idea, Issei, Blitzo declared, patting Issei on the back while Moxie looked deadpan. We are going to die. Moxie muttered. Later that day, as they drove the van to Pillar's Peak, Blitzo stopped the van and got out with his employees and Asia to unload the food. Can you believe my Luna didn't want to have a company picnic with us? This place looks amazing, Blitzo remarked. Issei noticed a hell bird getting zapped by red lightning, falling dead to the ground, which disturbed him. Yeah. Can't imagine why. Issei said, trying to shake off the unsettling sight. As Blitzo laid down the blanket, Issei spotted the hilltop Luna had pointed out to him the day before. He turned back to Blitzo. What's up? Blitzo asked. Oh, nothing. You, Moxie, and Millie go set up everything. I need to. Take a break, Issei said, trying to find an excuse. Take a break where? Blitzo questioned. Over there. Issei pointed to a very old and crooked tree that looked far enough away. I don't. Oh wait, never mind, I do see it, Blitzo said, finally understanding. Yep, I see it too. Guess I have a date with that tree, Issei joked. Fine, but you better make it quick or I'm coming for you. Blitzo warned. I get it, Issei replied, walking away slowly. As Issei walked off, he noticed Blitzo watching him closely. Trying to shake off the feeling of being observed, he shifted from a slow walk to a run, heading toward the top of Pillar's Peak instead of the tree. He found a way up, running up the stairs of the mountain, sweating and exhausted. God, how long are these stairs? I can't give up now. I need to meet this Dante dude in person, and I will see him. Even if it kills me. Issei thought, pushing himself onward. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the cavern of the mountain, sighing in relief. This must be where he lives. Issei said to himself as he walked closer, noticing some letters that read, Rent Enclosed. He ventured deeper into the cave, pulling out a flashlight and his shotgun just in case. Dante is the very first living human in hell before me. I hope he's not like every JRK I've met, Issei muttered. Who said that? A voice echoed back. Issei turned, pointing the light at a cloaked figure trying to hide. The figure hissed, but Issei raised his hands in a calming gesture. Whoa, easy. I'm not here to start any fights, he said. Then why are you here? It's not for my sacred gear, is it? The cloaked figure asked, suspicion evident in their tone. More sacred gear users, Issei thought, feeling a mix of curiosity and apprehension. What do you mean more sacred gear users? Issei Hayadu asked, his curiosity piqued. Hey, my name is Issei Hayadu, and I'm looking for Dante, he continued. Who wants to know? A mysterious figure replied. I do. I heard he was the first living human being to be sent to hell. If it's true, then he's not alone anymore, Issei explained. The figure uncloaked himself, revealing Dante Alighieri, who stood up. "You're Dante," Issei said, recognizing him. "Indeed I am, young man." "Dante Alighieri, at your service," Dante replied. "Oh man, this is so perfect. I thought I was the only human living in hell," Issei exclaimed, his heart filled with joy, which mirrored Dante's own. "As did I. God seems to have brought us together. It is a sign. It must be so," Dante declared. "Sure, I guess. I'm just glad to finally meet another human like me here," Issei said. "So am I. This is indeed a celebration," Dante exclaimed as he hugged Issei tightly. "Hey man. Personal space." Issei protested. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Was I hugging you too much?" Dante asked, releasing him. "No, I just don't like getting hugged by guys, is all," Issei clarified. Dante was confused by this but shrugged it off. "You are quite a peculiar one. I will give you that." Meanwhile, outside, Moxie, Millie, Asia, and Blitzo were sitting together with food scattered everywhere. "So, now what?" Blitzo asked. "Seriously, sir?" Moxie replied, looking incredulous. "What? I thought company picnics were supposed to be fun here, but it's not," Blitzo said. "I still don't know what a company picnic is," Asia admitted. "Oh, nothing to worry about, sugar. Here, try one of my hellberry pies. You liked it the other night," Millie offered. "Oh, thank you, Mother," Asia said, her eyes lighting up. Millie smiled wide with joy as she hugged both Asia and Moxie. "Oh, did you hear that, Mox? We're her parents now." Moxie struggled to breathe. "Good to know, dear. Well, you two have taken me into your home with loving arms, which I haven't experienced in a long time. So I wish to show my respects to my foster parents," Asia explained. Sugar. We're your parents. Don't ever doubt that," Millie said, smiling at her. Asia felt loved after hearing that, something she hadn't experienced for a long time. "Hey, where is Issei? Shouldn't he be here by now?" Asia asked. "Sir? Have you seen where Issei went?" Moxie inquired. "He told me he was going to take a break by that tree far away over there," Blitzo pointed out, indicating a crooked tree. "Which tree exactly?" "Oh wait, yeah, I see it," Moxie said. "Very easy to spot," Blitzo added. "Well, I hate to break this to you, sir, but I don't see Issei there at all," Moxie said. "What are you talking about, Mox?" "He told me he would be." Blitzo checked with binoculars and saw that Issei wasn't there, causing him to erupt in anger. "He was planning on escaping. I knew it. Contract or no contract, I'm going to make him suffer for lying to me." Blitzo stormed off in anger, leaving Moxie, Millie, and Asia alone. "I'm so scared right now," Asia admitted. "It's all right, sugar. Uncle Blitz is just going to deal with Issei Hayadu for betraying us. It'll all be over soon," Millie reassured her, hugging her close. Moxie added, somehow hearing that isn't exactly comforting either, even for him. Meanwhile, Blitzo was searching everywhere for Issei, pulling out his guns. "Human footprints," he noted with a smirk. "Not a smart move, kid." Back with Issei and Issei asked, "No way. So you have no idea how long you've been in hell for?" "It's been far too long since I've been on Earth. The effects of being in hell have left me ageless. What's it like in the human world these days?" Dante replied. "Where do I begin? Let's see. Well, there's no more kings ruling the entire planet. We now have presidents and democracy to handle the world's problems. We have celebrities who are big-shot movie stars," Issei explained, pausing before continuing. "Moving on, there have been a lot of serious events in history I won't get into, but we do have some fast food restaurants you can sink your teeth into." "Oh my. Can you go back to that thing you mentioned? What is a movie star?" Dante asked, intrigued. "You know, maybe it would be best if I show you what the world is like today," Issei suggested. "That sounds wonderful. Except, I'm stuck here for eternity. Looks like you and I are trapped in this eternal suffering we are doomed to be in," Dante said. "Oh, I wouldn't say that," Issei replied. "You mean you know a way out of here?" Dante asked, hope rising in his voice. "Have you ever heard of a book called the Grimoire?" Issei inquired. I cannot say I have. I haven't left my cave in eons to know what kind of books have been out, Dante admitted. It allows the user to transport from hell to earth. Simple as that, Issei explained. I see. A book that allows you access to the human world whenever you wish. Dante asked, intrigued. I'm not sure if it only allows you to do that. I haven't really understood how the grimoire works, but yeah, it can. I'll show you. Issei said enthusiastically. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much this truly means to me, Dante expressed gratefully. As Issei walked out of the cave, he noticed Blitzo getting closer. Oh no. What is he doing? Issei thought, panicking. Hey Mr. Argus, do you know about a shortcut around Pillar's Peak? Why yes I do. We'll just take the path to the right, Dante replied. Issei noticed a different path. Oh okay. He followed Dante down the right side of the path, unaware that Blitzo was checking the cave entrance. When Blitzo walked in and found no one around, he called out, Hello. Issei? Is this where you thought I wouldn't find you? Then you've got another thing coming. He then noticed a room in the cave that belonged to Dante. Blitzo felt an uneasy sensation wash over him as he surveyed the entire place, his gaze landing on a table cluttered with journals. He picked one up that was labeled, Property of Dante Alighieri. Wow, someone hasn't left this place in a while, he remarked, flipping through the pages. Dante Alighieri? Why does that name sound familiar? I mean, it's not like it's the same Dante Alighieri who once tried to usurp all of hell. He read further and dropped the journal in shock. Yep, it's definitely him all right. In a rush, he exited the cave, searching frantically for any sign of where Dante had taken Issei. He spotted human footprints and took off, hoping to prevent Dante from using Issei for something terrible. God say, you can't go through at least 5 hours without causing trouble, can you? You have no idea what Dante is capable of. Meanwhile, Issei had taken Dante to I.M.P City to show him the I.M.P building. Say, I haven't been around these parts in ages. What do they call these things? Dante inquired, looking around. Buildings. Haven't you ever seen them before back in the human world? Issei replied. I haven't been out of my cave for a long time. Hell has indeed changed its appearance a lot. I wonder if Earth's structures are the same as well, Dante mused, jotting down notes in his journal. You sure do like to write, don't you? Issei commented. It is my absolute passion, Dante exclaimed. They entered the building, and Issei led Dante to an elevator. Once inside, he pressed a button, and the elevator began to ascend. And you even have moving boxes? Is it powered by dark magic? Dante asked, intrigued. Nope. Just electricity, Issei answered. And you even use lightning to fuel your moving boxes? It must be dark magic. Dante exclaimed, hearing the elevator music. And what is making those lovely sounds? They're called elevator music. Trust me, you'll love it along the way, Issei assured him. Dante smiled. Indeed, I already do, and continued writing in his journal. Issei pondered his situation. Helping this old man return to the world of the living didn't feel quite right, but he recalled how he ended up in this predicament. He thought about how he would want someone to help him if he were in Dante's position. I don't care if I get into trouble with Blitzo again or if he might retaliate. I'm doing something right for someone. This is about an innocent man who was stuck in hell against his will, just like me. He deserves to be back on Earth. They finally reached Blitzo's office, and Issei opened the door, scanning the room until he spotted the grimoire on the table. Bingo, he exclaimed, but then noticed a photo that left him stunned. Back with Blitzo, he crashed the van into a wall and quickly exited to stop Issei from helping Dante. Moxie, Millie, and Asia emerged from the van, with Moxie chasing after Blitzo. Sir, what's going on here? Moxie shouted. No time. I have to stop Issei from being an idiot. Blitzo replied. You haven't even explained what the problem is. Moxie protested as Blitzo entered the elevator, which closed before Moxie could follow. Millie and Asia rushed to Moxie. What is happening between the boss and Issei? I thought we were supposed to have a company picnic? Millie asked. That's what I thought too, But if Issei did something to upset Blitzo, then his fate is sealed, Moxie replied. Meanwhile, Issei stepped out of Blitzo's office and saw Dante writing in his journal again. Hey dude, I got the grimoire. Honestly, Blitzo should really keep this thing hidden better. He glanced at what Dante was writing. You really are into writing in that little book, aren't you? He read aloud. I finally came in contact with the grimoire again? The only thing I regret now is betraying my new companion. Issei paused, looking at Dante with surprise. Done it? I thought you said you never heard about the grimoire? And what's this about betraying a new companion? Dante looked up, noticing the grimoire in Issei's hands. How else did you think I got here in the first place? Issei was confused. I don't understand. You see, I wasn't always a cave hermit living alone in the Pride Ring. Back on Earth, I was a renowned poet, writer, and philosopher. I was quite famous for my divine comedy until the government discovered my corruption of scamming the poor out of their money. I was sentenced to exile for it. Then I encountered a member of the Goetia family who had a book with unlimited powers that could help me regain my influence. When I tried to use its unholy powers to rule over hell, the old Goetia ruler became enraged and left me to die in the Pride Ring. That's how I became the only living human in hell until you came along and helped me regain the book. Oh no! Issei gasped. Now give me the book! Dante demanded, pulling out a dagger and attempting to seize the grimoire from Issei by force. Issei quickly drew his knife to block the attack. I don't think so. Just so you know, I'm a sacred gear user. Issei declared. Is that so? What a coincidence! Dante replied, his dagger glowing with a red aura. So am I. He pushed Issei against the wall, leaving him shocked and surprised to learn that Dante was also a sacred gear user. What in the world? Issei muttered. My sacred gear is known as the Hellfire Dagger. It has allowed me to survive both on Earth and in the depths of hell. Dante explained, flames erupting around his dagger. He smirked as he grabbed the grimoire from Issei. And now this is where we end our partnership, though it had been a short one. Issei felt grateful for how Blitzo had helped him retrieve the grimoire. However, he was now faced with a dire situation. Dante Alighieri stood before him, menacingly declaring that he would grant Issei a quick and painless death. Issei gritted his teeth as Dante unleashed a fiery blast toward the wall, but he managed to dodge just in time. Dante looked around, realizing Issei had vanished. What? Dante exclaimed. You forgot I was trained to avoid attacks like that. Issei retorted, pulling out his shotgun and firing at Dante. But Dante's sacred gear protected him from the shots, and he retaliated with slashes of hellfire, shattering the windows around them. Below, Millie and Moxie quickly pulled Asia away from the falling glass. What in Satan's beard? Moxie shouted in shock. Back in the fight, Dante continued his relentless assault, slashing at Issei while Issei fired back. It's useless to kill me with that magic boomstick of yours. Why don't you use your sacred gear that you proclaim you have? Dante taunted. I would, except it sometimes unleashes on its own. I can't control it. Issei replied, frustration evident in his voice. Then you are at a disadvantage, boy. If you don't unleash your power against me, you will die. Dante warned. Demenet, why doesn't this thing help me out whenever I'm in tough situations like this? Look, Don, just give back the grimoire. You don't know what you're doing. Issei pleaded. That is where you and that demon are both wrong. I know I can use it. I will use it to return to Earth and regain my rule over my old country with an iron fist. They will regret ever banishing me. Dante declared with fervor. Better yet, Blitzo interjected, shooting Dante in the arm. I'll make them wish they killed you. Dante screamed in pain, turning to see Blitzo preparing to fire again. Blitz, we have to stop Dante from, Issei began. I'll deal with your traitorous self later. Blitzo interrupted. Wait, Blitz. It's not what you think. I just wanted to meet another. Issei tried to explain. Enough. Dante growled, charging at Blitzo. Blitzo used his guns to block Dante's Hellfire Dagger attack. In the chaos, Issei noticed Dante drop the grimoire and seized the opportunity to grab it. "Why won't you burn alive?" Dante shouted in frustration. "You seriously never met an imp before? Man, you humans really are dumb." Blitzo shot back. Issei moved near the broken window, holding the book precariously. "Hey, Dante. Leave now or this gets thrown away," he warned. Dante and Blitzo both looked at Issei, who held the book dangerously close to the edge. "The grimoire!" Dante exclaimed. "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" Blitzo yelled. "You hear me, Dante. Leave now or I drop this book." Issei threatened. "You're bluffing." Dante scoffed. "Wow, kid, you must really want me to skin you alive." Blitzo added. "Don't worry, Blitz. He won't think twice if..." Issei started but then accidentally dropped the book. "Oh no!" he cried as the book fell. Dante pushed Issei off the edge and jumped after it. "The book? I will return to Earth!" Dante shouted. Blitzo leaped off the edge to save both Issei and the book. All three were now falling. Moxie, Millie, and Asia watched in shock as the scene unfolded. Issei felt a rush of fear, thinking he and Blitzo were about to meet their end at the hands of the deranged Dante. However, unbeknownst to Issei, his sacred gear had activated as he held the book. Both the sacred gear and the grimoire glowed, and a portal opened, transporting Issei, Blitzo, and Dante to Kuo Town, while the book landed safely in I.M.P City. As the portal closed, Issei and Blitzo found themselves on the ground. Dante slowly got up and ran off. Issei, feeling the soft grass beneath him, realized he was in the park of Kuo Town. He helped Blitzo to his feet. "Hey, you alright, Blitz? Where did that BS dirty Dante run off to?" Issei asked. "For all I know, kid. He probably took his opportunity and ran off somewhere no one will find him now that he's back on Earth," Blitzo replied. "Are you okay, Blitz?" Issei inquired. "Trust me. It's not my first performance fail. What about you? Did he hurt you?" Blitzo asked. "I managed to withstand his sacred gear's attacks, but I'm alright," Issei reassured him. Blitzo smiled, but then his expression turned to rage as he punched Issei in the face. "You really messed everything up," he shouted. Issei fell to the ground, clutching his face in pain. "Oh, what's your problem? I know I screwed everything up, but did you really have to punch me so hard?" he complained. "Do you have a nosebleed?" Blitzo asked. "No, but not in a pervy way. I mean, I don't have a nosebleed because of you punching me, but I do have a bruise," Issei explained. "Then you can walk it off, kid. Plus, even if you did get a nosebleed, you can still walk it off," Blitzo said dismissively. "Seriously?" Issei exclaimed. "Say, this place looks familiar," Blitzo remarked. Issei walked next to Blitzo and recognized the streets and buildings around them. "Oh man, I'm back home in Kuo Town," he said, a mix of relief and nostalgia in his voice. "Your old hometown, huh?" Blitzo replied. "It's still my hometown," Issei corrected him. "Yeah, right before you messed everything up," Blitzo added. "What's that supposed to mean?" Issei asked, confused. "Forgot about the time you took the grimoire, kid?" Blitzo reminded him. "This again? I thought we were past this," Issei sighed. "Hey, you were the one who decided to take the grimoire for a joyride in hell," Blitzo pointed out. "That's not how I remember it. If I recall correctly, you were in a rush to kill Rias Gremory and dropped the book by accident," Issei countered. "Choose your next words very carefully, Issei," Blitzo warned. "In fact, I'm in this mess because of you," Issei insisted. "Actually, you're in this mess because of the sacred gear you were born with," Blitzo retorted. "That's why Stolas took an interest in having you around and why he, graciously, gave you to me to train under my wing, which you barely ever put up the effort, by the way." Issei Hayuda protested, stating that he never asked to be a part of this and that he tried his best to get along with the current life he was in now. Blitzo retorted, saying that Issei was only trying when he wasn't distracted by his magazines. He pointed out that ever since Issei started working for him, he tended to mess things up and not take his duties as a professional seriously. Issei defended himself, reminding Blitzo that he had killed a dangerous priest and a criminal. Blitzo dismissed this, saying it was just one time and that it still didn't cut it. Issei then shot back, claiming that Blitzo wasn't perfect either. He accused Blitzo of blaming Moxie for everything that went wrong and constantly being on his case over every detail, threatening him to get the job done. Blitzo responded that he was doing a good job as Issei's boss, calling him a worthless human who couldn't even use his sacred gear properly. He added that many humans were dumber than Issei, but at least some of them made up for their shortcomings. He insulted Issei, saying he was so focused on getting a girlfriend that he couldn't see she only wanted to harm him. Issei admitted that he had been wrong about her, realizing she never loved him and that he had allowed her to use his heart. He vowed not to make that mistake again, insisting that just because he did a lot of dumb things didn't make him an idiot. Blitzo feigned sensitivity, claiming he didn't mean to call Issei an idiot, but rather, ret dead. Issei shot back, calling Blitzo a man-whore to Stolas, using him for his grimoire to get jobs done. Blitzo snapped back, reminding Issei that he almost got stabbed by a fallen angel and questioned if he had ever had section. Issei angrily told Blitzo to leave him alone. Blitzo challenged him to call him that name again, daring him to do so. Issei reluctantly repeated the name, and Blitzo welcomed him to the real world, suggesting that even though Issei hadn't paid attention in class, he still had much to learn. Blitzo took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves, and Issei followed suit, preparing for a fight. Issei declared that Blitzo had taught him all his moves and that he was going to take him down. Blitzo challenged him to throw the first punch. With determination, Issei charged at Blitzo, but Blitzo dodged the attack, countering with a punch to Issei's gut, causing him to stagger back in pain. Blitzo smirked, taunting Issei about his earlier bravado. Issei, fueled by anger, charged again, but Blitzo jumped over him and kicked him in the back, sending him to the ground. Issei struggled to get up, but Blitzo pinned him down and slammed his head against the muddy ground. Irritated, Issei pushed Blitzo away and threw punches, but Blitzo dodged effortlessly. He grabbed Issei's fists and headbutt him, moving so quickly that Issei couldn't anticipate his next strike. Issei shouted for Blitzo to stop, demanding to hit him. In a moment of desperation, Issei unleashed his sacred gear, hoping it would be enough to take Blitzo down. He declared that he would use its power to end this confrontation. Blitzo warned him not to make promises he couldn't keep. Issei insisted it wasn't a promise but a threat. As it began to rain, Issei struggled to activate the power of his sacred gear. He felt the raindrops falling around him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't summon its strength. In frustration, he cried out, wishing for help and longing for home, reminiscing about simple pleasures and the approval of his parents. Issei fell to his knees as the sacred gear faded away, tears streaming down his face. Blitzo stood before him, but it didn't matter to Issei anymore. Issei accused Blitzo of being the reason he was in this situation. Blitzo asked if Issei really hated him that much. Issei remained silent. Blitzo declared that class was dismissed. Suddenly, Rainier appeared, clapping her hands as she approached them, commenting on the dramatic performance. Blitzo turned to her, asking if she was Issei's ex-girlfriend. Issei recognized her as Yuma, but she introduced herself as Rainier. Blitzo remarked on her name, suggesting it wasn't normal enough for a fallen angel to pass off as a regular high school girl. Rainier smiled maliciously, revealing that Issei and Blitzo had caused significant trouble for her and her fallen angel race. KyleAkersXD and Mitlet emerged from behind her, joining the confrontation. KyleAkersXD demanded to know where Asia Argento was. Blitzo replied that the name didn't ring any bells. KyleAkersXD threatened them, insisting that if they had harmed her, there would be consequences. Rainier raised her hand to calm KyleAkersXD, apologizing for the situation. One of my own has developed a soft spot for one of the exiled nuns we have taken in as one of our own. Blitzo noticed the tension in the air and asked, "So I see. Hey, where's the big guy in the trench coat? He sure was fun last time we met." Rainier replied with a chuckle, "Let's just say he's no longer with us." He spoke out of turn. And well, you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. Her comment made both KyleAkersXD and Mitlet uncomfortable, reminding them of their own loss. Issei Haidu, feeling the weight of the conversation, said, "Then I guess that psycho priest was one of the eggs we cracked for you, wasn't he? Raynair's gaze sharpened as she responded, I see. So it was you who killed Friedselzen, wasn't it? Issei stood up slowly, walking over to her. Yeah. I was. You didn't care that I shot him right through his skull, did you? Raynair shrugged. What difference does it make? We have plenty of more valuable exiled priests and nuns like him with powerful sacred gears to replace him. We always do. Issei's expression hardened. Really? And here I thought you filthy crows hated sacred gear users like me and took pleasure in killing us. Why recruit some of them into your ranks? Raynair explained, because they are lost, of course. As long as they obey the will of the fallen angels, they are spared from any wrath we throw upon them. Issei's voice rose in frustration. So it's either death or slavery. There's no other choice, is there? Raynair replied coolly, that's how the supernatural world works. Even if you weak, pathetic humans must suffer because of it. Issei shouted, is this some kind of game to you? Raynair laughed. Hardly. If it were a game, I would be having fun right now. Issei retorted, so trying to kill me wasn't a game to you? Blitzo interjected, kid. But Issei cut him off. No. It's my turn to be the badass for once. Blitzo warned him, judging from your lack of training in our fight, you'll only end up being a dumbass dead on the ground. Issei shouted back, I don't care. He turned to Raynair, you used me. Tried to kill me. Raynair dismissed his anger. Don't take it so personally. In fact. She showed off her bracelet to Issei. Issei's eyes widened in surprise. It's the bracelet. I bought her that bracelet on our date. You kept it? Raynair smiled softly. I never took it off. I know I may have lied to you about my true intentions, but I wasn't lying when I said I had a great time with you. I even told you that I would cherish the bracelet you gifted me. After all, it is a symbol of our love, isn't it? Issei was at a loss for words. He took a step forward, but Blitzo blocked his path. Don't, Blitzo warned. Get out of my way. Issei demanded. If I know fallen angels, it's how they get you. Blitzo insisted. Issei hesitated, caught between his emotions and Blitzo's warning. Blitzo pressed on, you know I'm right, don't you? Before Issei could respond, Raynair groaned in annoyance. God, this is getting so boring. I'm killing you now. She drew her light spear and aimed it at Issei. Blitzo noticed the spear and pushed Issei aside just in time. The spear struck Blitzo in the leg, and he growled in pain and anger. Issei was shocked to see Blitzo hurt after saving him. Raynair glared at Blitzo. You dare get in my way? You filthy imp. You've been a thorn in my side for a while now. Not this time. Issei shouted, stop. You're hurting him. Raynair smirked. Oh, don't worry. I'll be right back for you after I deal with this imp. You're costing me a lot, you know that? She continued to kick Blitzo on the ground. I am trying my hardest to impress Azazel. He is the only fallen angel I would follow to the ends of the earth. Blitzo coughed, blood trickling from his mouth, but he managed a smug smile. All this over your senpai, huh? A fallen angel who doesn't even know you exist? You really are that desperate, aren't you? Raynair's anger flared. Shut up. After I kill you, I'm going to kill Issei Haidu and take his twice critical for myself. Then I'm going to find that pathetic nun and take her twilight healing for defying me. KyleAkersXD hesitated. Raynair, I think that's... Raynair shot her a glare, making KyleAkersXD reconsider her words. Suddenly, Issei pulled out his shotgun. Eat bullet. Raynair charged at Issei, stabbing his leg with her light spear. He screamed in pain, and both he and Blitzo found themselves at Raynair's mercy. She looked at them, contemplating her next move, and then smiled. KyleAkersXD, Mitlet, take these two back to the church. Make sure they don't bleed to death. KyleAkersXD hesitated. Wait, I thought you were going to kill. Raynair interrupted. There's been a change of plans. Besides, I want to strip the worthless humans twice critical and then use his sacred gear to kill this imp freak right here. Once I show my power to Azazel, then and only then will he see me as his equal. Mitlet spoke up cautiously, Forgive me if I'm overstepping my boundaries, but who cares if this human's sacred gear is a twice critical? We were supposed to kill him anyway, something you failed to? Mitlet quickly covered her mouth as Rainier gave her a chilling look. Rainier stepped closer to Mitlet. Are you trying to say that I screwed up the first mission? Just like Donasek was telling me? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That I didn't take my job seriously? Mitlet stammered, No, that's not what I was saying at all. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. We will send them to the church if... Rainier placed her hand on Mitlet's head, calming her. It's all right. I know you mean well. Don't worry, you can just rest while KyleAkersXD and I handle things from here. Mitlet looked confused. Really? I don't understand, don't you need my help? Before she could finish, Mitlet felt a sharp pain in her chest. She looked up at Rainier's wicked smile, fear gripping her heart. Rainier simply said, No. Rainier then pierced her light spear through Mitlet's entire body, leaving her lifeless on the ground. She turned to KyleAkersXD with a serious expression. Oh, do you feel like I didn't take my task seriously? Rainier asked. No, you never fail, KyleAkersXD replied. Rainier walked closer to KyleAkersXD and said it directly to her face, You're doing right. After you take these two to the church, have one of our priests clean up this mess. As you wish. Lady Rainier, KyleAkersXD responded, watching as Rainier walked away. She then took Issei and Blitzo to their secret base. Meanwhile, back in Hell, Asia, Moxie, and Millie were worried about Issei and Blitzo being stuck on Earth. They needed to come up with a plan while Luna was bored stiff, having to deal with all this on her day off. So Blitz and Issei are stuck on Earth. We need to find out where they are and get them back before they're spotted by anyone. Luna, can't you check where they were sent? Moxie asked. How should I know? I only know about summoning portals to the living world. I don't know anything about tracking them. Also, I wasn't even here when that crazy Dante was trying to take the grimoire book to rule the world, Luna replied. Luna, Blitz and Issei are in serious danger. We have to make sure they aren't hurt. Or worse. Asia exclaimed. Asia, everybody dies every day. That's how life cycles work. For all I know, both he and Issei could have already splat on the ground along with that lunatic, Luna said dismissively. Luna, don't say such things to Asia. You're scaring her, Millie interjected. Oh my God, I thought this was the immediate murder professionals, not preschool. We do scary stuff on a daily basis. This is what we do. Luna argued. But Luna, what if they're not dead? We still need to save them. Asia insisted. Oh yeah? And how do we do that? What if some random person spots us? We would have to eliminate them to avoid being seen by the human world. What are you going to do? Heal them, and they'll be your best friends forever. Luna challenged. Well. Asia hesitated. That's what I thought, Luna said. Moxie noticed Asia looking sad and patted her back. It's all right, Asia. We'll find them and get them back to Hell. We just need to know what part of Earth they landed in. Asia thought about the area where the portal Issei opened had to be similar to a park. She recalled her first visit to a park in Kuo Town, and then it hit her. Kuo Town Park, she exclaimed. Moxie, Millie, and Luna looked at her in surprise. Moxie and Millie remembered the park from their first visit to Kuo Town. I remember there being a park. How did you figure it out, Asia? Moxie asked. I was there a few times when I was staying in the abandoned church around Kuo Town. I even healed a boy's injured leg when he had a bruise. When I saw the image of the area Issei, Blitz, and Dante were sent into, I noticed a water fountain, the same one I often visited. They have to be there. Asia explained. Ah, look at our daughter, Moxie. She is so clever at these things, Millie said, hugging Asia. Asia smiled a little and hugged Millie back. Thank you, Mother. All right then, the four of us will go looking for those two, Millie declared. 4 of us? Luna questioned. You're coming with us. Last time we were there, we had to fight a couple of fallen angels. We could use your help handling them, Millie insisted. And why would I help you guys out? Luna asked. Because if the fallen angels are around, wouldn't you want to protect your friends? Asia replied. Blitz isn't my friend, and neither is that pervert. Plus, Moxie and Millie have you as their Healer. You can just heal them up. At this point, that's what you'll be to them, the healer of the... Luna started. Millie grabbed Luna's collar furiously. Open the portal, now. The portal opened, and the four of them stepped into Kuo Town Park, checking around. They're not here. I thought for sure they would be, Asia said, looking around. Wait, Moxie said, noticing blood stains on the ground leading away from them. Luna knelt down and sniffed the blood. It's definitely their blood. It smells like they went this way, Luna confirmed. Then let's go save them. Millie exclaimed. Alright, come on, Asia. Let's go find Dumb and Dummus, Luna said. Hold on, you're not seriously taking Asia with you? Moxie questioned. Issei, Blitzo, Moxie, Millie, and Luna were now armed, with Asia hiding behind Luna as Rainer's former followers surrounded them. Rainer was definitely not the leader we thought she would be. She's so whiny and bratty, one Sacred Gear user complained. But that doesn't mean we let you intruders go with the 2 sacrifices and that traitor, another added. Oh dear. Asia murmured. Stick behind me, Asia, Luna instructed. I'm still having so many regrets bringing Asia here. Moxie admitted. So, Blitz, how many can we take down? Issei asked. Given that some of them are well skilled in their sacred gears, they're still human. We'll take them down one by one. Blitzo replied confidently. I like those odds. You ready to take them on? Issei said, pumped up. Then let's take them down. Blitzo shouted. The sacred gear users charged at the I.M.P group, unaware that they were outmatched. Issei pulled out his shotgun and started shooting at their legs and chests, even hitting them in the head. Issei had never felt this much adrenaline in his life. Even though he didn't know how to use his sacred gear himself, he enjoyed fighting alongside his new friends. One of Rainer's former followers approached from behind, but Moxie shot him in the head, saving Issei. Thanks for the save, Mox. Issei said, smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Moxie nodded, smiling back and returning the thumbs up. Asia remained hidden behind Luna, but as they were shooting, one of the enemies managed to hit Millie in the arm. Asia quickly used her Twilight healing to mend her adoptive mother's injury, allowing Millie to slice the attacker's throat in retaliation. Thanks, Asia. Mama needed the help. Millie said gratefully. Millie smiled at her companions, ready to defend her adoptive daughter. Is she seriously helping those monstrous beings? One sacred gear user questioned. Death to that traitor, another shouted, but Millie swiftly silenced them, using her axes to cut off their heads. Nobody talks about my kin like that, she declared fiercely. Asia, I need help on this side. More enemies are coming. Luna called out. I don't know. I don't want to, Asia hesitated. Just heal me in case I get injured. That's all you're good at anyway, Luna insisted. Why yes, Luna, Asia replied, reluctantly agreeing. As one of the cult followers lunged at Asia with a sickle, Luna intercepted, catching the weapon in her mouth and yanking it away, sending the attacker crashing into another sacred gear user. A female sacred gear user then attacked Luna with a naginata, but Luna skillfully dodged and retaliated, stabbing the follower through the throat. She released the sickle and grabbed the chain, wrapping it around another sacred gear user's neck and pulling hard, decapitating both him and the follower. As the severed heads flew through the air, Millie leaped and twirled, targeting a follower with a katana. He attempted to block her strike but failed, and she cleaved him in half. Spotting another sacred gear user with a two-handed sword, she rushed forward and dismembered him in 2 swift swings. She deflected incoming shuriken with her axe and engaged in a brief clash with another sword-wielding attacker, ultimately taking off his lower half. The shuriken thrower made another attempt, but Millie quickly cut him down before joyfully spinning her axe and running off, leaving behind the dismembered foe. Meanwhile, Issei, Moxie, and Blitzo were firing at the oncoming wave of followers. Blitzo discarded his flintlock pistol and reached for his backpack. Issei, cover me, he shouted. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Moxie unleashed a barrage from his submachine guns before switching to 2 golden revolvers, using them effectively. Issei blasted their enemies with his shotgun and stabbed others with his switchblade. Blitzo pulled out a vicious-looking knife, stabbing one follower and decapitating another. Wait, I thought you said you left your knife behind? Were you just too lazy to cut us free from that rope earlier? Issei questioned. But, Blitzo retorted. That means yes, Moxie added. Okay, that makes sense, Issei responded. Blitzo took a selfie with a severed head before tossing it aside. Moxie fired until his revolvers were empty, then beat one Sacred Gear user to death with the butt of a gun. Blitzo picked up a demonic pump-action shotgun, fired it, and handed it to Issei, who took down 2 more followers. They exchanged nods before running in opposite directions. Rainier was busy confronting former followers who had judged her actions. She turned to see Asia healing one of her newfound allies from the attacks. A wicked smile spread across Rainier's face. Back with Luna, she continued to take down the former followers when Blitzo joined her. He slithered into her hair, shooting a follower with a crossbow. A Sacred Gear user swung a sword at her, but she countered with a roundhouse kick. As Blitzo jumped away, Luna delivered a powerful uppercut to another attacker, sending him flying. A Sacred Gear user with Twin Sai approached, but Luna crouched and leaped, biting down on his head before throwing him aside and slamming another follower to the ground. Blitzo handed her an energy rifle, which she fired at several Sacred Gear users. Die, enemies, she shouted, looking down at Blitzo. What? He asked, grinning. I am just so proud of you, Looney, he said, hugging her face and kissing her cheek before slithering away. Luna growled in annoyance at his affection. That's so sweet, Asia smiled. Focus. Luna snapped, shaking off her distraction as she continued to fight. Blitzo faced a Sacred Gear user wielding nunchaku, but was blindsided by the body of a follower Luna had just thrown. He turned to see Millie cutting down 2 more followers with her axe, twirling it with flair. Hey Mills. Blitzo called out. Hey Blitz. Just wanted to see. Millie replied, jumping to decapitate another Sacred Gear user. She swiftly disabled a female opponent with Sai and then eviscerated another follower, posing triumphantly. Blitzo appeared beside her, offering a pump-action shotgun. Do you need a gun or anything? He asked. Nah, I'm good. Millie replied confidently. She spun to the side, taking off the lower legs of another female Sacred Gear user before finishing her off. Millie then wrapped her legs around the neck of another opponent, decapitating 2 more followers with her axe. Blitzo reappeared, this time offering a bottle of water. How about some water? He asked. Sure. Millie accepted, and he squeezed the bottle, squirting water into her mouth. Thanks, Blitz, she said, snapping the neck of her captive. No problem, Millie Billy. Blitzo replied, tossing the empty bottle aside. As Millie dashed off to continue her fight, Blitzo pulled out a submachine gun and a shotgun, a sadistic smile on his face. Now, who wants some quality time with Daddy? He taunted, ready for the next wave of enemies. Blitzo was already feeling mixed emotions about the situation. He spun his guns, charged at a Sacred Gear user, and leaped onto him, firing at 5 followers with his shotgun before blasting the one he had grabbed. He flipped off and front-flipped, taking out 2 Sacred Gear users with his submachine gun. Upon landing, he pulled a spiked baseball bat from the backpack strapped to his chest, tripped a Sacred Gear user, and struck him in the stomach. He then retrieved a grenade from his backpack and hit it away with the bat into a group of hapless followers. 4. He shouted as the grenade exploded, eliminating every last one of Rainier's former followers. Asia felt uneasy about the family she had made, knowing they had killed so many, even if those individuals intended to harm Issei, Blitzo, and her later on. Suddenly, she felt a grip on her wrist and turned in terror to see Rainier. Oh Asia, you've been a very bad girl lately, Rainier taunted. Meanwhile, Moxie stood atop a pile of Sacred Gear users, blasting follower after follower with his shotgun and shouting in frustration. He flipped one Sacred Gear user into the air with his tail, causing him to spin before blasting him away. More Sacred Gear users charged at him, but Moxie filled them with buckshot. Beaches, he exclaimed. Just then, Blitzo appeared next to him, startling Moxie. The sudden movement caused Moxie to drop his shotgun, which landed on its buttstock and accidentally discharged, hitting a sacred gear user in a sensitive area. The unfortunate follower weakly reached a hand up toward Moxie. "Oh wow. Really going for the sensitive spot there, aren't you?" Blitzo remarked. "Help. Please," the sacred gear user managed to say. "Did Mox just shoot him in the sensitive area?" Issei asked. "Pretty much," Blitzo replied. "Not a really cool move there," Issei noted. "It just happened so fast," Moxie defended himself. "Yeah, but still, shooting him there instead of the head or chest?" Issei questioned. "Blitzo just came out of nowhere in front of me," Moxie explained. "What can I say? I love to make surprises," Blitzo said with a grin. He then fired a rocket labeled PP Destroyer, laughing wickedly as it flew toward a group of followers. The blast hit directly at the steel cross, causing it to collapse onto some other sacred gear users, flattening them. The impact made Issei, Millie, and Luna flinch away from the flames, and Millie's axe was blown from her hands by the explosion. "Oh crumbs. Is everyone okay?" Moxie asked as he came into view. "Yeah. Dim, that was some blast. Looks like we killed every last one of them," Issei replied. "Sure looks like it," Millie added. "What? How's that for demon scum?" Blitzo cheered. "Wait, where's Asia?" Millie asked, suddenly concerned. They heard Asia's plea echoing from upstairs. "Our daughter! Someone's taken our daughter!" Millie cried. "Moxie! Issei! Rainier!" Issei gritted his teeth and charged toward the source of Asia's voice. "Kid!" Blitzo shouted after him. Calawarner heard Asia's voice calling out and noticed Rainier had her hostage. "Rainier, please don't," she pleaded. In the abandoned church, Rainier held Asia captive. "Please don't hurt me. I'm so sorry for leaving. I never meant to betray you," Asia begged. "Oh Asia, it's nothing personal, really. I just want to make an example out of you," Rainier replied. "And no," Asia stammered. "I warned you what would happen, didn't I? Now I shall extract your twilight healing from your body. At least your sacred gear will be useful since you've never been. Now hold still," Rainier commanded. Despite Asia's desperate pleas, Rainier had made her decision. She hoped to extract Issei's sacred gear first but would go after his later. Right now, she only needed Asia's twilight healing. As she began the extraction, Asia felt it leaving her body, causing her to scream in pain. Just before it could be stripped away, a gunshot rang out, hitting Rainier's hand and causing her to scream in agony, releasing Asia. "My hand! Who?" she exclaimed, turning to see a furious Issei Haidu who had shot through Rainier's hand. "Didn't you say you were going for my sacred gear first? Now I feel like you're just cheating on me," Issei retorted. "Gr. Oh, you think you're really funny, don't you?" Rainier growled, pulling out her light spear despite her shaking, bleeding hand. "Let's see if you're still making jokes when I blast you with this." "Let's hope you don't screw it up this time," Issei shot back. "F you!" Rainier screamed, launching a light spear attack. Issei dodged, but she continued firing, trying to flush him out. "You know you really shouldn't be cursing in church," Issei remarked. "Oh, so you think that because you've been trained by these filthy red freaks and that dumb dog of theirs, you're stronger? That you're better than me? Rainier? Azazel's most prized prodigy?" she taunted. Issei remained silent, which only fueled her rage. "Well, spoiler alert, you're not. I'm not afraid of a weak sacred gear user like you. Last time I checked, you ran before I could even make you my target practice. But here you are, acting tough. Where was this confidence when we were dating?" Rainier continued. Issei still didn't respond, and her frustration grew. "What? You have nothing to say? When a lady asks you a question, you better answer it," she demanded. Issei remained silent, which only made her angrier. "After I kill you, and this traitor, I'm going to go where your parents live. I'll act all sweet and innocent, only to kill them. Who knows? At least they'll die not knowing they had a worthless son with no future like you," she threatened. Without thinking, Issei charged at Rainier, activating his sacred gear, anger boiling inside him at her words. "You stay away from them," he shouted. "There you were," Rainier began, but Issei punched her hard in the face, sending her crashing to the ground. He landed, panting, his sacred gear activated, with a bit of Rainer's blood on it. Great. First I was a child abuser. And now I'm a woman abuser too, Issei muttered to himself. Rainer slowly got up, coughing a bit of blood from her mouth as she glared at him with rage. She shouted that she would kill him for what he had done and charged right at him. Issei's scared gear gem started glowing green, and he felt a surge of power he didn't understand. As Rainer approached, intent on stabbing him, Issei instinctively used his sacred gear's power for the first time and punched her in the stomach. She grabbed hold of him, attempting to extract the twice critical from his body, but the extraction failed, and she felt the pain from his punch, causing her to cough up more blood. Blitzo witnessed the scene unfold, noting the green glow from Issei's sacred gear. Rainer backed away weakly and knelt down, feeling beaten for the first time by a human. She looked up at him, confusion and anger mingling in her expression. She couldn't comprehend how he had managed to overpower her or why she couldn't extract the twice critical from him. Blitzo pieced together the situation and smiled smugly at Rainer, chuckling to himself. He explained that Issei didn't have a twice critical as she had thought. Rainer was bewildered, and Blitzo continued, revealing that Issei possessed a Longinus, a powerful sacred gear. This revelation shocked Rainer, making her realize she had underestimated her mission. She understood now why Azazel wanted her to eliminate him. Issei, still processing the information, was surprised to learn he was something called a Red Dragon Emperor. Amano Yuma, Rainer's human disguise, called out to Issei, pleading for her life. She reminded him of the bracelet he had given her, expressing her love and asking him not to let the imp kill her. Issei hesitated but ultimately agreed that he wouldn't allow harm to come to her. However, in a sudden turn, Issei fired a shot at Rainer's chest, and she fell to the ground, bleeding. He looked down at her without showing any emotion, while Blitzo walked beside him, noting that he could have killed her himself. Issei acknowledged this but stated that he wanted to be rid of her, and now he was. Asia witnessed what Issei had done and noticed the pain he felt from the situation. Luna, Moxie, and Millie joined them, with Millie expressing her relief that Asia was safe. Asia thanked Issei for saving her, and he accepted their gratitude with a small smile. He took the bracelet off Rainer's wrist and placed it in his pocket, vowing never to let anyone like her toy with his heart again. Their moment of relief was interrupted when KyleAkersXD, along with some surviving sacred gear users, confronted them. She demanded to know if they had killed Lady Rainer and taken Asia. Moxie urged everyone to find the book, but it was nowhere to be found. KyleAkersXD revealed she had swiped it while they were distracted. Issei pleaded with her, stating that Rainer was dead, but KyleAkersXD insisted that as the Red Dragon Emperor, he had to be eliminated for the good of the supernatural world. Blitzo searched for weapons but found none, expressing frustration at their lack of resources. Issei realized they might be at the end of their journey. KyleAkersXD commanded her subordinates to kill them, but they hesitated, noticing something strange. They pointed out dark feathered owls with red eyes surrounding them. KyleAkersXD dismissed their concerns, but as the owls gathered, the atmosphere shifted. The shadows of the I.M.P gang morphed into a hideous beast, and the dark owls flew into the air, forming a massive dark cloud. The windows around them glowed red and shattered one by one, signaling that something ominous was about to unfold. The swarm of owls formed together and crashed into the ground. Asia was so frightened by what she was witnessing that Millie and Moxie hugged her close, blocking her view. The former followers of Rainer were disintegrated right in front of KyleAkersXD, transforming into a monstrous shadow that even surprised Issei with fear. Luna quickly took a picture of it on her phone. The shadowy monster growled at KyleAkersXD, causing her to tremble and drop the grimoire onto the ground. Its echoing roar made her shudder as she contemplated her fate. The essence of the demon beast pulled back and transformed into Stolas. He glared at KyleAkersXD as the red lights faded from the now broken windows of the church. He walked over to retrieve his grimoire and glared at her once more. Stolas stated firmly that Issei Haida was off-limits, as was the other sacred gear user they were harboring. He warned her that approaching them again would reignite the Great War. KyleAkersXD stammered her agreement, acknowledging his command. Stolas then turned away and approached the group. Asia looked up to see Stolas for the first time, expressing her surprise at his presence. Asia remarked that she had heard about him from the church but never expected to see him in person. Issei added that Stolas was also his boss's boyfriend, which surprised Asia even more. Millie shushed her as Stolas stood before them. Blitzo greeted Stolas, and Issei asked how he knew they were in danger. Stolas explained that he had his ways and turned his attention to Blitzo, inquiring if he was all right. He leaned forward, gazing into Blitzo's eyes while placing a hand on his cheek. Blitzo rolled his eyes and assured Stolas that he was fine. Stolas then adopted a sharper tone, expressing his frustration at Blitzo for getting caught by fallen angels. He emphasized that if Blitzo got in trouble, he would too, and they didn't want that. Issei apologized, explaining that they had been caught off guard. Stolas, still scolding them, questioned why they hadn't informed him about another sacred gear user in their group. Millie defended their daughter, stating that she had healing abilities and would be a great asset. Stolas acknowledged the risk of having a human involved but ultimately decided to allow them to keep 2 sacred gear users in their business, permitting the human girl to stay with them. Asia smiled at the news and thanked Stolas, bowing her head in respect. Issei reiterated their apologies for the trouble they caused. Blitzo lightened the mood, suggesting that Stolas could relax since they weren't captured by other humans, who often dismissed the demon-obsessed as crazy. Stolas, pleased with himself, laughed and then clapped his hands together, announcing that it was time to return. He opened a portal back to the I.M.P office. Moxie expressed his eagerness to return to their usual chaos, and Issei agreed. They all stepped through the portal, with Asia glancing back at KyleAkersXD, who was shaking and looking at her. Asia turned away and entered the portal, while Stolas picked up Blitzo in a bridal carry. Stolas playfully asked if he would receive any thanks for the rescue. Blitzo replied that he supposed he should, teasingly suggesting a reward for Stolas. Stolas eagerly agreed, leaning in for a kiss. Blitzo pulled back slightly, teasing Stolas about keeping quiet or facing consequences. They shared a kiss as the portal closed behind them. KyleAkersXD was left alone with her thoughts, realizing that had she killed Issei when she first saw him with the imps, she could have restarted the war. Just then, Rainier began to breathe heavily as she revived. KyleAkersXD was shocked to see her back to life. Rainier, still recovering, expressed her disbelief that the human had not finished her off. As she checked her healed wounds, she recalled Asia secretly healing her when no one was watching. She smiled, recognizing that despite the abuse she had inflicted, Asia had chosen to save her. Rainier vowed to take pleasure in killing Asia and Issei when their paths crossed again. KyleAkersXD interrupted, stating that there wouldn't be a next time because Asia was now under the protection of the House of Goetia. She explained that Donasik's retreat was evidence of that. Rainier dismissed KyleAkersXD's claims, insisting Donasik was merely a coward. KyleAkersXD insisted they needed to report Stolas's message to Azazel, emphasizing that Issei Hayato and Asia Argento were beyond their reach. Rainier, feeling slighted, accused KyleAkersXD of wanting all the glory for herself. KyleAkersXD attempted to clarify, but before she could finish, a light spear pierced through her chest, and it was not her who had delivered the fatal blow. As it was, another fallen angel watched from the shadows all along. KyleAkersXD's body fell to the ground as the figure revealed himself. Subordinates. They can be quite annoying, don't they? Kokabeel smirked at her. Rainier stammered, Kokabeel. What are you doing here? Kokabeel replied, isn't it obvious? Azazel was wondering what was taking you so long to return to base, so he sent me over here to see what was going on. There was. Rainier started. There was what? Afraid to tell me that you allowed Issei Hayato to escape your grasp. Kokabeel pressed. Rainier fell silent. Speechless, I see. I must say, Stolas really did put up quite a show, Kokabeel continued. Rainier asked, how? How long have you known? Long enough to know that you failed in your mission to kill the sacred gear user, Kokabeel responded. I was not told the boy I was sent to kill was the next Red Dragon Emperor. Rainier exclaimed. Kokabeel grabbed her by the throat, choking her slightly. You never asked. You allowed your own pride to get the better of you. And it was the same pride and stubbornness that led to your downfall. You should be grateful your former subordinate was kind enough to heal your wounds before you died. Rainier managed to ask, "What will you do? Are you going to tell Azazel?" Kokabeel gave her a serious look but smiled as he let her go, allowing Rainier time to catch her breath. Where would be the fun in that? As far as I know, you and I are the only ones who know about the Red Dragon Emperor being a part of the House of Goetia. I don't understand. Why would you keep all this a secret? It's like Calawarner was trying to tell me. If we go against Issei Hyudu again, it would restart the war. Rainier pondered. Kokabeel smiled down at her with a wicked expression. Precisely. Rainier noticed that Kokabeel was actually looking forward to facing Issei himself when the time came. She agreed to his plan, and the two kept the incident a secret. Rainier wished to kill Issei Hyudu for revenge, while Kokabeel was only interested in starting another war. The next morning, Issei entered Blitzo's office after being called over. "Hey Blitz, you wanted to see me?" Issei asked. "Pretty much. You doing all right?" Blitzo replied. "If you're referring to what happened yesterday, I've seen better days. But I'm fine." Issei sat down. "So I hear from Mox that Asia will officially be a part of the I.M.P team." "You heard right. After she helped heal us from the wounds those sacred gear users inflicted, we withstood their attacks and took them down easily. You were right about having her on our team, kid. She turned out to be useful to us after all." Issei hesitated. "So, about what happened back at the company picnic?" "Kid, I've gotten over what happened." "I thought you had too," Blitzo said. "That's just it. I was so eager to meet a fellow human like me, and yet he almost took the grimoire. Now he's out in the living world doing who knows what." Issei lamented. "Well, there's no use crying over spilled blood," Blitzo said. "Still, I betrayed your trust. All because I was finally eager to reconnect with my own humanity again. I'm so sorry." Issei's head hung in shame. Blitzo noticed and got an idea. "Hey kid, mind if I show you something?" Confused, Issei followed Blitzo as he climbed up the ladder and opened the roof hatch. Blitzo grabbed Issei's hands and lifted him up. Issei could see Imp City below him. "Oh, now this is quite a view," Issei exclaimed. "I wanted to show you this," Blitzo said, pointing. Issei looked to see Blitzo pointing at a massive city next to Imp City. "What is that? Another Imp City?" Issei asked. "Far from it. It's called Pentagram City," Blitzo explained. "Pentagram City?" Issei repeated. "See that huge pentagram in the sky?" Blitzo asked. Issei looked up and nodded. "Now I do. This is where sinners go after they die. They abandon their human race and become reincarnated as demons. I know they're not exactly living humans like you expect, but deep down they still have their human nature, even if they are violent," Blitzo said, looking at Issei. "Unlike Imp City, Pentagram City is full of turf wars on a daily basis. They would kill one another just to rule hell." "But isn't Satan the ruler of hell?" Issei questioned. "Okay, there are some parts of hell you're just learning about. However, you're still inexperienced. If you think about going there, they will not show you any mercy," Blitzo warned, giving Issei a serious look. "You hear me, kid? They would take full pleasure in harming you. And then I become a demon too," Issei realized. "Yep. And once you do, you can never leave Pentagram City," Blitzo confirmed. "How come? Don't sinners leave whenever they want? I mean, they come to Imp City, don't they?" Issei asked. "Imp City is a part of Pentagram City. They're both connected within the Pride Ring. How else do you think I've been running the business this long? Honestly, kid, I don't know why you can't leave the Pride Circle. I don't have every answer you want," Blitzo explained. "Would I still be able to go to Earth with you guys if I become a sinner demon?" Issei inquired. "You would have to become an overlord to do that," Blitzo said, patting Issei's back. "You shouldn't worry about any of this stuff right now. I just want you to know that there are some mountains you still need to climb, and there are some mountains you're not ready to climb just yet." "I understand now. Say Blitz?" Issei looked at him. "Those moves when we were fighting? Those moves, something you learned. Remember when I told you I was in the circus business? Blitzo asked. Yeah, I remember, Issei replied. Then that's your answer, Blitzo said. You learned all those badass moves from the circus? Issei exclaimed. You bet I did. That's how I became very good at what I do, Blitzo said proudly. Wow. Issei thought about it all and decided, okay then. I'll take my training as a professional seriously. Even now more than ever. Will you now? Blitzo asked with a grin. Where is this coming from? Issei Hayadu wondered aloud, reflecting on his recent lack of training. You've definitely slacked off, Blitzo replied, acknowledging Issei's realization. But if I ever need to survive in the supernatural world, I need all the help I can get. I have to train harder to use this. Longinus. Issei continued, determination in his voice. Yeah, what you have there is a boosted gear, Blitzo confirmed. Then I'll train like crazy to master my boosted gear and complete my tasks, Issei declared. Blitzo smiled at Issei's determination. Now that is the attitude I've been wanting to hear from you, Issei. Suddenly, a kid on a hospital bed interrupted them. Oh God, this is just so cringe, he exclaimed. Issei and Blitzo turned to see the child. Blitz? Is that a human kid? Issei asked, surprised. It's a long story. This morning, we were after a target, and we accidentally shot a kid, Blitzo explained. What the hell? You shot a kid without me? Issei exclaimed, incredulous. Hey, you were going through a lot of personal stuff. Sue me, Blitzo retorted. The kid pointed at Blitzo. Wow, you two really are the worst. You are a selfish, greedy clown. And I'm a kid. We're supposed to like clowns. Even the creepy ones. Hey now. That's not very, Issei started to defend himself. If I wanted to hear from a spineless jackass, I'd rip out your spine and ask you some questions, the kid shot back. Who has been letting this kid watch adult shows? Issei wondered aloud. At that moment, Luna entered the room. What? She asked, looking at the scene. Nothing, the kid replied, crossing his arms. I don't talk to dogs. I'm a cat person. Luna snarled at the remark. Hey Luna, what's up? Issei greeted her. I just came up to let Blitz know that this kid here is our target, Luna said. The kid? Issei asked, surprised. Me? The kid echoed, confused. Yep, Luna replied smugly. Blitzo raised an eyebrow. They wanted us to kill an actual child. That's what they're saying, Luna confirmed. Well, Christ on a stick. I guess there is a God, Blitzo said, drawing a flintlock pistol. Wait, don't. Issei shouted, stopping him. The kid sighed in relief, but Issei turned to the child with his shotgun. Let me do the honors. What now? The kid asked, uncertainty in his voice. Blitzo smiled proudly at Issei. Go nuts. Later, Asia arrived at I.M.P. wearing her new uniform, ready for her first mission. Issei and Asia were now the only two humans working for I.M.P. Meanwhile, Blitzo, Moxie, Millie, and Luna were playfully kicking the target's corpse while Asia shielded her eyes. They all gathered for a group hug. You know, folks? With this company, I really wanted to prove that we're capable of doing the same things anyone else can. Like killing people. So, from us here at the Immediate Murder Professionals Group, we promise to settle your unfinished business, or your money is gone, and you're never getting it back. You can write us a bad review, but we'll play dumb to it because it's hell, and no one cares, Blitzo announced. Even though this kid was a target, he's still a child, Blitzo added, wrapping his tail lovingly around the group. It's important that we handle this respectfully going forward. The group smiled at each other, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Later in the human world, a newscast showed Eddie's mother tearfully holding up a drawing of her son. A male news reporter held a microphone up to her, looking disinterested. The headline on screen read, Mom Essikas at drawing own kid, while the ticker bar constantly displayed, there is a missing boy. Yet another missing kid. Please. If anyone has seen my little Eddie, please contact us at, the mother sobbed, but suddenly Eddie's body bag fell into her arms. Terrified, she gasped, Oh! The mother and the news reporter looked up in shock as the camera followed their gaze. Blitzo, Moxie, Millie, and Issei were shown looking down on them through a portal. Blitzo smiled and waved. "You're welcome." "Sorry," Issei added as the group disappeared through the portal. Rias and her peerage watched this unfold on the news, shocked to see the only human boy she wanted as her servant now involved in such dark dealings. "What did we just watch?" Yudo Kiba asked, bewildered. "Ineptitude. That's what we just watched," Kaneko Tuju replied. Issei found himself in a city of ruins, surrounded by fire that burned brighter than the sun. Piles of bones and burnt corpses littered the ground, and a dying survivor struggled to rise from the ashes. Issei attempted to help him, but the stranger refused. What happened? What caused all this?" Issei asked, bewildered. "You caused all this," the dying survivor coughed. "What?" Issei replied, taken aback. "You brought this upon us. You killed us all," the survivor rasped. I don't understand," Issei said, confused. A distant voice echoed, "We brought dominance into the world. We are unstoppable. No one can challenge us." Issei looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who are you? Why do you keep showing me this?" he demanded. "Because it is our destiny to be the strongest dragon in ancient history. You must call upon me. You must accept your destiny. Become what you are born to be," the voice insisted. "No. Never!" Issei shouted defiantly. "It does not matter. You will still bring death to those around you, no matter what you do or where you go. It is our destiny. As the Red Dragon Emperor," the voice proclaimed. Flames engulfed Issei, and he screamed as he woke up in a cold sweat, breathing heavily and placing his hand on his head. He was in his room, having experienced yet another nightmare. He had been plagued by these visions for weeks. Unsure of why they were happening, he slowly got up and walked past Blitzo's and Luna's rooms, heading to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. He sighed, looking at himself in the mirror. Every single night. Why? He wondered. The next morning, Blitzo prepared breakfast while wearing an apron that read, "Kill the cook." He placed bacon and sausages in front of Luna, who devoured them eagerly, and set eggs and buttered toast for Issei. "All right, finish your breakfast quickly. We have to get to work in an hour," Blitzo urged. "Yeah. Sure thing," Issei replied, eating his breakfast but looking visibly downcast. Blitzo noticed Issei's mood. "Hey Looney? What's up with Issei? He's been acting like an emo kid for a while now," he whispered. "Yeah, that right there isn't my problem," Luna replied nonchalantly. Blitzo turned back to Issei, trying to engage him. "Hey kid," he began, concerned for his friend. Issei Hayadu sighed, expressing his weariness. He mentioned to Blitzo that he barely got any sleep due to the sounds of the city streets. Blitzo, trying to lighten the mood, patted Issei's back and remarked that he was relieved to hear it wasn't something serious, unlike the time Issei had to confront a fallen angel. Issei was suddenly hit with traumatic flashbacks of Rainier, the fallen angel, trying to kill him, and the moment he had to end her life when she pleaded for mercy. He quickly shook off the memories and forced a smile. "Well, I'm over it," he said, trying to convince himself. "Great kid. That's just what I want to hear," Blitzo replied before leaving him alone. As Issei's fake smile faded, Luna noticed his change in demeanor. "Are you sure you're really okay?" she asked, concern etched on her face. "Of course," Issei replied, putting on his fake smile again as he continued eating his breakfast. Luna watched him with worry as she munched on her bacon. Meanwhile, in the human world, Rias was glued to the television, watching news reports about a string of murders. She suspected that Issei and the imps were behind these incidents. Aquino entered with tea and placed it on the table, prompting Rias to take a sip while still focused on the screen. "I've noticed you've been watching a lot of the news lately," Aquino commented. "How did he get himself involved with those creatures?" Rias pondered aloud. "He's been committing violent acts non-stop with them. He was supposed to be my servant, and with the boosted gear, he would have made a fine addition to my peerage. But with how much he has been going off the radar, it's hard to track him down." Seeing her best friend's distress, Aquino suggested they take a break. You know, Rias, you're putting too much stress into worrying about one human. How about we go to hell to relax at stylish occult? Rias paused, contemplating. Wait, hell? Aquino, she suddenly exclaimed, realizing something important. That's why our familiars are having a hard time searching for him. He's been in hell this entire time. Oh my, I suppose I may have helped you solve the mystery, Aquino replied. Call upon Kaneko and Kiba. We're taking a trip to hell to retrieve a certain prize of mine, Rias commanded. Of course, Aquino agreed. Back in hell, at the I.M.P building, Issei was not himself. He had been plagued by the same nightmares every night but didn't want to burden the imps with his problems. During a meeting, he tried to keep his feelings hidden. Blitzo was discussing their business strategy, stating they wouldn't offer refunds even if they failed to reach the client's target. Moxie questioned why they barely had any clients, and Asia timidly spoke up, suggesting they could explain to clients that they couldn't fulfill their requests. Blitzo dismissed her idea, rolling his eyes, while Millie defended Asia, insisting she was trying her best. Moxie added that it wasn't fair to criticize her. Blitzo insisted he was only offering constructive criticism, but Millie felt he was being rude. As tensions rose, Issei remained oblivious to the argument until Luna called out to him, snapping him out of his thoughts. Hey, she said. Issei responded, surprised. Oh hey Luna. What's up? Do you want to talk about something? She asked. What about that? He pointed to the ongoing argument among Blitzo, Millie, and Moxie, with Asia looking distressed. That seems to be the norm around here. Luna agreed but pressed him further. I meant about what you're going through. You've seemed off for weeks. Since when do you care about my well-being? Issei replied, a bit taken aback. I don't. Your mood is just annoying me, she admitted bluntly. Issei feigned ignorance, insisting he was fine. Luna, however, was not convinced. She accused him of being dishonest, claiming she could sense something was off. Are you there? She pressed. Yes, I'm fine, he insisted. I smell something, she said. What do you mean? You didn't even sniff, he replied, confused. I don't need to sniff to smell the nonsense coming from you, she retorted. That's just gross to say. I don't have anything in my mouth, he protested. That's not what I mean, dumbass, she shouted, causing him to flinch. The others paused to look at them. Everything okay, Luna? Is Issei staring at you? Blitzo began, but Issei quickly denied it. Millie chimed in, teasing Issei about his wandering eyes, while Moxie noticed Issei's gaze lingering on Millie and grew annoyed. Issei blushed in embarrassment, insisting he wasn't looking at anything inappropriate. Millie shrugged it off, leaving the conversation hanging in the air. Just keep those eyes to yourself before I take them out of your sockets, Blitzo warned, his tone playful yet serious. Why the death threats? Can we not do that for once? Issei Hayadu replied, trying to lighten the mood. Blitzo sighed. You know what? How about we call it a day? Yes, let's, Moxie agreed, and the group began to leave the office. However, Blitzo turned to Issei. Except you to say. We need to talk. Issei stopped, swallowing hard, apprehensive about discussing his problems. He lingered in the meeting room as Luna, Moxie, Millie, and Asia exited. Blitzo approached him. So what's up, Blitz? Issei stammered. What's going on with you? Blitzo asked, his expression serious. I dunno. What's going on with you? Issei replied, forcing a smile. Right? Well, whatever bad days you're having need to stop. How can we focus on our targets if you're not paying attention to the details I give you? Sorry, it won't happen again. It's okay, Issei. I think I know what this is about. You do? Issei asked, surprised. Yeah. It hasn't been easy getting over your ex-girlfriend who tried to kill you, and I understand dealing with exes myself. Really? Issei thought to himself, relieved that Blitzo was missing the point about his nightmares. Thank goodness he's clueless. So, how about to get your mind off things, I take you out? Blitzo suggested. Wait, what? Issei responded, confused. You know, just hanging out in town to help you relax. Blitz, I like you, but I don't love you in that way. It's not like that, you perv. Besides, Luna's coming with us. Oh great, what did you do to convince her to come? Actually, she convinced me to take her to this store across the street or she would eat my favorite couch. How could I say no to that? Anyway, I thought it would help you loosen up at work. So what is this store called? Later that day, Issei, Luna, and Blitzo arrived at their destination, with Blitzo parking his van. Stylish occult? Issei read the sign. That has some cool clothes I want to try out, Luna said excitedly. Man, Hell really does have a lot of stores here. Is there anything you guys don't have in Hell? Issei asked. How about a Costco for starters? Blitzo replied. Fair enough, Issei conceded. They exited the van and entered the store. As Issei looked around, he felt a bit creeped out by the taxidermy displays. He spotted a stuffed bear with horns and razor-sharp teeth, startling him. I am so scared right now. Is this supposed to be a clothing store or a stuffed animal shop? Issei wondered aloud. It's what makes stylish occult unique, Luna explained. So it's a horror store then. I get it, Issei said. Do you? She teased before heading off to try on some outfits, leaving Issei to sigh to himself. What was Blitz thinking bringing me here? Just seeing these dead things everywhere is going to. I'm here to get my mind off of it, and that's what I'm going to do. Outside the store, Rias, along with Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko, arrived after sending her familiar to spy on Issei in Hell. Oh, stylish occult. I've heard amazing reviews about this place, Akino remarked. So this is where the human is laying low? Kaneko asked. This won't take long. Search everywhere in the store until we find him, Rias instructed. You got it, Prez, Kaneko replied. Inside, Issei was with Blitzo as they waited for Luna to come out of the changing room. When she finally emerged with a new look, Blitzo smiled, calling her adorable, which annoyed both Luna and Issei. Noticing Issei's sigh, Blitzo picked out some clothes, a jacket, long black pants, and sunglasses, and pushed Issei into the changing room. Is this really necessary? I feel comfortable in my old clothes, Issei protested. No offense, kid, but you've been wearing those school uniforms for a while now. They get old quickly. There's nothing wrong with looking good, Blitzo replied. Also, last time I checked, you're not in high school anymore, Luna added. Don't remind me. Issei muttered. After changing, Issei stepped out wearing the new clothes. Well now, looks like someone is ready to take on the 9 circles of hell. Blitzo exclaimed with a grin. I guess this looks all right on me? Issei said, unsure. Luna snapped a picture of him. Just posting on my Instagram to show how much of a dork you look right now. Issei deadpanned at her and sighed, looking at himself in the mirror. I do look like a dork. What? Come on, kid, you look like a total stud. Blitzo encouraged. Issei noticed 2 demon girls mocking him from a distance. Oh my Satan, is this loser for real? One of them sneered. He must be that imp's pet. How sad, the other added. Yeah, I'm really going to get some girls, Issei muttered sarcastically. There you go, Blitzo said, trying to keep the mood light. And look at her. I thought stores didn't allow flea bags, one of the demon girls continued. Luna growled and charged at them, scaring the 2 demon girls into fleeing. What did you call me, skanks? She shouted. She's going to give us rabies, one of them screamed. Luna, don't harm those girls. Blitzo called out, pulling out his phone. Without me filming you biting those demon girls. Hey kid, wanna help me out? You go on ahead. I need to be alone for a bit, Issei replied, still staring at his reflection. Blitzo rolled his eyes and shrugged, following Luna as she chased after the girls. Issei continued to look at himself in the mirror, sighing at how ridiculous he felt. Rias was wandering around with Akino when she noticed Issei just standing there. She smiled and walked closer to him, standing beside him. Rias. Gremory introduced herself, saying, I must say, I have never met quite a handsome man like you before. Issei turned his head, surprised to see someone who looked human. Are you a living human too? He asked. Not exactly, Rias replied. But I'm surprised to meet a living human like yourself in the Pride Ring. You seem to know a lot about this place. What do you want from me? Issei questioned. Oh come now, it's very rare to see someone like you shopping at a place like this, Rias said with a smile. Issei looked at Rias Gremory, and though he didn't know who she was, he noticed her lovely face. You look familiar. Have we met before? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rias Gremory, heir to the House of Gremory, and I am, she began, but Issei interrupted as realization dawned on him. Wait, did you just say your name is Rias Gremory? He asked, surprised. Rias was taken aback that he had heard of her. You know who I am, she inquired. Yeah, you're a devil, aren't you? Issei replied. Yes, I am, Rias confirmed. I'm surprised you have heard of me yet you don't know what I look like. I once saw you back at Kuo Academy. I've been living in this place for so long that I barely remember what you looked like, Issei explained. I see. Well, Rias started, but Issei interrupted again. I thought you were human though. How often do demons like you live in the human world? He asked. 1. We are not hellborns, we are devils, Rias clarified. What's the difference? Issei asked. There are plenty of devils who often live in the human world. I, for one, live in Kuo Town, Rias said. Only because your family owns the entire town, Octavia Goetia chimed in as she appeared, causing Rias to freeze. Akino walked over to Rias. But hey, you always had a thing for Japanese culture, don't you? Octavia continued. The room fell silent for a moment until Issei spoke up. Hey, Octavia, long time no see. I haven't seen you since we left that theme park to burn to the ground? It was already going downhill anyway. Nice look by the way, Octavia replied. Issei blushed and smiled awkwardly. It was Blitz's idea. Rias looked at Akino and whispered, Why didn't you tell me Vaya was here? I didn't know, she was just there shopping with her dad, Akino replied. Shopping? But her father is part of the House of Goetia. Why would he abandon his royal duties to, Rias started, noticing Octavia looking at her. She gulped and forced a smile. Vivaya, hey. Hey, Octavia responded. How long has it been? Like 4 years. Octavia asked. Oh, has it really been that long? Rias felt herself blushing in embarrassment as Octavia continued to look at her. So, how are things? Rias asked. My parents are always fighting and breaking everything whenever I walk around the hallways and in our kitchen, all because of my dad's affair with an imp. Just typical Monday mornings for me, I guess. How about you in the human world? Octavia explained. It's good. In fact, my living arrangement in Japan is far greater for me. I'm very loved at Kuo Academy, Rias said. So you have boys simping and perving for you then? Octavia teased. Well, Rias began, but Octavia interrupted. But they don't know you're already engaged, she added. Wait, hold up? You're already engaged? Issei exclaimed, surprised. Rias felt irritation at Octavia's remark just as Kiba and Kaneko arrived. Oh, it's been a while, Kiba said. Guys, she's the heir to the House of Goetia. Bow your heads to her for respect. Rias started, but Octavia waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, Rias. I don't mind, Octavia said. Hello, Vaya. It's great to see you again, Kaneko greeted. Likewise. So, Kiba, how has your sword practice been going? Octavia asked. Good actually, Kiba replied. Yes, Vaya, our time in the human world has... Akino began. Akino. Address her as Octavia, Rias interrupted. My apologies, Rias, President. Akino stammered. Rias, it's fine. We're not in those royal ballrooms like our parents would have us go to in our younger years. It's cool if your friends call me Vaya, Octavia reassured. Rias sighed. Octavia, you and I are both born into royal families to uphold our status as heirs to our respective households. We must remember what we were both taught. Regardless of how we learned when we were 14, none of that matters when we're not in our so-called respectful households. So what's up? Did you suddenly move back to hell after realizing the human world Essius? Octavia asked. No. I was looking for this boy here, Rias replied. Oh, what boy? Octavia inquired. This boy right Bay, Rias started, but she stopped when she realized Issei Hayadu had left her sight. Her eyes widened, and she glared at Aquino. Aquino? Where is Issei Hayadu? Rias demanded. Oh, I guess we were too busy catching up with Vaya that I lost track of that boy, Aquino admitted. Rias was visibly frustrated. Hey, Rias Gremory as I live and breathe. This is a surprise seeing you here, a voice called out. Rias turned to see Stolas. Oh, Mr. Goetia. It sure is a nice surprise seeing you here too. Vaya, I see you two have already reunited, Stolas said. Oh yeah, we were just catching up, Octavia said, rolling her eyes at Rias. Well, it was nice talking to you, Vaya. But we must be going, Rias said. Oh, Rias, how is your brother doing? Stolas asked. He's doing well. Being a Devil King is a heavy responsibility, but someone must keep things in check, Rias replied. That's good to hear. We barely ever chat these days. By the way, Vaya, I just saw Issei a minute ago, Stolas mentioned. Wait, you saw Issei leaving? Where? Rias asked, her urgency clear. How do you know his name? Stolas asked, raising an eyebrow. He is a very good friend of mine at school in the human world. I just wanted to see how he was doing, that's all, Rias explained. I see. Well, I saw him leaving just over there, but, Stolas began. Oh, thank you. Rias interrupted, eager to find Issei. Come on, everyone, we need to find my friend, Yudo Kiba. But what about catching up with, one of the peerage members started to say, but Rias Gremory interrupted with urgency. Now. Her peerage followed Rias as they set out to search for Issei, leaving Stolas confused and Octavia with a deadpan expression. Be sure to tell Surzex and Grafia I said hello. Stolas called after them, then turned to Octavia. Oh, that was nice. Seeing your childhood friend again? Yeah. It was nice, I guess. Octavia replied, her attention drawn to a taxidermy lizard-squirrel hybrid beast. Oh, look at this cutie. She smiled and approached the creature, with Stolas following her. Meanwhile, Issei walked outside the stylish occult building, sighing to himself as he leaned against the wall. Just then Rias found him. You guys stay put. I will handle this, she instructed her peerage. Wait, then why were we needed if you got this? We were having fun seeing Vaya again, Kaneko Tuju questioned. Because you are my servants. Remember, though I treat you like family, servants still need to know their place, Rias explained. We understand, Rias. We're sorry if we caused any trouble for you, Aquino Himejima added. It's fine, Rias replied, heading outside to confront Issei, who turned to look at her. Oh, hey. Issei greeted. Hey. So why did you walk off like that when we were just being friendly with each other? Rias asked. I was just waiting for my boss and his receptionist to return. So I can go home and have some time for myself. I'm sorry for leaving you back there, Issei said. It's all right. So when will they get back? Rias inquired. Well, since Luna is chasing down those rude people who called her a flea bag earlier, it might be a little while, Issei explained. It must be hard dealing with your boss, huh? Rias remarked. He looked at her with a serious expression. I'm just making small talk. You seem to be in a stressful mood. Care to talk about it with me? Rias offered. Yeah. My life is personal, and I don't know you, Issei replied. But you know my name, Rias pointed out. Let me rephrase. I barely know you, other than your name, Issei clarified. I'll just get straight to the point then. I want to offer you a deal, Rias said. Hard pass, Issei responded. Just hear me out. I know that you are a human with a sacred gear, Rias continued. Actually, it's a Longinus known as the boosted gear. It's a long story, Issei corrected her. I see. So you're the Red Dragon Emperor then? Rias asked. So you know about that name too? Issei replied, surprised. Every devil, hellborn, angel, and fallen angel has heard about it. I want you to be a part of my peerage, Rias explained. Be a part of your peerage? What is that? Issei asked. I'll explain. You see, Rias started, but Issei interrupted. Oh wait, never mind. I don't really care. Look, I'm not trying to be rude here, but I'm happy with the job I have right now. Well, sometimes I am. But it's an honest living. You mean honest living? Rias corrected. Not unless the targets are dead, Issei replied, a hint of darkness in his tone. Rias felt uneasy, realizing that Issei had a darker side, but it wouldn't deter her from trying to recruit him. Have you ever played chess before? Rias asked. I've heard about it, Issei admitted. Then you should know that a king has a queen, a bishop, a rook, a knight, and the most important piece on the board, the pawn, Rias explained. A pawn? You're kidding me, right? Issei replied incredulously. Do you doubt the power of a pawn? Rias challenged. Aren't pawns just someone who serves under you and you use them to get everything you want? So yes, I doubt it very much, Issei said, his skepticism evident. Rias felt her patience wearing thin but quickly devised a backup plan, knowing the tales of Issei's reputation among the girls of Kuo Academy, which had been wiped from everyone's memories by the fallen angels. Tell me, are you into women and their attributes? Rias asked, trying to gauge his interest. Issei looked at her, intrigued. Go on. Picture this. If you agree to be my servant, then someday you will have servants of your own, Rias proposed. Are those servants girls? Girls with attributes? Issei asked, his interest piqued. If that is what you wish, all you must do is agree to be my servant, and I will treat you well. You can have a large harem by your side, Rias offered, extending her hand. What do you say? What do I say? I would say. Issei's joyful expression shifted to seriousness. Like hell I will. Rias was taken aback by his rejection. Issei had experienced enough to make him wary of girls like her. I appreciate the offer, but after some recent events, I'm okay with the dead-end job I have now. Thanks, but no thanks, Issei said firmly. So you're saying you don't like women with attributes? Rias pressed. Don't be ridiculous. Of course, I love women with attributes. I'm just a little wiser not to be fooled by someone like you, Issei replied. Rias felt a twinge of offense at his remark. What are you trying to imply? Forget it. I don't trust girls like you who are way too nice to guys like me. So take a hike, Issei said dismissively. Rias was left speechless. Just then, Blitzo arrived, calling out, Hey kid, we're back from chasing those people. And I got it all recorded. And I managed to snag their belongings. It's yours if you want it, Luna added. Thanks, but I'm more of a fan of other things, Issei said, glancing at Rias. Blitzo recognized Rias from the human world and looked at her with curiosity. Can I help you with something, Red? This is your boss? The one you take orders from? Rias asked Issei, her confusion evident. Got a problem with that? Blitzo challenged. No, I don't. And don't call me Red, Rias replied, her irritation rising. Just calling it like I see it, Blitzo shrugged. Rias glared at Blitzo before turning her attention to Luna. And you must be the receptionist? What about it? Luna replied, crossing her arms. You're cute, Rias said, a hint of a smile on her face. What did you say to me? Luna asked, taken aback. This is cute, Rias repeated, then looked at Issei. So you would rather stick with serving under an imp and a dog? You want to call me that again? Luna shot back, ready for a fight. Rias Gremory snarled at Issei Haidu, attempting to persuade him. She offered him more than what the imp was providing. Issei, recalling a past experience with someone who had a pretty face, expressed his distrust, reminding Rias that she owed two of his friends an apology. Rias dismissed his friends as low-class creatures, questioning their importance to him. Issei acknowledged that his life wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. A tense silence hung between them as Rias moved closer to Issei, trying to gain his trust. She suggested that he might be the kind of guy who would listen to what she had to offer. However, as she reached out to touch his chest, Issei was overwhelmed by flashbacks of Rainer's manipulative words. In a fit of rage, he drew his shotgun and aimed it at Rias, startling Blitzo and Luna. Issei shouted, warning Rias to stay away from him. Rias felt intimidated, realizing he was serious. Blitzo intervened, putting Issei's shotgun away and noticing Stolas and Octavia watching in surprise. Embarrassed, Issei attempted to lighten the mood by claiming his outburst was an impression of Samuel L. Jackson from Pulp Fiction. Stolas greeted Blitzo and acknowledged Rias, asking Issei how he was doing. Issei replied that he was fine. Stolas then suggested that Issei could be a bodyguard for Vaya while he spoke with Rias, sensing her hidden intentions. Rias felt a bit scared as she followed Stolas, while Issei accompanied Octavia into the store. Blitzo was about to enter when Stolas called him back, needing him for the conversation. Inside the store, Issei helped Octavia carry bags filled with taxidermied animals. He commented on the unusual collection, to which Octavia explained that some of the animals were extinct. Curious about the situation outside, she asked Issei about his earlier confrontation with Rias. Issei mentioned that he had seen Pulp Fiction, a movie she hadn't watched since they didn't receive human films in Hell. They discussed Octavia's homeschooling and her training in magic, which was part of her family's legacy. Issei inquired about her parents, and Octavia revealed that her father taught her spells from the grimoire, while her mother was more focused on yelling at them. Issei noted that Octavia seemed to have a lot of questions, and she turned the conversation back to his encounter with Rias. Feeling uncomfortable, Issei admitted that Rias had been trying to get under his skin. Octavia acknowledged that Rias often did that but mentioned that threatening her was not advisable given her family's status. Issei realized that he had overreacted and thanked Octavia for saving him from a potential conflict. They continued their conversation. Issei hesitated to share his deeper issues with Octavia. Sensing his reluctance, she reassured him that it was okay not to share. However, Issei eventually confided in her about the nightmares he had been experiencing. Unbeknownst to them, Luna was eavesdropping, and Kaneko was doing the same from the other side of the clothes rack, enjoying her lollipop. The store clerk approached Kaneko, attempting to enforce a rule against eating sweets. In response, Kaneko punched him, leaving him on the ground in pain, asserting her independence. With a lollipop in her mouth, Rias stood in a dark alleyway with Stolas and Blitzo in front of her. Stolas looked at her with a serious expression, reminiscent of earlier. "What were you doing during your visit back in Hell?" Stolas asked. Rias hesitated before responding, "I was seeing how Vaya was doing. I thought we established this. It seemed like that. And I really hoped it was that. But Vaya told me right after you left that you were interested in the human boy, Issei Haidu, if I am not mistaken?" Stolas continued. Blitzo chimed in, Yeah? What's that about? Did you get involved with him out of pity?" "Blitz." Stolas scolded. "What? Just asking some questions of the high school crush here," Blitzo replied. Rias raised an eyebrow. "How do you know each other?" Both Stolas and Blitzo blushed, but Stolas quickly cleared his throat. "Don't change the subject." Blitzo smirked. "Yeah, because what we do is none of your business." Rias shot back. "You're quite the profane one, aren't you?" Blitzo responded with a rude gesture. Rias sighed. "Look, I don't know why you asked to speak to me in private. I should go." "Oh, and continue to harass Issei, I assume?" Stolas questioned. Rias frowned. "That's a mean thing to say. Why would I consider doing that to him? It might have something to do with the fact that he is the Red Dragon Emperor. But you already knew that, didn't you?" Stolas said. Rias froze as Stolas figured out her true intentions. He sighed in disappointment. "You know, I really hoped you came to see how Vaya was doing since you two used to be the best of friends. But now that I've put the puzzle pieces together, your true intention all along was to reincarnate that boy into your servant." Rias stammered. Why is a living human even doing in Hell? It wasn't even his time yet. Maybe you have some explaining to do yourself." Stolas's eyes glowed red at her remark, startling her for a moment, but they returned to normal as he calmed down. "Because that boy is in servitude to me." Rias's eyes widened as he revealed everything that had happened up to this point. "So, He's here because he had the grimoire with him that this imp claimed he took from him? Facts read. Blitzo added. And when he returned the grimoire to you, he became eternally in service to the house of Goetia, along with the human nun Asia Argento, Rias concluded. That is correct, young lady, Stolas affirmed. Rias remained silent, processing the information. So you must understand why I won't allow him to be taken by you. He and Asia Argento are both under the protection of the House of Goetia while serving my employer here, Stolas explained. Rias raised an eyebrow. I thought for a second he was your boyfriend. Blitzo interjected. I will bash your head until red really does come out of your skull. Rias asked, is he always this violent? Rias, that boy has been through so much, with fallen angels now searching for him in the human world. This is all I can give him. I wouldn't last a day without being targeted, Stolas said earnestly. I never heard about both him and this nun being under any protection of the House of Goetia, Rias replied. It hasn't been announced just yet, though I thought the fallen angels would have given the message to their leader by now. Anyway, even if it is not announced to the public, you of all devils should know that going against a member of the House of Goetia's orders is to reignite the Great War, Stolas warned. It wasn't my intention to do such a thing. Maybe we can make a deal? You can just have the human nun instead, and I'll just have the Red Dragon Emperor as my servant, Rias proposed. Have you not listened to what I told you? I won't trade either him or Asia to anyone, including you. In fact, do your brother or parents even know you're here? Otherwise, I could give them a call if necessary about your involvement with one of my humans you're trying to take from the House of Goetia, Stolas replied firmly. Blitzo smirked. Yeah, Red. How do you like that? He made a rude gesture at her. Rias sighed. No, they don't. I had my familiar go to hell to search for him. Just him. Stolas sighed. Rias, you're a kind, caring person. But sometimes I don't think you understand your actions as well as you might think. I believe we are done here. Vaya is probably wondering where I am right now. Blitzo added, well, she's with my human, so I think she'll be in good hands. I suppose you're right. Just as long as he keeps his hands to himself, of course, Stolas said, looking at Rias. As for you, I hope we have come to an agreement that Issei Hayudu and Asia Argento are both off limits. Crystal, Rias replied. Meanwhile, Issei and Octavia were in a stylish occult setting. She felt concerned for her human friend after he shared his troubling dream. Does this happen often? Octavia asked. Ever since we left the abandoned old church in the human world, I guess it has been happening to me non-stop. Fire everywhere. People dead. Human people. And a voice that knew my name, yet I don't know theirs. If I have to be honest with you, it's terrifying. And I don't know if what I was experiencing was a nightmare or not. Issei confessed. This all started because of that fallen angel who messed with your heart mentally? Octavia inquired. I don't think so. I think it was something else entirely, Issei replied. Do you think you are capable of hurting anybody? Octavia asked. With everything my boss put me through in one of his hellish training sessions, I nowadays don't care who I kill. Issei admitted. And that's why you think you're going to be the end of humanity? Octavia probed. I wasn't sure if what I experienced was real life or not, but it's made me depressed that I might bring the end to all living things, Issei said. Then those humans you kill would end up in hell, wouldn't they? Octavia pointed out. Yeah, but, Issei started. Issei, everyone dies. Even you will one day die if you're not careful or if it's by natural causes, Octavia stated. How can you talk about stuff like that? Issei questioned. Because it's the truth. Many humans come and go in hell just as much as they do from heaven. Death is a part of life, Octavia explained. So you're saying it wouldn't matter if I start ending up killing both innocent and guilty people? They just die anyway? Issei asked. Facts, Octavia confirmed. Even humans who are still living and breathing like you must know that the end of the world will come for you all. Issei Hayudu wondered aloud what would happen if the end of the world occurred in hell. Would anyone care about staying alive at least? Octavia Goetia explained that the apocalypse would only happen when Lucifer Morningstar gained enough power to rise above the human world and destroy everything in his path, thus making Earth a new hell. He and his soldiers, along with his offspring, were destined to fight God and his heavenly armies. Realized that this meant humans like him were in serious trouble. He questioned whether he would end up destroying them too. Octavia recalled that Issei's boss had mentioned he was the Red Dragon Emperor. She remembered hearing about heavenly dragons when she was a child. Issei was curious about these heavenly dragons, asking if they were dragons who served under God. Octavia clarified that God was very xenophobic towards dragons, which was why both he and Lucifer had sealed them away. Issei was shocked to learn that God and Lucifer had sealed the heavenly dragons away because they were very close to killing them. He pondered where he fit into all of this. Was a heavenly dragon really sealed away? If so, was it within him? Before Octavia could elaborate on the legends, she noticed Stolas, along with Blitzo and Rias, returning to the store. "Hey, Dad," Octavia greeted. Stolas apologized for taking longer, explaining that he had been speaking to Rias about her behavior towards Octavia's bodyguard earlier. Rias, appearing hesitant, scowled at Blitzo, who secretly flipped her off. She then turned her attention to Issei and Octavia. "Issei Haidu, I would like to humbly apologize for making you feel uncomfortable. I hope I haven't caused any trouble for you," Rias said. Issei took a deep breath and assured her it was fine, as long as she didn't do it again. Rias looked at Octavia and said, "Vaya, it was nice seeing you, but I must return to the human world for urgent matters with my clients." "All right then. You do you," Octavia replied with a shrug. "Come along, everyone. We will return to Earth now," Rias instructed. Of course, President Akino Himejima agreed. As Rias and her peerage exited the building, Stolas looked at her seriously while Octavia observed her departure. She reflected on Rias' gremmery, realizing that even after all these years apart, she still hadn't changed. Part of her was glad to see her again, but another part wanted to confront her about the past. Stolas, noticing Octavia's expression, looked at her with concern but decided to change the subject. "So, are we done for the day?" "Yep. Got everything we need. I can't wait to get back home where I can listen to my iPod without having to deal with you and Mom yelling at each other every night," she replied, walking to the cash-out counter to wait for her dad. Right. Stolas said, glancing at Blitzo. "And I suppose I'll see you tonight, my impish plaything." He winked at him. Blitzo rolled his eyes, but Stolas turned his head too quickly to notice. Blitzo then looked at Issei, who appeared downcast. "You okay, kid?" Blitzo asked. "Hey Blitz, can I be honest with you about some things?" Issei replied. "I can pretend to care if you like," Blitzo said with a smirk. "Have you ever felt like you might be the end of all living things?" Issei asked. "Don't we kill people on a daily basis?" Blitzo responded. "That's not what Issei started, but was interrupted by Luna. "Well, I'm done shopping too. Got some cool clothes I need," she announced. "And I even took some pictures of me and you just to celebrate it," Blitzo added, scrolling through photos of him and Luna trying on new clothes and chasing down the two demon girls from before. Luna had chased them down like a hunter after its prey, and Blitzo gave her a thumbs up. Issei felt a pang of regret for missing out on that. He couldn't shake Octavia's words about how everyone dies eventually. He knew many humans like him wouldn't be around forever, and if he was going to be stuck in hell for life, he would make the best of it. "Hey, mind if I join in on the selfie?" Issei asked. "You want to be a part of the selfie?" Blitzo replied, surprised. "Yeah, I figured since you took me along with you guys to have some fun here, why not take a selfie together?" Issei suggested. "Issei, you're my employee, not like," Blitzo started. "Let him be a part of it," Luna interjected. "What?" both Blitzo and Issei exclaimed. "He's right. He has been tagging along with us, so we might as well include him in what we do," Luna insisted. "I don't know." Blitzo hesitated. "Wasn't it the point to come here to cheer me up? Let's take a selfie," Issei urged. Blitzo, sensing Issei's desire to be part of their group, smiled a little. "All right then, kiddo. Come on in here." He hugged both Issei and Luna tightly as he took out his phone. "All right, now everyone say, 'Let's have fun.'" "Let's have fun." Issei and Luna echoed. They began taking selfies, and Issei started to get into it. They captured moments of the three of them drinking smoothies at a quick store, another where Issei and Luna got back at the demon girls by cutting their tires, and one where Issei and Blitzo flipped off the demon girls' boyfriends while Blitzo playfully teased them. They took many memorable selfies that day, creating memories they wouldn't forget. When Octavia got home, she put on her headphones and ignored her parents arguing. She went into her room and got online to see what was new on social media. She was surprised to see recent selfies of Issei with Blitzo and Luna. She smiled a little at Issei's caption on the recent pictures, which read, "Me and my crazy hell fam." Seeing how much fun they were having made her feel warm inside, almost like they were a family. Her smile faded as she heard her mother throwing a flower pot at her father. She lay down with a little tear in her eyes. Octavia Goetia thought to herself that it must be nice to know what being a family feels like. Back in the human world, Rias was in her office, contemplating her next move. Akino Himejima remarked that it seemed they couldn't get Issei Hayadu after all. She added that there were plenty of other suitable sacred gear users who would serve Rias well. Rias responded that it wasn't enough. Akino, concerned, asked if everything was all right. Rias declared that she would still have him as her servant. Akino reminded her that she had given her word to Stolas, and questioned what would happen if she went back on it. Rias asserted her position as a high-class devil and the heir to the House of Gremory. She insisted that she wouldn't let anyone stand in her way of having the Red Dragon Emperor as her servant. Akino, speaking as a friend rather than a queen, urged Rias not to do anything to anger Stolas, as he and his family were part of the Ars Goetia household, more powerful than the 72 pillars themselves. Rias, however, reminded Akino that she was her master, and although Akino was her best friend, she needed to remember her place. Akino, feeling chastised, apologized. Rias continued, suggesting that Stolas didn't need to know that his prized human was gone. She explained that she had tried to convince him to join them, but he wasn't foolish enough to fall for her charms. She planned to capture him when the moment was right and take him back to the club, where she would insert 8 pawn pieces onto him. Akino expressed concern, stating that 8 pawn pieces seemed like too much for any reincarnated devil to handle. Rias insisted that if she wanted her newest pawn to be the strongest in her peerage, she would do whatever it took. She warned that if he thought he could get away by rejecting her, he had another thing coming, including that imp master of his. Akino felt uneasy about the plan but, feeling powerless to oppose Rias, begrudgingly agreed. As Rias' servant, she, along with Kaneko and Kiba, had to obey Rias, regardless of whether her intentions were misguided. Blitzo drove roughly through the streets of Imp City with Issei, Asia, Moxie, Millie, and Luna in the van, turning on the radio. He enthusiastically sang along to Mustang Dong, his voice echoing through the vehicle. Asia commented on his singing, expressing surprise at its quality. Luna, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. Moxie covered his non-existent ears, and Issei followed suit, exclaiming his frustration at Blitzo's awful singing. Moxie advised him to ignore it, but Issei found it impossible, likening it to the sound of a tortured cat. Meanwhile, in the Goetia household, Stella was sipping her coffee when Stolas looked at her, asking if she was torturing a cat. Stella denied it, and their conversation was interrupted by a cat-like demon that suddenly appeared, causing a humorous exchange between Stella and the demon. Back with the I.M.P group, Millie rolled down her window, taking in the view of the city. She remarked on how nice the scenery was, but Asia's attention was drawn to a less pleasant sight, leading her to feign a smile despite her discomfort. Blitzo continued singing, oblivious to their reactions. As they drove into an old, crowded parking lot, Blitzo suddenly slammed on the brakes to avoid hitting a pink car that had pulled into the last available space. Asia stumbled slightly, but Millie and Moxie managed to catch her. Blitzo turned off the radio and glared at the driver of the pink car, noticing the license plate that read, "Sucks for life." He shouted at the driver, demanding she move her car. The passenger stepped out, revealing herself to be Verasica, a familiar face to Blitzo. Their banter quickly escalated, with Verasica teasing Blitzo about his presence and his past. She claimed the parking spot was hers, pointing out her name spray-painted on the ground, and mentioned that she was working with a more successful company. Issei and Luna watched the exchange from the van, confused by the unfolding drama. Verosika continued to taunt Blitzo, and he grew increasingly frustrated, insisting she could not park there for a week. Their argument was interrupted by the appearance of a tall, muscular hellhound who growled at Blitzo, leaving him momentarily speechless. Verosika introduced her new hellhound, Vortex, and left with him, flipping Blitzo off as she departed. Blitzo expressed his annoyance at having wasted time with her, while Luna and Issei exited the van, excitedly discussing Verosika. Issei was astonished to learn that Blitzo had dated Verosika Mayday, the pop star he idolized. Millie and Moxie joined the conversation, with Millie explaining what a pop star was, while Asia remained curious about Verosika's fame, having never heard of her before. The group continued to discuss the implications of Blitzo's past relationship, with Issei feeling a mix of jealousy and admiration. Blitzo looked around at his companions, puzzled. "Okay, why are you all acting like that's such a shock?" Luna, the wolf, replied, "Hello, it's Verosika Mayday." Millie chimed in, "It's you?" Moxie scratched his head, still confused. Is she blind? Suffering some form of brain damage?" Issei, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, "I say I should punch you right in the face. I can't believe you used to date her. It's unbelievable. I thought you were gay?" Blitzo sighed, trying to defuse the situation. "Okay, look, you're all making this into a way bigger deal than it needs to be. I don't pry into your personal lives." Moxie interjected, "You do that all the time, sir." Millie added, "Come on, you kinda do that." Luna nodded in agreement. "You totally do that." Issei continued, "I can't get a good night's sleep with you creeping on me." Asia, who had been listening, chimed in, "I did see you in our fridge one time." Millie laughed. "Actually, it was kind of funny." Moxie frowned. "It really wasn't." Millie grinned mischievously, her eyelids lowering. "What was it like being with her?" Moxie was taken aback and quickly covered Asia's ears. "Millie!" Millie shrugged innocently. "What? It's a pop star. You'd want to know what being with someone like Michael Crawford was like." Moxie was about to scold Millie but changed his mind. "Touché." Issei, feeling a bit shy, asked, "Maybe you can tell me some details about what being with her is like? You know, I never had any Issei talk, so I thought maybe—" Blitzo interrupted, "Okay, look, let's just drop it. Millie, you and Asia find a temporary spot for that truck." He tossed the keys to Millie, who gleefully caught them and ran to the driver's side, with Asia joining her in the passenger seat. "Okay, Looney, Moxie, Issei, let's go handle this." As they arrived at the building, Issei, Luna, Moxie, and Blitzo stepped out of the elevator. Luna walked nervously forward, and Issei noticed her discomfort. "Are you all right?" he asked. Luna replied anxiously, "Do you think they saw me? I did my makeup poorly today." Issei reassured her, "Seriously? I think I should be the one worrying about what they think of me. I've been a fan of hers for as long as I can remember. I was even the president of her fan club back in Crow Academy." A flashback revealed Issei proudly leading his friends Matsuda and Motohama in front of a portrait of a human version of Verosika, surrounded by her merchandise and doll collections, even waifu pillows. The trio chanted, "We are not worthy. We are not worthy of you, our goddess of pop stars. We serve you till the day we die." Suddenly, a janitor opened the door, startled by the scene. "What the hell? Not you guys again." He brandished his mop, trying to chase them away. Motohama shouted, "Let's get out of here." Matsuda and Motohama pushed Issei aside as they ran, leaving him to be hit by the janitor's mop. The flashback ended, and Moxie looked at Issei with concern. "I can't believe the moment is here that I get to meet my goddess. She is the goddess of K-pop everywhere. I can't screw this up," Issei declared. Moxie raised an eyebrow. "So your friends just ditched you when the janitor was beating you?" "Yeah, weren't you listening to my story just now?" Issei replied, slightly annoyed. Moxie continued, But why would they just ditch you like that? That doesn't sound like good friends. Issei shrugged. What? Come on, Mox, sure they tend to ditch me a few times. A few times? How often does that happen? Moxie pressed. Even if they don't remember me anymore, I still think deep down I can reach out to them someday. But until that day, I have some Mayday to finally see and make those too jealous of me meeting Verosika Mayday before them. Issei exclaimed. Luna interrupted. So is anyone going to tell me if I put too much makeup on or what? Blitzo smiled at her, his eyes shining. Oh, you look perfect, Loony. Like always. Luna narrowed her eyes and scowled. Shut up, Blitz. Blitzo looked at her with adoration. Luna caught herself almost referring to him as Dad, and shoved him aside. Blitz, she exclaimed. Issei raised an eyebrow. Wait, were you just going to call Blitz Dad, just now? Luna grabbed Issei by the throat, glaring at him with fierce eyes. I will rip your ribcage out and claw out whatever is left in that husk of a corpse. Issei, choking, managed to say, noted. She dropped him roughly while Moxie helped Issei up. Luna checked her face in a handheld mirror, stepping over Blitzo before accidentally bumping into Vortex. She looked up, feeling embarrassed. Whoa, she said. Vortex glanced down at Luna, who blushed and wagged her tail. Blitzo smiled at Luna before gasping in shock. He moved between Luna and Vortex, arms outstretched. Hi there, big man. Where's your employer? Blitzo asked. Vortex replied, she's in her office. There wasn't room on the second floor, so they rented one here. It's cheaper. Blitzo groaned. Oh, come on. Issei interjected, hold up. Since when did the I.M.P become like an apartment complex? Is she in her office recording right now? Pretty much human, Vortex said as he walked away. Issei spotted the office next door to Blitzo's, adorned with neon pink hearts over double doors. The letters V and M were spray-painted on the door windows across from the I.M.P office. He felt both nervous and excited to meet his dream celebrity. Say, Blitz? Maybe I should give Verosika herself a stern talking to for your honor. It's only fair since you've had a rough day, Issei suggested. Moxie replied, I'll come with you, Issei. I don't really listen to what's classified as pop genre music. Issei interrupted, feeling annoyed. So you mean to tell me you've never listened to her albums? Not exactly, Moxie started. Then no way. This is a job for a real fan. I mean a real professional like myself to handle solo. After all, it's the least I can do for this company. Issei declared confidently. Blitzo shrugged. Kid, if you really want to get her autograph, be my guest, but... Issei rushed into her office, shouting, Thank you, Blitz. Issei slammed the door behind him, and both Blitzo and Moxie exchanged glances at his dramatic entrance. Moxie remarked, It must be sad to be him right now. Blitzo replied, Not as sad as you, maybe. I'll take that as a compliment, Moxie rolled his eyes. Inside the office, Issei found himself in the presence of Verosika Mayday and her entourage. Verosika Mayday exclaimed, Who invited this loser into my office? Get him out. A crew member interjected, Wait, Miss Mayday, I think it's your ex-boyfriend's human who's been trending on social media. Verosika glanced at her phone and smirked at the pictures of Issei hanging out with Blitzo and Luna during their last outing. Is that right? She said, crossing her legs. Then what do I owe the pleasure of your presence? Issei thought to himself, Oh wow, she's being so charming right now. Why did Blitzo ever mess up a chance with her? Clearing his throat, he stammered, Nice Miss Mayday. My name is Issei Haidu, and I've been a huge fan since middle school. I loved every album you ever made, along with 2 human friends of mine, but who cares about them? Verosika smiled seductively. Oh my era, so what grade are you in now? Issei replied, High school, ma'am. Or at least I was in high school. But it's too complicated to talk about. Oh, it's fine, very fine indeed, Verosika said. Quick question if you don't mind? Issei asked. Not at all, cutie, she responded. In the human world, were you the one performing on stage as a human being? Oh yeah, it was me. Alright, we succubi and incubi have a thing for using our human forms to blend into your world so we don't expose the supernatural world to humans. That's very cool. I still think you look beautiful, whether in human form or not. You're still my idol. Issei exclaimed. Verosika chuckled. I see him? You're not much to look at, but you'll do well for the party. Issei blushed at the thought. Party? Right now. Come on, gang, let's give him a night to remember, Verosika said as her posse surrounded Issei. Issei was excited to see some succubi but was shocked to find incubi joining in as well. Wait. Are there going to be guys involved in this? Don't think about it too much, one incubus replied. This wasn't what I was hoping for. Issei exclaimed. Outside the office, Luna, Blitzo, and Moxie watched as Issei was overwhelmed by Verosika's group. Moxie asked, Should we go help him, sir? Blitzo shrugged. Hey, don't look at me. It seems like Issei is having a blast in there. I don't want to be a buzzkill for him. Sir. Moxie insisted. Blitzo groaned. You worry too much, Mox. I'm pretty sure Issei's got this handled. Back in Verosika's office, Issei found himself surrounded and overwhelmed. Coco teased, For a scrawny version, you're quite a cutie, aren't you? Hey now, I don't think it's nice to call me, Issei started. Josh chimed in, Want more kisses, human boy? No. No more. Not from you, anyway. Issei protested. As the group surrounded him, Verosika stepped closer, grabbing him by the hair. Hey, why don't you send a little message from me back to your boss? Issei gulped, and that message would be. Suddenly, the demon silhouettes loomed over him and he shouted, Don't touch me there. That is my Inano square. Blitzo rushed to the window, pressing his hands against it. Issei, don't let her access any of your boundaries. Issei dashed back into the hallway, panting and shaken, with red lipstick marks all over his face. Moxie rushed over to comfort him. Issei? Did they hurt you? Moxie asked. So many people kissing me. At least I have some lipstick marks to prove I've been with so many girls right now, Issei replied. Issei, you almost got assaulted. Did you not care about that? Moxie exclaimed. Yeah, bye guys. Last time I checked, girls can't be ARPAs. Issei argued. Moxie sighed. Issei, it was clear you were forced against your will. It doesn't matter how you see it, it's still wrong. Issei replied, You're totally jealous of how many girls were on to me, before falling face down onto the ground. Moxie face-bombed, exasperated by Issei's lack of understanding. For Satan's sake. Blitzo kicked the doors open, drawing Verosika's attention. Alright, that's it. If you're going to treat my employees poorly, then I challenge you to a duel. Kiki smirked. Is this imp boy starting a demon duel? Verosika chuckled, leaning closer to Blitzo. What's the game then, Blitzo? I heard you and your crew will be performing near a beach in Kuo Town, if I'm not mistaken? Blitzo said. Verosika rolled her eyes. Get to the point. Every year, you all come up for easy pickings while spring break is prime time for all kinds of trouble. So I bet. You can't outdo us by the end of the day, Blitzo challenged. The succubi laughed, but Blitzo glared at them in determination, causing their laughter to fade. Oh, you're serious? Verosika leaned in close to Blitzo, whispering, Game on. Then, later at I.M.P headquarters, Blitzo stood in front of a whiteboard, with drawings on an easel behind him. The other I.M.P members sat at a table, listening intently. Alright, shut your mouths. Here's how we're going to do this. First, we find a ton of clients, Blitzo instructed. The animated drawings depicted Blitzo, Issei, Asia, Luna, Millie, and Moxie standing together, surrounded by clients with bags of money. We portal up, Blitzo continued, snapping his fingers as the drawings fell down. We have our fun as usual, he added. Issei interjected, Since when is this fun? Blitzo shot back, Oh, I'm sorry. Are you the boss making the plans here? Issei replied, Continue. That's what I thought, Blitzo concluded. The I.M.P drawings dealt with human drawings in a rather unconventional manner. Blitzo suggested they pile all the bodies into a large canoe. The canoe, humorously named SS Cum Gutter, was pushed into the water, and Blitzo kicked it away from the dock. He then proposed lighting it on fire to attract sharks, eagles, and other creatures. Animated drawings of various animals eagerly consumed the bodies set ablaze in the canoe, while a large octopus devoured the entire vessel along with its contents. Issei Hayadu questioned the logic of their plan, wondering why they would even bother with the bodies after eliminating their clients. Blitzo instructed everyone to hold their questions until after the meeting, explaining that the animals would come to eat the bodies, and they would win their bet. The I.M.P drawings cheered, and Luna donned a party hat. Blitzo then turned his attention back to Issei, asking what his question was. Issei reiterated that the plan seemed nonsensical, as they typically just dealt with the clients and moved on. Blitzo dismissed Issei's concerns, but Issei pointed out the impracticality of gathering so many animals, suggesting they might as well throw the bodies into a volcano. Blitzo paused, considering the idea, and surprisingly agreed that it wasn't a bad suggestion. Issei expressed his disbelief that Blitzo would take any idea from him, to which Blitzo retorted that it was the only useful idea he had offered. Moxie interjected, questioning why they needed to prove anything to anyone. Blitzo, frustrated, pointed out the expense involved. Issei excitedly mentioned that Verosika was performing in his hometown, a long-awaited event for him and his friends. Luna chimed in, noting Verosika's popularity in Hell, as she primarily held concerts there. Issei was thrilled at the possibility of attending her show, while Luna admitted she liked her music but wasn't as big a fan as Issei. Blitzo reminded everyone that their focus was on business and winning the bet, urging Issei to keep his excitement in check. Asia Argento, feeling left out, asked if she could join them. Millie supported her, stating that Asia hadn't been out much since joining their team. Blitzo, however, expressed concern about Asia's lack of combat skills. Moxie hesitated, acknowledging that they hadn't trained her because she wasn't interested in fighting. Asia felt disheartened by this, and Luna, sensing her sadness, offered to look after her during the concert. The group was surprised by Luna's offer, and Asia looked up at her hopefully. Luna assured Asia that she would keep her safe from any potential threats. Moxie reminded them of a past incident where Asia had been captured, but Luna brushed it off, insisting they were just going to a concert and not dealing with any cultists. Issei remarked on how they would be targeting many foes during spring break, feeling that he had been with them for too long. Asia expressed her trust in Luna and thanked her with a hug. Luna, while appreciating the gesture, reminded Asia that she still needed training to protect herself. Blitzo firmly opposed the idea of Luna accompanying them, stating that spring break was no place for young, vulnerable individuals. He warned her about the kinds of people they might encounter. The group shared a moment of disapproval, breaking the fourth wall as they glanced at the audience, leaving Issei and Asia confused about the situation. Asia turned to Issei, asking what was happening, and he admitted he was just as lost. Luna, trying to lighten the mood, mentioned that she could easily blend in with humans. "Just let me tag along," Luna said, looking determined. Issei Hayadu paused, surprised. "Wait, say that again?" "I can." "Blend in?" Luna replied, glancing at the group. Millie chimed in, "Do you have a human disguise?" "Yeah. Don't you?" Luna asked, raising an eyebrow. The imps exchanged nervous glances, their eyes darting side to side, leaving both Issei and Asia surprised to learn they didn't have human forms. Wait a minute. You don't have human forms." Issei exclaimed. "You three have been messing around on Earth this whole time. Without human disguises." Luna said incredulously. "So let me get this straight? Succubi and hellhounds can shapeshift, but imps can't. What's up with that? Me and Asia are the only humans who don't need disguises, but you guys could." Issei continued, frustration evident in his voice. "Okay, new plan." Blitzo interjected, quickly scribbling on a piece of paper and hanging it on an easel. The paper showed Luna surrounded by humans with hearts around them. "Looney can help lure the humans to us, and we'll take care of the rest." "Okay, how about that?" Blitzo proposed. "Flawless logic," Millie agreed. "I think you're missing the biggest issue, sir," Moxie pointed out. Isn't it crucial to have a client who demands enough kills to win this bet? We aren't just going up to massacre. I got that covered, Mox, Blitzo assured him. Later, Blitzo put up a ragged flyer reading, Spring Break Victim, 50% off, with drawings of himself, a victim, and horses. He turned to Moxie. We wait. Sir, there is no way we are going to get enough clients by the end of the day with one poorly spelled, bad grammar flyer. Moxie protested. Just then, they noticed demons lining up to look at the flyer. Blitzo grinned smugly and elbowed Moxie. Now who's first? They later arrived at Kuo Town's beach in the human world, where people happily walked around, relaxed, and chatted. Blitzo, Issei, Moxie, Millie, Asia, and Luna hid behind coral-covered rocks under a dock. Now remember, only Issei and Asia are the normal humans who can be around their own kind. The rest of us have to keep ourselves hidden from any plain human sights, alright? Loose shots will likely cause a panic, Blitzo instructed. Seriously? Then how exactly do you expect us to kill the targets here? Issei asked. That's where Luna comes in. She can help lead targets to a better spot to take them out. You got the list, Looney? Blitzo said. Luna skimmed a long list in her hands and gave it a sniff. Got it. She stood up and, in a swirling flash of blue light, transformed into her human form. Both Issei and Asia were surprised by Luna's human appearance. Issei blushed at the sight. Luna looked at them, curious. What? She asked. So this is your human form, Luna? It looks so. Asia started. Looks what? Dumb. Luna interrupted. No, I was going to say. Beautiful, Asia replied, a bit shy. Thanks, I guess. Not that I was trying to please anybody or whatever, Luna said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. You're kidding, right? Look at my Luna. She looks downright awful. Blitzo exclaimed. Are you being serious right now? Look at Luna. She looks really amazing right now. Issei said, unable to contain his admiration. Luna shot Issei a death glare. I will slit your throat if you don't choose your next words very carefully, she warned. I was just complimenting you. Issei stammered. Blitzo glared at him too. Oh really? So saying that it makes you feel a certain way is something humans say to each other. Moxie watched the exchange, feeling the tension. Sir, we should keep it professional. Issei nodded, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Right? I get it. Do ya? Do you really get it? Blitzo pressed, still glaring. Issei understood that Blitzo cared about Luna a lot, and he sighed. Yes, Blitz. I do. Blitzo's serious expression turned into a smile. Alrighty then. Now as for you, go fetch. Luna focused, her target humans outlined in red in her vision. She smirked and strolled over to a tall man wearing sunglasses, giving him a flirtatious grin as she motioned toward a private alleyway. As she led him into the alley, Blitzo, watching from the roof, shot the man in the head. Luna a thumbs up. Later, a blond man approached her with a hungry look. He was caught in a noose by Blitzo. On a rooftop, a brown-haired man leaned in to kiss Luna, but Issei kicked him off the roof. The man landed in a dumpster that Moxie promptly slammed shut. Luna then walked with a heavier man down the sidewalk when a flower pot crashed onto his head. Blitzo took out a woman with a knife, Millie dispatched a white-haired woman with a spiked baseball bat, and Issei shot another woman in the head. Asia felt a deep sense of disgust and fear at how the team dealt with their targets. It reminded her of her time with the fallen angels but was far worse. She longed to heal the injured, to mend stab and bullet wounds as she used to, but she had been told never to heal their targets. Forced to watch, she wept a little from the carnage around her. Blitzo and the gang put the bodies in blood-stained dark trash bags, closing them. In the background, Millie jumped on another body. That's 9 kills in the bag. I like to see that. Blitzo exclaimed. Verosika Mayday appeared, rallying the crowd. Alright, spring breakers. Y'all ready to get wild and make some bad choices? The audience cheered, and Issei smiled wide, letting his inner fanboy out. Oh hell yeah, Verosika. Issei. Blitzo snapped. But Verasika. Issei started. Did you seriously forget we are in the middle of a bet war here? Blitzo reminded him. Oh yeah, right. Sorry about that, Issei replied, feeling sheepish. Blitzo sighed at Issei's foolishness. Verasika Mayday announced, "This is your final boarding call. All aboard." She launched into her song, Valkyrie to Bone Town, while Blitzo growled in frustration. Verasika sang, "Pack your bags. Sun's out. Take a Valkyrie, babe. Take it straight to Bone Town." The humans around them were caught up in the moment, kissing and hugging each other. A disguised Milky showed a human a popsicle while several other succubi and incubi snuck up on the humans as Verasika continued her performance. V-time, free time, baby, relax. Self-care, no hair, Brazilian wax. Horned-up succubus to the beach. Catch some rays while catching some fun, she sang. Issei exclaimed, "Whoa! Is everyone getting extra flirty with each other?" Asia covered her eyes in shock. "Oh dear!" Blitzo shouted, "God damn it! That girl started her mating call. Now, she's going to win over all these people. We need to step it up, guys." Next to Blitzo, a blond man was seen looking ill. Blitzo pointed at him. "Is he on the list, Luna?" Luna, distracted by Vortex guarding the stage, replied, "Huh? Yeah. I think so." Issei noticed Luna's distraction. Luna? Did you hear what Blitzo just said?" Yeah, whatever he just said, it's a yes," Luna replied. "Good enough for me," Blitzo said as he pulled out a red and black axe. The blond man laughed nervously. "Oh, whoa. What are you? A leprechaun?" Then, Blitzo swiftly took action. "Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? But you sure as heck aren't going to tell anyone." "Alright, next one, Luna. Come on." "Wait, where?" Blitzo glanced around, realizing Luna was nowhere in sight. Panic set in. Issei tried to calm him down. "Whoa, Blitzo, calm down." Blitzo interrupted, slapping Issei's face a couple of times. "Don't tell me to calm down. Where's my baby?" Issei winced from the slaps. "Geez. I saw her going over there where Verasika was performing." Millie added, "And our girl Asia followed her there." "What?" Blitzo exclaimed. Issei continued, "I feel you, dude. They're watching my Verasika-chan perform while I'm here slicing and dicing. Hold on, Verasika. Your loyal fan club president is here for you." He rushed past Blitzo, who glared in disappointment. Blitzo grunted, "Issei. That boy has no idea what it's like." Meanwhile, in the city of Kuo, Kiba and Kaneko were searching for a stray devil in the area. "I'm getting close to sniffing out where the stray devil might be," Kaneko said. Kiba replied, "Seems like we're taking big risks without Rias and Aquino joining us to deal with the stray devil causing trouble." "I agree. However, Rias is too busy with her engagement issues, and Aquino is sorting out packs for clients. She only sent us because we're strong enough to handle it ourselves," Kaneko explained. "Yeah, that's true," Kiba acknowledged. Kaneko was lost in thought after Issei had shared his nightmare problems. She considered him a true threat. Kiba noticed her distraction. "You all right, Kaneko?" he asked. "Kiba? What should we do if we ever come into contact with the current Red Dragon Emperor?" she wondered. Kiba responded, "Rias does want Issei Haidu in her peerage because his Longinus would be of great use to us. It would help us win in a raiding game." "But at what cost?" Kaneko questioned. "Kaneko?" Kiba prompted. "Think about it. The Red Dragon Emperor is indeed powerful in legends, but each generation has brought nothing but death and destruction. After seeing this human's actions on the news along with those imps, do we really need someone like him joining us?" Kaneko argued. Kiba understood her concerns but tried to reassure her. "If we know Rias, we should trust that she wouldn't lead us to doom. She would never let anything bad happen to us. We trust her to make the right choices for us." "Yeah. You're right," Kaneko admitted, glancing at the beach concert. "The stray is closer over there." Back at the beach, Issei was trying to reach Verasika Mayday, but the crowd kept blocking his way. He shouted for them to move, but it was no use. Suddenly, he bumped into two familiar faces. Watch it, pal, one of them exclaimed. Yeah, we were here first, the other added. Issei recognized them. Gee guys. Motohama and Matsuda looked terrified and screamed as they ran off in panic. Hey wait. Issei called, chasing after them. Motohama. Matsuda. I haven't seen them in forever since I started this gig. But why are they running from me? Their memories were erased by those fallen angels. I swear I'll make them pay for it. But right now, I need to get them to remember me. Meanwhile, Luna was walking when she spotted Vortex, and Asia came up behind her. Luna. Asia called. Luna turned around. Oh hey, what's up? Why did you leave like that? Thought we were. Well. Asia trailed off. Killing bad guys? Luna suggested. Asia hesitated, unsure how to respond. I was just going to talk to that guy over there, Luna said, pointing to Vortex. Oh. He seems nice, even in human form, Asia noted. Yep. I'm going to hang out with him for a bit, Luna replied. Wait for me. Why? Luna interrupted. You promised my parents you'd look after me while we were here, Asia reminded her. Luna looked confused but then remembered. Oh. Listen, Asia. I think you should just stay right here. Just don't follow me, all right? But what about, Asia started. Asia, no one is going to get you. Well, besides maybe some perverts, but trust me, you'll be fine without me. I won't be gone long anyway, I'm just going to chat with this guy. Got it? Okay, Luna. But wouldn't your dad be worried about you not being there for him on the mission? Asia asked. Dad? You mean Blitzo? Luna replied. Of course, Asia confirmed. That guy isn't my dad, Luna said dismissively. Don't ever think about him as my dad. Understand me? Luna glared at Asia, who felt a little spooked but nodded in understanding. Luna sighed to herself, good. Now stay put. With that, she left Asia alone, leaving her scared and worried without Luna looking out for her. Blitzo noticed Luna walking over to where Vortex was and felt a wave of fatherly dread turn into seething anger. Luna checked her makeup as two men fell to the ground at her feet, having just been caught in a moment of intimacy, and someone threw a bikini top that landed on her head. Kiba and Kaneko were trying to navigate through a crowd of drunken fans still making out. Yep. Definitely succubus magic right here, Kaneko remarked. Some older fanboys looked at her with lustful eyes, but she swiftly kicked them, causing them to drop to the ground. Meanwhile, Issei tackled his two friends to the ground, covering their mouths. Guys, stop it. Calm down. I'm your friend, all right? The two nodded in fear. Here's the deal. I'll count down from 3 to 1, and when I uncover your mouths, you have to stop acting like you just watched a scary movie. Got it? They nodded obediently. Good. 3, 2, 1. And he uncovered their mouths, but they broke their promise. Please don't cut our heads or hearts off. At least don't cut our dicks off before we could get so many girls pee. Motohama shouted. Yeah, just kill Motohama instead and let me go. Matsuda added. Guys, I'm not going to kill either of you. I would never kill my own pals. Issei insisted. Try telling that to your victims. Matsuda retorted. Victims? What are you talking about? Issei asked, confused. Yeah, Kuo Town Killer. You've made quite a name for yourself in worldwide news. It wasn't enough that you killed those police officers, but you also killed a kind couple, leaving 2 children orphaned while the piles of corpses you had stashed traumatized them for life. Motohama exclaimed. And that was back in America. Not sure how you're able to do it, but you sure do like to fast travel. Even when you returned to Kuo and killed those Christians and Catholics in that abandoned old church. Matsuda added. Wait, is that what everybody believes was going on? Issei asked, realization dawning on him. Why wouldn't they? How else can you explain all the death tolls piling up while you're the only one involved with the dead bodies? Motohama replied. Well, it's not my boss would just reveal. Oh, okay. Issei stammered. Wait, boss? What boss? Matsuda questioned. Never mind. Sorry for tackling you two like that. Issei slowly got up and ran off to hide. Is he sparing our lives? Matsuda wondered. Maybe he isn't so cold-hearted after all. Motohama said, pulling out his phone. Let's report him to the police. Yeah. We're going to be heroes big time. We'll definitely score some girls after this. Matsuda exclaimed. Back with Luna, she approached Vortex with a shy expression, trying to act cool. Hey, you. Hey. You're the hound working for my boss's ex, Vortex replied. Yeah. Luna chuckled nervously. Sorry if that's weird. It's cool. Her beef isn't mine. I'm not paid enough to care, Vortex said. Yeah. I'm Luna, she introduced herself. Okay. He mimicked her nervous tone and smile. I'm Vortex. That's hot. I mean, like, literally, because vortexes. They give off heat. Probably. Right? She said, biting her lip nervously. Yeah. Yes. But my friends call me Tex, he replied. Oh yeah? I wish I had friends. She chuckled nervously. I don't. I don't have friends. I'm your friend, Asia said, appearing behind Luna. Luna's eyes widened in surprise and frustration. Asia, what are you doing? I thought I told you to stay put. I was getting worried you wouldn't come back. Asia started. Oh hey, you're one of those humans that her boss has under his wings, aren't you? So is she like your little sister? Vortex asked. What? Oh good Satan no. Besides, she's with my boss's employees. The fat one and his wife. She's not my sister at all, Luna insisted, blushing nervously. Right. Because it would be weird if she wasn't your sister, Vortex said. Blitzo arrived and stood between them. Am I interrupting something? Oh, not at all. Luna was speaking to this kind man here, Asia began. Asia, shut up. Luna interrupted, taken aback by her own attitude. Blitzo rolled his eyes at both Luna and Vortex. Yeah, what that human blonde girl just said, we were just having a conversation is all. Conversation leads to trouble. Blitzo said, poking Vortex. What's trouble? Asia asked, confused. Shouldn't you be? Where are those two parents of yours at? Luna snapped. Meanwhile, Moxie and Millie hid behind metal barrels. We've lost him, Moxie sighed. It's looking like it's up to us to handle this list. Hell yeah. Team M&M, getting things done, making the money. Millie cheered. Should we check to see if Asia is all right though? Moxie asked. Mox, you worry too much. I'm sure she and Luna are getting along and becoming best friends already, Millie reassured him. Back with Luna, she was scolding Blitzo and Asia for embarrassing her in front of her crush. Will you two just get out of here? You're going to get us all into trouble. I was scared of being alone. Asia admitted. And I just wanted to see what was so important that you'd be distracted from your job. Guess Issei isn't the only one who does that. Blitzo said. What, I can't have a break? Luna replied, frustrated. We have a parking spot on the line. Blitzo insisted. Oh dear. Asia murmured. Hey dude, why don't you chill out? Vortex suggested. Why don't you stay out of it? This is our business. Blitzo exclaimed, holding up a drawing with his tail that showed a diagram of himself killing a human, earning money, and a horse. Blitz, why can't you stay out of my face for 5 minutes? Luna groaned in frustration, fixing her bangs. Because I adopted you. And that should mean something. Blitzo argued. Oh, what does it matter? You're not my real dad. I was almost 18. Luna shot back. It still counts. Blitzo insisted. Well, it shouldn't. Luna retorted. I didn't need you then, J. I don't need you now. Luna shouted, her heart heavy with anger. Asia watched the scene unfold, concerned. Luna, that wasn't nice to call your father that awful name. Asia exclaimed, trying to reason with her. Hey, I've already explained this to you and him. He is not my dad and never will be. Luna retorted fiercely. Why do you act so mean and cruel? Why must you behave like this? Asia pressed, her voice filled with frustration. I'm a hellhound. It's in my nature. Luna shot back defiantly. Oh, you shouldn't be such. Asia struggled to find the right words. What a brat. Go ahead and call me that. You won't like the results. Luna snapped. Like a hellhound. Asia replied, her voice rising. Well, isn't that a new one? Newsflash, Asia. Whether you like it or not, I am a hellhound. I wouldn't expect someone like you to understand what I'm going through. Luna's frustration boiled over, and in a fit of rage, she pushed Asia to the ground. Shocked gasps filled the air as everyone turned to witness the scene. OMG! Who invited that crybaby? A party girl exclaimed. Don't know, but that goth girl was right to push down a loser like her. A party boy added, laughter erupting from the crowd as they mocked Asia. Realizing what she had done, Luna's anger faded into regret as she watched Asia scramble to her feet and run away. Blitzo and Vortex observed the chaos, both feeling the weight of the moment. Dim, girl, that was savage, Vortex remarked. How am I going to explain this to Moxie? And Millie? Blitzo sighed, feeling the burden of the situation. Meanwhile, Asia was in tears, hurt by Luna's actions. She felt the hostility directed at her and understood it mirrored her own experiences serving the fallen angels. She fled the beach, desperate to escape. Back with Moxie and Millie, they hid behind a table stacked with steel barrels of beer. Millie loaded a crossbow for Moxie, who peered over the table, ready to shoot. Suddenly, a human man approached and knocked the beer cans aside. Woo! Yeah. Party! Let's do this, he shouted, sending Moxie and Millie tumbling into the air. Moxie landed in front of a crowd, and a woman pointed at him in disgust. Oh my God, it's a possum, she exclaimed. Oh crumbs. Moxie muttered, trying to escape, but one of the partygoers caught him by the tail. I got it, the guy yelled, lifting Moxie and shoving him into a barrel of beer. Cheers erupted around them as they began to toss the barrel back and forth. Beer possum, the crowd chanted, and Moxie, caught in the moment, drank the beer and quickly became intoxicated. Get ready to get wild. Ready to party, the partygoers shouted. Back with Luna, she watched Asia run away, guilt washing over her. She turned to Blitzo, who looked hurt by her actions. Blitz. She began. Enjoy your break, Looney. I'm going to go find something to kill. Besides, that former nun was dead weight anyway, he replied, leaving her behind. Luna felt a pang of regret as she watched him go, and Vortex placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. You all right? Vortex asked gently. Yeah, I'm fine. He'll get over it. He always does. But Asia. Luna's voice trailed off as she looked away, feeling the weight of her actions. I need to find her. With determination, she left the party in search of Asia. Vortex watched her go, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Issei was trying to hide behind some beer kegs when Millie spotted him. Issei? What are you doing hiding? She asked. I could ask you the same question, Issei replied, glancing around nervously. We're imps, remember? We're supposed to be hiding. You and Asia are the only humans who don't need to hide anything, Millie reminded him. Well, I do. Did you know I'm Japan's most wanted serial killer? I heard it from some sources and now I'm wanted by the law. Even a month ago, I didn't kill those cops. That fallen angel did. Issei explained, panic rising in his voice. You know fallen angels, they always find a way to manipulate human minds to avoid being exposed. Plus, you should have known you'd get yourself into trouble due to circumstances, Millie advised. Don't remind me. Issei sighed. Suddenly, Moxie, now drunk, stumbled over to them. Millie, hi. When did you get 4 heads? I want to kiss them, he slurred, making smooching noises. And Issei, when did your hair color change to orange? Is that a new look kids are trying out? He continued, hiccuping. You're totally drunk, Issei said, shaking his head. And your hair is changing to yellow. What's up with that? Moxie added, still in a daze. Millie picked up the drunken Moxie just as a monstrous fish emerged from the ocean. The humans, Kiba, Kaneko, and a succubus watched in horror as the creature crushed a relaxing human, sending chaos through the crowd. What the hell is that? Issei shouted, eyes wide. Oh, fish, Moxie said, still inebriated. The monster wrapped its tongue around Moxie, pulling him closer as it closed its mouth. There's the stray devil. You ready for this? Kiba said, drawing his sword. You know it. Kaneko replied, getting her gloves ready. Moxie, still oblivious, laughed. We. Millie spotted a spring breaker with a cocktail, ready to attack, but Kiba and Kaneko intervened. Wait, you too. Kiba called out. Oh crap, did we get spotted? Issei exclaimed. It's us from before, Kaneko said, recognizing them. Wait, are you two? Hey, yeah, I know you too. Issei said, relieved. What's going on here? Millie asked, confused. Those two are servants of Rias. I saw them being friendly with Octavia back in Hell, Issei explained. This stray devil won't easily be taken down. Kiba declared, ready for a fight. Stray devil? What? Never mind. Look, we have no time for this. We were about to set that cocktail on fire to harm this thing. Issei said urgently. By killing that man over there? Kiba asked, glancing at the drunken man wandering aimlessly. Honestly, should we let this guy live? Pretty sure no one would miss him, Issei remarked. I agree with Issei, Millie added, nodding in agreement. Our plan is much better, Kaneko Tuju thought, feeling frustrated. Your plan is as dim-witted as you two are, she remarked. Sehedu shot back. Well, screw you, shorty. Kaneko's irritation flared at Issei's comment, but Yudo Kiba stepped in to calm her down. There's another way to take this stray devil down and save one of your comrades without harming innocent civilians in the process, he suggested. Issei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what do you have in mind, Blondie? I do have a plan. Just allow Kaneko and me to target its stomach while you two go save him, Kiba explained. Millie, skeptical, asked, and why would you be willing to help us? You're just going to have to trust us for now, Kiba replied. Issei and Millie exchanged glances, realizing they had no time to argue. Moxie was in danger, and they needed to act quickly. With a sigh, Issei conceded, fine, whatever. Just as long as we get to take something down. Millie added, you two better know what you're doing. We do, Kiba assured them. With that, Kiba and Kaneko charged at the sea beast. Kiba activated his sacred gear, Sword Birth, causing multiple swords to rain down from the sky, stabbing into the beast's stomach. Kaneko held on tightly, ensuring it couldn't escape, giving Issei and Millie the chance they needed. All right, let's get your husband out of that fish's mouth. Issei shouted. Don't have to tell me twice. Millie replied. Kaneko managed to throw the fish off balance, causing it to crash to the ground. With the stab wounds inflicted, it barely had time to react, allowing Issei and Millie to pry its mouth open and save Moxie from becoming lunch. Inside the monster's mouth, Moxie was punching the uvula. Millie reached out her hand toward him, and he briefly high-fived her. She grabbed hold of him and sliced through the tongue, freeing both of them. Moxie smiled, closed his eyes, and spread his arms as he soared into Blitzo's waiting arms. A human man nearby celebrated his narrow escape from the tongue, but Blitzo, annoyed, shot him with his flintlock. Moxie laughed hysterically. Issei walked over to Blitzo and said, So, did you know a giant fish lives in Kuo Town's beach? I mean, is there a lot I don't know about my own hometown? Blitzo asked, Where's Millie? She's still in that thing's mouth, beating it down, Issei replied. Kiba interjected, Wait, you're just letting one of your teammates fight that stray devil while she's still in its mouth? Blitzo grunted in annoyance, noticing Kiba and Kaneko. Oh great, if you two are here, where's Her Royal Majesty? It's just us today, Kaneko replied. Changing the subject, aren't you going to help her? Kiba pressed. Inside the monster's mouth, Millie continued to wrestle with the creature, punching its tongue as it spat her out. Issei shrugged, See, she's fine. You guys worry too much. Kiba and Kaneko exchanged disapproving looks at Issei's cavalier attitude towards the situation and the lives at stake. Moxie declared, I love that woman. His tail formed a heart shape. Blitzo teased, Oh, she totally pegs you, doesn't she? Meanwhile, Asia had stopped running, feeling scared, sad, and alone. After fleeing, she was unsure of what to do or where to go. It felt as if she were doomed to a world that hated her and wanted to use her. She couldn't hold back her tears as she approached a flickering alleyway, where some figures loomed nearby. She realized she was not alone. "Hey there, lost little girl," one thug called out. "Why's? I don't know if I am anymore. Maybe I will always be lost," Asia replied. "Ah, no need to cry. Whatever you've been going through, I'm sure life finds a way," the thug said, lowering his hand toward her. Asia backed away, confused. What are you doing?" "Hey, chill out. Just wanting to show you a good time," he insisted. "But you shouldn't do that to me. I'm saving myself for marriage," she protested. "Then how about we get married right here and now?" he suggested with a smirk. "And no, please leave me alone," Asia pleaded. "Hold her down, boys," the thug commanded. As Asia tried to escape, two of his goons grabbed her, and the thug leader held her face firmly. "Stop. Please let me go," she cried. "Don't tease me," he shouted, liking her face. "You taste so fresh." "Hey, I want to turn with her," one thug yelled. "Mine first," another chimed in. Now, boys," the leader said, pulling out a pocket knife. "We can all take turns with this doll face." Asia struggled, her screams muffled by one of the goons covering her mouth. Just as the thug leader was about to undress her, Luna, in her hellhound form, lunged at one of the thugs, biting down hard. She roared fiercely, clawing at the other thug, causing them to drop Asia. The thug leader, terrified, stared at Luna as she glared at him protectively. "What the heck?" he exclaimed, fear evident in his voice. Luna growled and pounced on him, biting his arm. The thug leader stabbed her in the stomach, but she ripped his arm off and threw him onto a garbage pile. He looked up at Luna, terrified as she roared at him, causing him to flee for his life, leaving behind one arm. Luna turned her attention back to Asia, her eyes still glowing red, but she collapsed to the ground, bleeding from the stab wound. Asia hesitated, torn between running away and helping Luna. She couldn't leave her in pain. "Luna," Asia said softly, approaching her. "What were you thinking?" Luna snapped, glaring at Asia. "You don't ever run away like that again if you value your life. Do you hear me?" Luna growled in pain from her injury. Asia looked at the wound, which was bleeding slightly. She intended to use her twilight healing on Luna, but Luna rejected her help. "It's fine. I'm fine," Luna insisted. "Your stomach is bleeding." "If I don't treat it," Asia started. "I said I'm fine." Luna interrupted. "I'm just trying to help. If you would let me heal you, you wouldn't be in so much pain," Asia pleaded. "Well, if you hadn't run away like that, this wouldn't have happened." Luna shot back. "Well, if you hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't have been frightened and run away," Asia retorted. Luna struggled to come up with a comeback until she finally said, "Well, you shouldn't have embarrassed me like that. Maybe you should learn to control your temper," Asia replied. Luna looked away, growling softly. Asia moved closer to Luna's wound. "Please hold still. This won't take long," she said as she began to use her twilight healing on Luna's stomach, healing the wound and sealing it effectively. Luna glanced down to see that Asia had managed to heal her. "Better?" Asia asked. "Yeah, I am," Luna said slowly as she got up. "We should go back. Those two are probably worried about you already." She transformed into her human form. "Yes," Asia replied, watching Luna walk off before stopping her. Luna?" "What?" Luna responded. "Thank you for saving my life," Asia said, bowing her head. Luna was taken aback. She had never been thanked for anything in her life. Looking at Asia, she extended her hand. "You're welcome," Luna said, smiling. Asia took her hand, and they walked away from the alleyway together. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, along with Kiba and Kaneko, had already dealt with the stray devil that had been defeated. "Well, I'm never eating seafood again, that's for sure," Issei said. "Is Mox okay?" Millie asked. "Oh yeah, he's fine," Blitzo replied. "He's drunk," Kaneko pointed out. "I meant alive fine," Blitzo clarified. Millie held Moxie in her arms as he grinned with a dazed expression. "This is funny. I'm so drinky," Moxie slurred. Millie hugged him, happily laughing. Okay, this is too wholesome for my liking, Blitzo remarked. Issei looked at the defeated stray devil. So that thing. It's a devil? A stray devil, actually, Kiba corrected. Right. And they are? Issei prompted. They are stray devils who abandoned or killed their masters in pursuit of power. As a result, they end up like this, Kiba explained. That's just crazy. But is this like a curse that was placed on them? Issei asked. You could say that, Kaneko replied. Yeah, we get how high society devils react when their servants desert them, and they end up going crazy. But if neither of you two are going stray yourselves, then where is your master? Blitzo inquired. She ordered the two of us to handle the situation here, Kaneko answered. Ah, I see. So she's too lazy to take care of things like all pureblood devils are, Blitzo said, earning a glare from Kaneko. I understand that most devils may see us and many other species as inferior, but Rias isn't like that. And I, for one, won't allow you to tarnish her good name, Kiba defended. Or what? Are you going to cut my head off with that sword trick I saw you perform against that stray? Blitzo taunted. Hey, I'm sorry, what were your names again? Issei asked. Yudo Kiba, Kiba replied. And I'm Kaneko Tuju, Kaneko added. Oh yeah. Listen, my boss is just messing around with you. Trust me, he does it with me all the time, Issei explained. And you're okay with that? Kiba questioned. Well, at least I have some nerves to talk to him when push comes to shove, Issei said. What me and the kid have is just a boss-employee relationship that is none of your concern. He can say whatever he wants about me and I wouldn't care, Blitzo stated. Perfect example right there. Don't you two ever get into arguments with your boss? Issei asked. No, because Rias isn't like that towards us, Kiba replied. For real? Because it didn't look like that when she was insulting my boss and Luna, Issei said. Just as Kiba was about to correct Issei's views on Rias' behavior, Verasika approached them. Blitzo! Issei, Verasika said, looking at him. Issei smiled, filled with excitement. She knows my name. My goddess knows my name. Yes. Kaneko cringed at Issei's reaction. Well, she came in right on time. Oh great, what now? Blitzo sighed. That was handled rather obviously, don't you think? Verasika remarked. That stray devil isn't with us, Millie clarified. Yes. I wonder how a high-threat level stray devil got here in the middle of the beach where any humans could meet their unfortunate end, Kiba pondered. What are you guys talking about? Issei asked. Kid, wake up and smell the hellfire. She clearly found this stray devil and brought it here. Blitzo exclaimed. Wait, what? You brought it here? Issei asked. Verasika rolled her eyes. And your point? Using a stray devil for your performance show was a dangerous risk. Not only would it have exposed you, but it could have killed millions of other lives in the process, Kiba explained. Actually, it already killed some humans, Issei added. Kiba hadn't considered the death toll the stray devil had caused. Oh, right. It would be a shame if anyone found out you guys were behind a giant monster fish in the human world, Millie said. Oh, Satan. You're going to be so. Fucked. Moxie laughed drunkenly. Man, Mox, you really got hammered today, Issei commented. Yeah, well, you three nasty gremlins will be in trouble for not being in disguises. And the fact that you have a human tagging along with you is a serious offense, Verasika warned. Wow, you guys SCK at this, Kaneko said. Oh, peace off, half pint. Issei shot back. Yeah, you don't see us criticizing your job performances. Blitzo added. A human called me a possum. I am not a possum. Moxie exclaimed, face planting into the sand. You know, we could keep this little B-movie scene on the down low if you agree to let us use that parking space, Blitzo suggested. Fine, Verasika replied. Hold on. Kiba said, raising an eyebrow. Are you telling me that you all have taken many human lives around this area just to secure your own parking space? Issei Haidu asked, incredulous. It was Blitz's idea, we just went along with it, Yudo Kiba replied, his expression serious. Many people died today, Kiba added, a hint of sorrow in his voice. They were targets our clients wanted eliminated, so if you think about it, we were doing some spring cleaning, Issei explained, trying to lighten the mood. He attempted to deliver a sitcom-style joke, expecting laughter, but only the sound of crickets filled the air, leaving him deadpan. Seriously? No random sitcom laughter for me? You guys thought it was funny, right? Issei asked, looking for validation. You were joking about killing people. How was that supposed to be funny? Kiba responded, unimpressed. Cringe, Kaneko Tuju interjected. Oh, whatever. Just leave already. That stray devil is dead now, so there's no point in you two being here. Issei retorted, frustrated. Kiba sighed and walked away, with Kaneko following him. Blitzo laughed triumphantly. We won. Yeah. Millie cheered. In your face. Blitzo shouted, reveling in their victory. You're still the #1 fan club president, by the way. Issei called out. Verosika Mayday scoffed. Come on, let's get out of here. Tex. She and her group left, leaving Issei and the others behind. Soon after, Luna and Asia returned from their earlier incident in the city. Oh hey, there you are. So you found that, Vortex began. Friend. Yeah, Luna confirmed. Wait, she's your friend now? Vortex asked, surprised. Oh, yes I am, Asia chimed in. So, you guys leaving now? Luna inquired. Pretty much. But hey, if you're ever down to party, I'll give you a ring sometime, Vortex said casually. Really? Yeah, Luna replied, trying to sound enthusiastic. A party? I've never heard of it. I sure wish to go to one, Asia exclaimed. You two would love it. My girlfriend throws a ton of crazy hound parties, Vortex said. As he mentioned his girlfriend, Luna's expression shifted to one of dejection, which Asia noticed with concern. Nice. Can't wait for my first one, Luna said, forcing a smile. Hey, human girl? You can come too if you're her +1, Vortex offered. I'm not so sure. I wouldn't wish to, Asia started. Don't be ridiculous, Asia. You will enjoy his girlfriend's party, and I will too. Luna insisted, trying to mask her true feelings. Oracle. See you two on the flip side then, Vortex said, giving Luna a playful punch before following Verosika. Luna felt downcast as she watched Vortex leave, reminded of her earlier confrontation with Blitzo and how she had treated Asia, as well as the fact that her crush already had a partner. Luna, are you all right? Asia asked gently. You know what? Luna hesitated, trying to hide her feelings for Vortex. Yeah, I'm all right. Are you though? After what happened? Even though you said some nasty things to me and pushed me down, you made up for it by saving me from those men. For that, I'm thankful, Asia said, hugging Luna. Luna felt the warmth of Asia's embrace and smiled for the first time, hugging her back. Come on, Looney Tooney. Let's go back and park our car in our space. Wait, did Asia come back to you? Blitzo called out. When did she leave? Issei asked, confused. The I.M.P team went through the portal, and Luna fell through backward. Blitzo mockingly flipped the double bird through the portal, causing Verosika to growl in anger. Verosika and her gang huddled together in fear as the police, a clown, and a robotic mine surrounded them, guns drawn. Put your hands up, you sick deviants. Also, which one of you is harboring the Kuo Town killer? We received a tip-off, a police officer shouted. Alright, everyone. Get ready to face the consequences, Verosika said, her bravado faltering as her gang sighed and raised their hands in defeat. Meanwhile, Kiba and Kaneko had left the area before the Kuo Town police could surround the beach. Kiba pulled out his phone and called Rias. We just saw Issei Hayadu along with the imps during our stray devil hunt, Kiba reported. I see. Thank you for the update. Did it go well? Rias asked on the other end. We managed to kill the stray devil, but many lives were taken today because of him and the imps he works for, Kiba explained. That is very displeasing, Rias replied thoughtfully. Do we still want him as part of the peerage? He has lost all regard for human life by being around them for a while now, Kiba questioned. It's all right, Kiba. Just leave everything to me, Rias assured him. Back in the Occult Research Club office, Rias hung up and smirked to herself. "Oh, you naughty filthy imp. That red dragon emperor is mine for sure." Later, a demon approached Issei, expressing gratitude. "Thanks so much for killing that BS dirty boss of mine. I knew he killed me just to get to my cheating wife." "No problem. But maybe just move on from her if she's not good for you," Issei suggested. "Good idea. I've got my own things to take care of anyway." "Thanks, man," the demon replied before leaving with Blitzo and the others, who had been earning a lot of money since Issei joined them. Moxie later reviewed their performance and was impressed. "Sir, remember when this company used to have bad reviews all the time? And we usually just ignored them," Blitzo replied. "Right. Anyway, nowadays we've been getting positive reviews from our clients, mostly because Issei talks with them and understands what they're going through. Like this one, even though those imps barely get their jobs done, it's good to know they actually have a living human who could help them. He listened to me when I told him how abusive my husband was. Thanks Satan, he and those imps took care of my deadbeat husband. Issei is a sweetheart who understands what it's like to deal with a horrible lover," Moxie read, impressed. Maybe meeting Issei was a blessing in disguise. "He really has been improving a lot lately, aside from his perversion getting in the way," Moxie concluded. Blitzo looked at the reviews, surprised. "I'll be d'med. The kid's been pulling his own weight for us here." The client expressed gratitude towards Issei, particularly for dealing with her unfaithful boyfriend and his companion. Moxie noted that many clients had similar experiences, with Issei often taking care of their former lovers who had wronged them. He wondered if there was a pattern to Issei's actions, questioning why he seemed to focus on those who had harmed others. Blitzo pondered Moxie's thoughts, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Moxie called out to Blitzo, seeking clarification. Blitzo speculated that perhaps Issei simply despised the notion of romance, a sentiment he could relate to. Moxie was taken aback by this revelation. Blitzo concluded that regardless of Issei's motivations, he had been a valuable asset to the company, and that was what truly mattered. Moxie understood Blitzo's point. The I.M.P company had seen a surge in client satisfaction with Issei on their team. Moxie left Blitzo to his thoughts, reflecting on the night Issei had confronted Rainier at the church. Blitzo wondered if Issei had truly moved on from that incident, noting that he had never discussed it with anyone. He felt he had no right to pry into Issei's personal matters, just as he had kept his own issues private. As Blitzo's phone rang with Stola's name, he sighed, knowing that Stolas often called him during his moments of contemplation. Meanwhile, Issei was in the shower, washing away the remnants of another job. After finishing, he applied deodorant and gazed at himself in the mirror, reflecting on the challenges of the day. He acknowledged that his training was paying off, making him stronger, even if the process was grueling. Issei thought about how far he had come from being a weak high school student to a more formidable hitman, albeit still a bit of a pervert. He had taken lives without much thought for the consequences, having lost friends and family due to the manipulations of a fallen angel. With nothing left to lose, he had formed a new family with the I.M.P crew, adapting to a life without moral constraints. His focus was solely on the job and his own survival. A loud knock interrupted his thoughts. Luna called out, asking if he was done with the shower, expressing her urgency. Issei reacted with surprise at her bluntness, but Luna retorted, reminding him of his own inappropriate thoughts about her. After a brief exchange, Issei opened the door, only for Luna to push past him, shutting the bathroom door behind her. He sighed, feeling unappreciated. After drying off, Issei entered his room to relax. He sat on his bed and checked his phone for news from Earth, but only found updates from a reporter named Katie Killjoy. He turned off his phone, contemplating what his friends had said about his actions. He wondered if anyone truly understood the reasons behind his choices. If his identity as the Kuo Town killer became known, it would complicate his work. Just then, Rias appeared in his room, startling him. He was taken aback, questioning her presence. Rias assured him that she had come in peace, having apologized for past grievances. Meanwhile, Blitzo was on the phone with Stolas, who seemed puzzled by their conversation. Stolas expressed interest in their usual antics but mentioned that he was preoccupied with important matters involving an old friend. Blitzo questioned why Stolas had called him if he was busy, leading to a realization that someone had tampered with Stolas' phone. Stolas confirmed that he had not initiated the call, and they both speculated about the identity of the culprit. Blitzo, concerned about the implications, decided to end the call, leaving Stolas confused. Back with Rias, she began to undress in front of Issei, causing him to blush and turn away in shock. The hell is going on here? Rias Gremory declared that she wanted Issei Hayadu to take her virginity. Issei was taken aback, feeling a mix of emotions. He wanted to lose his virginity, but he also remembered how rude she had been to Luna and Blitzo earlier. Confused, he asked her why she wanted him. "Am I not good enough for you?" Rias questioned, her tone challenging. Issei replied, "I don't think it's looks that matter right now. The real question is why you would want to be with me." "I actually thought about it and there's no other way," she explained. "That doesn't answer my question. Don't you have any guys in your peerage? Like that blonde guy with the sword?" Issei inquired. "Kiba doesn't see me like that." "It has to be you," Rias insisted. "Why me? If Kiba isn't your type?" Issei asked, still puzzled. Rias recalled, "I remember you once looked at me from the window. And you looked back at me. But I don't know anything about you," he responded. "Oh Issei, you still don't get it, do you?" she said, starting to undress, which made him blush. Hold up!" Issei exclaimed, trying to cover his eyes. Rias reassured him, "So it's your first time, I see." "It's all right, it's my first time too." Luna, come over here," Issei shouted. "There's no need to worry about that, Mutt. I used my magic to lock the bathroom door," Rias said confidently. "You what?" Issei replied, shocked. Meanwhile, Luna was trying to break down the door, getting frustrated as she banged against it in anger. "What is going on?" she shouted from the other side. Back with Issei and Rias, she moved closer, but he instinctively backed away. "Come on now, there's no need to be shy. The magic will be temporary. That flea bag won't be banging against that door for much longer, giving us some quality time," Rias said with a teasing tone. That morning, Issei was helping Blitzo and Moxie use a crowbar to lift the lid of a coffin while Luna, Millie, and Asia watched, eager to see the new addition to their team. "They've been at this all morning?" Asia asked. "Pretty much," Luna replied, glancing at her phone. "It's been very hard for us to pry this thing off." Moxie grunted, straining with the effort. "Come on boys. Put your backs into it." Blitzo encouraged. Getting the chains off was easy. The coffin lid, on the other hand, is another problem. Issei said, "I hope Gremory didn't trick us. I wanted to see a live vampire since I just found out they live among us. If we pry it out, you can get excited when you see it." Blitzo joked. "I hope this one is a female vampire," Issei added. "Of course you would hope for that," Moxie rolled his eyes. Suddenly, a voice came from the coffin, startling them. "Please stop it," the voice pleaded. Did that coffin just talk to us?" Moxie asked, bewildered. "Seems like our guest has finally woken up," Blitzo said. "I don't want to come out," the voice cried. "Was that the vampire?" Issei wondered aloud. "Why does it sound like that?" Lunest. "Maybe they're just shy?" Asia suggested. "Doesn't matter," Blitzo shouted at the coffin. "Hey, I won you fair and square. You're part of my team now, so quit your complaining and get out of there, or else I'll make you come out. Trust me, it won't be pretty for either of us." The coffin shook violently in response. "Oh dear, this is so scary. Where's Rias?" "Where is she?" the voice whimpered. "It's all right, you don't need to worry about her," Issei reassured. "Exactly. So are you going to come out, or am I going to have to make you?" Blitzo pressed. The coffin stopped shaking, but the occupant was still too scared to emerge. Excuse me? Please come out. We won't hurt you," Asia said gently. "Unless provoked," Luna added. "Really not helping," Millie remarked. "Anyway, we're very nice, I promise. We won't lay a hand on you," Asia continued. The vampire peeked out, seeing that Asia was not afraid. "You're not afraid of me?" the vampire asked hesitantly. Of course not. You shouldn't be afraid of us, Asia replied. All right then, the vampire said, finally deciding to come out. The coffin lid fell to the ground, revealing a vampire that looked like a little girl in a school uniform. She turned away from them, clearly frightened. Is that a little girl? Issei asked, surprised. You sound disappointed, Moxie noted. Yeah, I wanted a hot vampire, not a little girl. Issei exclaimed. Millie smacked Issei on the head. Oh, hey, I'm not into that, he protested. Issei, that's not a girl, Luna said. What? He replied, confused. She's right, that's not a girl. Look at her, Blitzo pointed out. What do you mean? It's totally a little girl. Issei insisted. Issei? Look again, Moxie urged. Issei took a closer look and realized the truth. Wait a sec. That is a boy. You were right, he shouted. How could you not tell that was a boy in a school uniform? He was just standing right there, Blitzo said incredulously. I mean, he looks like a girl. Issei defended himself. Wow, how many times have we called you a dumbass? Luna remarked. Hey, I could have told the difference if it was a boy or a girl. Issei argued, though he knew he was wrong. Please stop looking at me like that, the vampire said shyly. Are you seriously the Bishop Rias kept prisoner for some reason? Blitzo asked. Where is Rias? I don't feel safe right now, the vampire replied, clearly distressed. Please don't be scared. We are friends, Asia said soothingly. Come on, get out of the coffin. Issei urged. Everyone gasped in surprise at his words. What? Issei asked, confused by their reaction. Did you just call him a trap? Moxie asked, astonished. Yeah. Issei replied, not understanding the fuss. Issei Haidu questioned the nature of a certain individual, pondering if they were indeed what he thought they were. Millie interjected, clarifying that just because someone enjoys cross-dressing doesn't necessarily make them a trap. Issei, however, insisted that if someone was trying to deceive a guy into thinking they were a girl while being a guy, then they were clearly a trap. He turned to the vampire, ready to confront him, but before he could reach out, the vampire vanished, leaving Issei and the group surprised. Where did he go? Issei asked, bewildered. Luna pointed towards the corner of the office, where the cross-dressed vampire hid his face. The figure pleaded, Please don't hurt me, repeatedly, clearly frightened. Issei recognized the voice. Blitz? How did he get out of the coffin and over there? Blitzo shrugged, equally confused. Later that afternoon, Blitzo recounted the events to Stolas while Issei accompanied him on the vampire devil they had won from the volleyball tournament. Stolas sipped his tea, processing the information. I see. So he teleported, you say? Out of the coffin? Stolas asked. Like Harry Houdini, Blitzo exclaimed. And he's a cross-dresser. Issei added. Issei, that's beside the point, Blitzo replied. Stolas continued. I believe Ria's brother mentioned that she needed a vampire with a sacred gear, but he doesn't teleport. He has used his gear to freeze time for a short while. Both Blitzo and Issei were taken aback by this revelation, realizing it was significant information they had missed when Rias had given up her bishop to them. He freezes time? Like Dio? Is he like a Dio here? We may have just caught ourselves a Dio. Issei exclaimed. Wow, that might actually work out for us, Blitzo agreed. But how does a vampire even get a sacred gear? I thought only humans could have them. Stolas explained, Gasper is. Well, he's only half vampire. He was born to a royal vampire pureblood family, but his mother was human. He had a difficult life, and when he was on the verge of death, Rias reincarnated him into a devil. However, the bishop piece she used on him was a mutation piece. Mutation piece? What's that? Issei asked. A mutation piece is a powerful piece that can revive a person using just one piece instead of several. They can be a queen, rook, knight, bishop, or pawn. They're very rare, with only 1 out of 10 devils possessing one. It's considered a bug in the evil pieces system that was kept for fun, Stolas explained. Kept for fun? If it's a bug, why would anyone use it? Issei questioned. Stolas admitted, I haven't quite understood that myself, to be honest. Normal evil pieces can also change into mutation pieces due to significant events in a reincarnated devil's life. When you say pieces like that, it almost sounds like chess pieces, Issei remarked. Blitzo pointed out, he just explained to us that they are chess pieces. Okay, got it. Just wanted to know some things, Issei replied. Stolas continued, I had hoped Surzeka's sister would help Gasper train to control his sacred gear better, but she sealed him away in a coffin until further notice. She just sealed him away? That's so messed up. Issei exclaimed. Gasper is a very shy young lad. Given his past, he was often shunned by his peers for being different. He barely left his coffin at night when no one was around. I agree that Rias should have taken more responsibility for her bishop. Poor boy has been isolated his entire life, even after being reincarnated, Stolas lamented. Well, he's part of the House of Goetia now. Why not help him with his social issues? Issei suggested. Stolas sighed. Even if I took him home to help him with his sacred gear, there's the issue of my wife. What do you mean? Issei asked. Ars Goetia, much like the 72 pillars, has different views on species that are not purebloods, such as half-breeds. My wife, Stella, looks down on others like half-blood species and sinner demons. I fear Gasper would not be happy with Stella belittling him daily, which would only worsen his social issues, Stolas explained. Do they really hate other species like me so much? Even if they have their blood? Issei questioned, concerned. It's all right, Issei. I don't think you, Asia, and Gasper will have issues dealing with their bigotry. For now, I will allow Gasper to live with either Blitzo or two of his co-workers, Stolas decided. Blitzo interjected, Hey, I've got 2 kids of mine to deal with. Since when did I become your kid? Issei retorted. Since you started living under my roof, Blitzo replied. Just let Mox and Millie take the half-blood into their care. They've done well raising Asia, and she seems to get along with him. Are we just ignoring the part where you called me your kid? I'm only living in your home due to my situation, not because you adopted me, Issei argued. Does it really matter how you started living with me? Didn't think so. Blitzo shot back. My parents are humans who live on Earth. You're not my dad. Issei exclaimed. Blitzo rolled his eyes in annoyance. Kid, you're only unless you're 18 or older and can live on your own. I would love to see you make it out on your own without me. Well, how about I take Gasper under my wing? Issei proposed. Both Stolas and Blitzo were surprised by Issei's offer, though Blitzo found it amusing. Ha! Oh, Issei, that's a good one. Ha! You were serious? I'm sorry, kid, that was rude of me. Let me start over. Issei felt irritation bubbling inside him at Blitzo's teasing. Stolas, however, chimed in expressing that he thought it was a good idea. Blitzo abruptly stopped laughing, tumbling off his chair before quickly regaining his composure. Stolas reminded him that he had mentioned Issei's improvements since working with Blitzo. Blitzo retorted, insisting that their conversations were merely casual discussions. Stolas, with a playful tone, referred to Issei as a deprived pervert, suggesting that he wouldn't mind their late-night talks. Issei quickly interjected, clarifying that he did mind and asserting that he was not deprived. Stolas then declared that Gasper Vladi would be looked after by Issei. Issei expressed his gratitude, bowing his head in respect. Blitzo, ever the skeptic, called him a kiss-butt. Issei, determined to prove himself, challenged Blitzo, insisting he could be responsible in looking after Gasper and help him with his sacred gear, hoping that would earn him some respect. Blitzo accepted the challenge but warned Issei not to complain if he ended up being irresponsible. They exchanged a series of fine statements, glaring at each other as Stolas observed their banter with approval. Later, at Blitzo's home, Issei found himself in the living room with Luna and Gasper. He noticed Gasper hiding in a box with 2 holes for viewing. Concerned, Issei asked Luna why Gasper was hiding. Luna explained that Gasper felt safer in the box, which prompted Issei to question why he would hide in their house as a guest. Gasper, still in the box, expressed his discomfort with the situation and asked about Asia, who had gone to the store with Millie to find something to help him socialize. Issei reassured Gasper that he didn't need to worry about Asia, as he and Luna were there to help him more than she could. He began browsing a streaming service for vampire horror films, mentioning classics like Dracula and the Lost Boys, but was abruptly interrupted by Luna's fierce reaction to the mention of Twilight. She slammed him to the ground, warning him never to speak of those movies again. Issei, feeling the pressure of her paw on his neck, quickly agreed to her demand. Once released, Issei continued, suggesting they show Gasper vampire movies to help him embrace his nature. Gasper, however, was reluctant, expressing his fear of hurting anyone. Luna, frustrated, insisted he needed to get used to the idea of shedding blood, reminding him that it was part of being a vampire. Gasper protested, saying he didn't like blood, to which Luna replied that it was simply part of who he was. Issei empathized with Gasper, recalling his own struggles. He shared that he had once harbored dark thoughts but had moved past them, emphasizing the harsh realities of their world where mercy was a luxury enemies would not afford. Gasper, still hesitant, admitted he had never fought before. Luna, losing her patience, demanded he get out of the box, lifting it and dropping him to the ground, which caused Gasper to cry out for his safe space. In a fit of frustration, Luna threw the box out the window, startling some passing imps. Gasper, terrified, hid behind the couch. Luna groaned, questioning Issei's decision to help Gasper, suggesting they should send him back to his previous group since they clearly had sent him as a joke. Issei stood firm, stating he had promised Blitzo to help Gasper and intended to keep that promise. He believed that with his guidance, Gasper would become a formidable vampire. Luna challenged Issei about his own training and skills, pointing out that he struggled with his own abilities. Issei, momentarily taken aback, realized she had a point. He admitted he hadn't considered that aspect and reflected on how they had helped train him. He remained hopeful that Blitzo would assist him with his Longinus soon. Until then, I had my combat training to rely on. A knock on the door was heard. Millie, we're here, Asia Argento announced. And we brought something that I think will help Gasper, Millie added. Issei opened the door and let the two in. That's great. So what is it? Oh, it's something Asia thinks will help, but... Cool. Let's see it. Issei interrupted. Are you really sure you want to see it? It might not be helpful. Millie warned. Oh, come on. It can't be bad, can it? Issei insisted. Millie sighed. All right then, Asia, show them. Asia smiled and pulled out a paper bag with holes in it. Issei and Luna looked at it, deadpan. So, what do you think? Asia asked. Asia? Why would you think a paper bag might help the little guy's social issues? Issei questioned. That was exactly why I asked her that, Millie chimed in. But she said it was going to help the vampire boy. It will, Asia insisted. The paper bag serves as a mask, so when people look at him, he won't feel scared because they won't know who they're looking at. I see. Asia, can I borrow that for a second? I want to wear it myself, Issei requested. Oh, of course. Here, Asia replied, handing him the paper bag. Thanks. Instead of wearing it, Issei crumpled the bag into a ball and threw it on the ground, surprising Asia with his actions. Why would you do that? Asia exclaimed. Here, let me help you with that, Luna offered. Oh, Luna. Asia thought Luna was going to fix the paper bag, but instead, she used her claws to tear it apart piece by piece right in front of Asia's teary eyes. Luna. You too. Asia stammered. There goes every penny I ever spent. Millie sighed. Asia, why would you think having the vampire kid wear a paper bag over his head was a good idea? Are you trying to make him look like a complete social outcast? Luna questioned. I actually kind of like the bag. I wish I had a chance to wear it, though, Gasper admitted. Trust me, dude, Luna and I did you a favor, Issei assured him. I don't understand. I wasn't trying to hurt him. I was only trying to help. Asia said, feeling defeated. Ah, Asia darling, we knew your heart was in the right place, Millie comforted her. But they did have a point. Lots of crowds would have been talking about Gasper wearing a paper bag. It would have made things much worse for him. Oh dear. I'm so sorry. I had no idea I was going to make things harder for him. Oh Lord. Please for Pablu. Asia exclaimed as her hands started to burn a little when she let go of her own hand. Now come on, Asia, you know praying in hell is just going to burn your hands. Your father and I already told you about this, Millie reminded her. Sorry, mother. I forgot. Again. Asia replied, looking down. It's all right, sweetie. Let's get you home. We'll help heal those burnt wounds. Millie took Asia with her back home as Luna closed the door. So? Any more bright ideas? Lunest. Issei thought for a moment and then looked at her. I think I have another idea to help Gasper out. Later that day, Issei took Gasper with him to the I.M.P cafe, where he met up with one of the cashiers. Gasper felt really nervous with the other imps looking at him. Is that another human? One imp asked. Nah, babe, it looks more like a vampire in disguise than anything else, another imp replied. I guess they'll let anyone in here in hell, the first imp said. I'm so scared. Gasper hugged Issei's pant leg tightly. Hey, come on. Let go of me. I brought you here so I could help teach you how to be social around others, Issei urged. Watching me. I don't do well around others looking at me like this, Gasper confessed. Issei sighed. Look, Gasper. You're only thinking that because you're different. If they're looking at you right now, then that's because I was right. But don't worry, that's why I'm here. I didn't feel like fitting in around here just like you do. But when I'm done with you, you will be a brand new, changed vampire. Trust me. I'd rather die than do any of that. Gasper muttered. You're really not making this easy, are you? Let's just speak to the cashier, Issei said. Do I have to? Gasper asked hesitantly. Follow my lead. Issei walked over to the cashier. Hey, Becky. Oh, hey. Becky looked at Gasper. Who's this little fella here? Gasper hid his face from her. He's a newbie from the office. I'm just showing him the ropes for my boss, Issei explained. Gasper wasn't paying attention to what Issei was saying to the cashier, but he could see some of the imps looking at him. One imp, holding her baby in her arms, caught his attention. The imp infant looked at the scared Gasper and booped his nose, causing Gasper to scream in panic. He activated his sacred gear and ran out of the building in sheer terror, stopping time for everyone to see him vanish. He's a vampire, and he's been sealed away his whole life. He's not used to being around others, Issei said, trying to explain. What just happened? One imp asked. Issei was outside the building, searching everywhere for Gasper when he heard whimpering from a trash can. Gasper? Are you hiding in a trash can? Issei called out. No. Gasper replied. Come on out of there. It's not sanitary, Issei urged. I don't care. Did you see them looking at me? Gasper said, still hiding. With you looking like that, I wouldn't be surprised. Fear not, I know just the thing to help you with that. A change of scenery, Issei said, lifting the trash lid to see Gasper. And by change of scenery, I mean your clothes. But my clothes? Gasper sniffed. They later went to a cult stylist to help Gasper change out of his dress and into something more suitable for him. Hey, where can we find your most fashionable clothes for men? Issei began. Hold up now, the cashier interrupted, looking at Issei. Are you like that human guy who was here a while back pointing a gun right at a high-class devil? Issei smiled awkwardly. No. All right, just checking, the cashier said. Issei waited for Gasper to finish changing into what he had picked out for him. Gasper slowly stepped out from behind the curtains, revealing his new outfit. Issei looked at him with excitement. Ah, hell yeah, dude. Now you're ready for the ladies to fall head over heels for you. Issei exclaimed. Gasper hesitated, feeling uncertain. I don't know. This doesn't feel like me at all. Exactly. The old you was keeping you from meeting people anyway. The new you is here to make a whole lot of friends, Issei encouraged. However, Gasper still seemed downcast, and Issei noticed. Hey, come on. Change can be good. Did you have to change like I did for people to not hate you? Gasper asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Issei thought for a moment. Me? I mean, I never had any problems growing up, but I turned out fine. Gasper looked away, a hint of sadness in his eyes. I see. So no one called you a freak? Issei realized that mentioning this had affected Gasper. No, no one ever did. Did someone call you a freak? My family did. My father calls me that the most. My homeland always sees people like me as a disgrace to the pureblood vampire race. I came to terms with it. Gasper admitted. Issei felt a pang of sympathy. Oh, you're not home, are you? No, I'm not. Gasper replied softly. Then don't worry too much about the past. This is a new home for you here. And with a new look, I might add. You just need to be around folks who don't see you as a disgrace, and you'll be just fine, Issei reassured him. But can I do it? Must I do it? It's so scary. Gasper's voice trembled. Oh, stop it. Everything will turn out all right. And with these new digs you're wearing, you'll fit in perfectly. Issei said, trying to lift his spirits. Oh, if you say so then. Gasper responded, still uncertain. Meanwhile, back at home, Blitzo was grabbing a beer while Luna was absorbed in her phone. So? Is Issei still trying to show our new employee the ropes? Blitzo asked. Yeah, they went out because he wants Gasper to experience social interactions. Considering he's a shut-in, that's never going to happen, Luna replied. Yeah. Blitzo said, his tone thoughtful. Luna glanced at him. What? You worried you put too much pressure on him? No. Of course not. If Issei wants to prove he's a big boy who doesn't need me hovering over him, then I'll let him prove it. It doesn't bother me if I'm his dad or not, Blitzo insisted, though Luna could see through his denial. Yeah. Like who cares? But, I'm going to go out, she said, grabbing her phone as she left. Blitzo sighed, lost in thought. I'm no one's dad apparently. Like I care. I just take in whoever I find, put a roof over their heads, but it's not like I'm looking for a thank you or an I love you from any of them, he mused, feeling a twinge of sadness. He recalled how he and Issei met. I shouldn't be so hard on the kid, but he lacked so many survival skills when I first saw him. And now that he's the Red Dragon Emperor, that means a lot of trouble will come his way. I need to prepare him for whatever life throws at him so he won't always need me to look out for him. Looking out the window, he felt a sense of melancholy that neither of the two people he had taken in saw him as a parental figure. I'm not their dad. I'm their boss. What's the difference anyway? Meanwhile, Luna put Issei on a video call while strolling through the city, trying to clear her mind after the awkward moment with Blitzo. The video call connected. Yo, perv, she greeted. Really wish you would give me a better nickname than that, Issei replied. Get used to it, version. So how's it going with getting Gasper to stop acting like a wimp around people? Lunest. It's complicated. But I got him some new clothes so he won't have to wear those dresses that would make him a social outcast. How about you? Issei responded. It's complicated, Luna echoed. What? Issei asked, sensing her frustration. I said shut up and mind your own business. That's how my day's been going, she snapped. Okay, sorry I asked, Issei replied, taken aback. Luna sighed, rubbing her eyes. Are you two coming back home, or what? Because Blitzo is. Look, I don't know what you said to him, but he's in a depressing mood right now. Wait, this is the same Blitzo we're talking about, right? Why would he be sad? Issei questioned. Well, he did say it didn't bother him if you called him dad or not. What did you say to him anyway? Lunest. What does it matter what I said to him? It doesn't mean I'm wrong. Plus, I don't see you calling him dad, Issei countered. Since when did you care what I call him? Luna shot back. That's exactly my point. I mean, you and I have been living in the same household with that guy, and yet you still live with him despite how much you treat him like crap, Issei pointed out. Luna gave him a serious look, one that warned him not to push her buttons. There's so much you don't know about me, Issei. About my life before Blitzo found me. Like what? Issei pressed. Like none of your business, that's what, she retorted. Okay, first you tell me I don't know anything about you, and yet you don't want to tell me about what life was like before you met Blitzo? Issei challenged. That's my own story alone. Not yours. God, why are you so interested in me anyway? Is this one of your gonna get into your pants tactics? Because that won't work on me. Luna exclaimed. That's not it at all. Issei protested. Do you have any idea how many magazines you try hiding around the house? Luna shot back, leaving the conversation hanging in the air. Issei Haida was on a video call, and things were getting heated. Gasper noticed Issei arguing with Luna, and concern washed over him. Luna Wolf spoke sharply. You are one of the most inappropriate people I know, always thinking about your desires instead of our missions. You're even worse than Blitz. You're just like him. Issei protested. I am nothing like Blitz. Luna continued. Are you sure about that? Sure, you two are different, but while he makes crude jokes, at least he takes his job seriously. You only go after abusive ex-lovers instead of the other targets our clients ask us to handle. You think of yourself as a nice guy who cares about everyone, but really, you just want to prove you're better than them. You don't care about anyone unless it serves your own interests. You don't even know what you want from them. And every time I insult you or confront you, you look scared. Issei was taken aback. What? I mean, yeah, I would be scared of you. You aren't exactly friendly. I'm not talking about the times I snap at you or threaten you. Luna interrupted. Every time I walk past you, you give me these fearful looks. Are you afraid of me? Issei was confused but felt a twinge of anger at her harsh words. He tried to respond. Luna, let's be honest, she cut in. You're a person who doesn't respect women, and I'm a hellhound that no one should provoke. Why Blitz even bothers to keep us both around is a mystery. Let's just leave it at that. See you and Gasper at home. With that, she hung up. Issei was left feeling insulted and a bit mad at Luna for her harshness. Gasper approached him, looking worried. Issei? Is everything all right? Gasper asked. Issei forced a smile. Yeah, everything is fine. Let's head over to a bar. I saw one nearby. We can talk to some imps there. Gasper hesitated but followed Issei, unaware that someone was lurking in the shadows, overhearing their conversation. The figure revealed itself to be Abe Chojiro from the Yakuza clan, accompanied by a strange-looking companion. So, that's one of Blitzo's followers? The companion asked. Abe nodded. Yeah, I found one of that imp's employees. A human with brown hair, right? Wears a business suit and carries weapons. Yes, that's the one. He's the one who condemned me to this eternal suffering, and I want to return the favor, the companion declared. Fine. But remember our arrangement. Fulfill your end of the bargain after you're done, Abe replied. Of course. As we agreed. After I'm done with my meal, I'll take care of him for you, the companion assured. You better, Abe said, walking away as the figure hurried off to carry out the task. Meanwhile, Issei and Gasper approached the imp bar. A bouncer stood at the entrance, letting customers inside. I'm not so sure about this, Gasper stammered. This is the first time I've heard of this bar. Have you ever been to one? Yeah. I haven't. But don't worry, I have some fake IDs to get us in, Issei replied confidently. As they approached the bouncer, Issei presented the ID card, but the bouncer was unimpressed by the poorly drawn pictures and the number 21 scrawled on both sides. Kid, you do know I'm not dumb, right? You really think I'd fall for this? The bouncer scoffed. Gasper, distracted by a dress shop across the street, wandered away from Issei, who was still arguing with the bouncer. I'm telling you, that ID is totally legit. Issei insisted. The bouncer shook his head. I can see that from looking at your sheet for brains card. Now get lost. Come on. I'm only 17, I mean 21. Just like it says on my ID. Issei protested. What friend? The bouncer asked, looking puzzled. Issei turned to find Gasper had wandered off. He spotted Gasper inside the dress shop, trying on girly clothes. Looks like your friend has different ideas of where to be than you do, the bouncer remarked. Are you kidding? Why would he ditch me like this? And he threw away the good clothes too. Now they're all dirty. Issei exclaimed, rushing into the shop. Inside, he found Gasper surrounded by a group of teen imp girls, who were taking selfies with him in a princess dress. Say cutie pie, one of the girls said. Cutie pie, the others echoed, giggling as they snapped pictures. Issei stormed in, exasperated. What the heck, dude? Gasper smiled brightly. Hey Issei. You were right, there are a lot of nice people here. The TV exploded as Blitzo shot it down, leaving it in a pile of broken pieces. Nice one, B. Millie exclaimed. You could have just changed the channel, Issei Hayudu pointed out. Give me another TV, Blitzo demanded. Moxie nervously cleared away the flaming debris and placed another old-fashioned TV onto the stand. He turned it on, his expression filled with apprehension. A rating games tournament was about to begin, and the announcers were revealing which households would be participating in the event. Blitzo poured gunpowder into his flintlock. Not feeling the. Next. Blitzo said dismissively. Moxie switched the channel. A demonically dressed character reminiscent of Betty Boop appeared on the screen, dancing in black and white. Moxie flinched, anticipating a reaction, while Blitzo, Issei, and Millie looked bored. Keep going, Blitzo urged. Moxie changed the channel again, revealing Wally Wackford on the screen, dressed in white with a black top hat, holding a cane. I say, are you looking to get work making crazy contraptions and goofy gadgets? Wally announced, tapping his cane against the wall, producing graphics for crazy contraptions and goofy gadgets. Well, call me at Wacky Wally Wackford's Wacky Idea Factory, where you make the things and I make the money. He leaned closer to the screen, a pleading look on his face. Please. I'm very desperate. Bingo! Blitzo shouted, shooting the TV again, causing it to explode. Ooh. You're on a roll, sir. Millie cheered. I do feel bad for Wally Wackford. He seems so sad. I hope he gets better, Asia Argento said. Asia? Is there anyone you don't feel sorry for? Issei asked. How can I not? Asia replied earnestly. You've only seen the guy on TV that you barely even know, and yet you feel bad for him? Some people have their own struggles to deal with, and I'm sure that guy will. What am I saying? His company is going to fail. Issei argued. Asia lowered her head, feeling sad, but then an idea struck her after seeing this EUB ad. Hey, after watching that last commercial with the adorable cherubs advertising their idea of helping others, why don't we do the same thing? Help targets? But offing them ourselves? Because that's what we do, Blitzo replied. No, I mean actually helping people, Asia insisted. Groaning in annoyance, Blitzo looked at Asia. Asia, we are I.M.P. Do you even know what it stands for? Dumb. Not really? Isn't that what your species is? Asia asked hesitantly. No. Well, yes, that's what we are, but not our company, Millie clarified, smiling at Asia. Listen, everyone's got something they're good at, and what they do makes them feel like they're doing their jobs right. What your mother is trying to say is that we understand if you want to help someone out, but we can't change who we are. And neither can they, Moxie added. I hear that. Trust me, Asia, it's better to just get the job done and call it a night. Let someone else deal with some loser's problems, Issei said. Exactly, Blitzo agreed. Oh, I see, Asia said, contemplating their words. Meanwhile, Gasper was playing his game console, and Luna was napping in a chair, drooling as she slept. Suddenly, a rumbling noise jolted her awake, knocking over her cup and spilling its contents. Gasper dropped his game, looking frightened. Guys, do you feel that? Lunest. What's happening? Gasper stammered. Oh no. Is that a hell shake? Blitzo exclaimed. Is that even a thing here? Issei questioned. I don't think so. Moxie replied. All right. Don't panic, Moxie. Millie urged. Moxie's tail stiffened from Millie's sudden outburst as she grabbed his arms to calm him. I'm not panicking because hellquakes don't happen. Luna roughly shook Moxie. Stop getting hysterical. Luna slapped Moxie in the face, sending him flying against the wall and dazing him. He was then knocked down further by what appeared to be a wrecking ball made of black tubes. Part of the wall crumbled on top of Moxie, crushing him. As the dust settled, the wrecking ball transformed into multiple robotic tentacles, and a supervillain-themed demon used two of them to hoist himself into the room through the hole, covering himself with his cape. Luna growled, crouching low while Asia and Gasper hid behind her for protection. "Do not be afraid," the bizarre demon grinned, extending his robotic tentacles. "Please tell me you got that insurance thing," Blitzo said nervously. "We can't have one normal day in the office, can we?" Issei remarked. Millie pulled out her axe. "Who are you and what do you want?" "I am Loopty-Goopty," the demon sang in a playful voice. "Dastardly inventor of all things loopy and loopyeth." "He's so scary looking," Gasper muttered, hiding behind Luna's tail. "Could have just used the door, dude. Doesn't need to be this whole thing," Luna commented. "I am eccentric and must therefore do eccentric things," Loopty-Goopty declared. "You look more like a Spider-Man villain and a Batman villain just had a baby, and that baby grew up to be you," Issei said. "And you, young man, look like someone who has never even touched grass in his whole life," Loopty-Goopty shot back. "Hey!" Issei retorted, offended. Sniffing Loopty, Blitzo grimaced. "This old guy reeks of the living world. Did you just die?" "These moments ago, in fact. Which is what brought me here," Loopty-Goopty exclaimed. Luna tapped on her phone. "Just saying. The front door would have gotten you here fine." "Shut up, dear furry," Loopty-Goopty snapped. Luna growled at the insult. Looking at Blitzo, Loopty-Goopty continued, "This is the man I want you to kill." He held up an old photo of a bald man in a bed. Blitzo took the photo from him. "Oh dear. He doesn't look too well," Asia said, concerned. "Not even a moment in hell and already plotting revenge. I can respect a man with that sort of passion." "I'm Blitz, he is silent," Blitzo introduced himself. Loopty-Goopty looked confused. "What? Oh! Thank you," Blitzo replied, shaking his hips. "Now, what's the tea, sis?" Loopty-Goopty grew more puzzled. "The tea?" Moxie's arm emerged from under the debris as he struggled. "Guys, help." Asia Argento called out to her father, expressing her determination to help him. She struggled to lift the heavy rubble but found herself unable to do so. Issei Haida questioned why they wanted Loopty-Goopty dead, pointing out that he was just an old man. Moxie winced in pain as Asia held his hand, trying her best to free him. Loopty-Goopty explained that he and his partner, Lyle, had once run a successful robotics company. Issei recognized them as the inventors rumored to have conducted illegal experiments. Loopty revealed that they had been testing a machine meant to reverse aging, but it had malfunctioned, leading to his current predicament. He lamented that without him, Lyle would take all the credit and wealth they had built together. Blitzo dismissed Loopty's concerns, suggesting that it wasn't truly evil. Loopty insisted that it was indeed evil towards him. Moxie felt himself fading, while Asia desperately tried to heal her father, tears streaming down her face. Loopty urged them to rise up and confront Lyle, declaring that he was counting on them to send him to hell. Blitzo warned that if they killed Lyle, he might end up stuck with him forever. Loopty summoned an array of weapons, showcasing his readiness for battle. Issei was impressed by Loopty's preparation, while Moxie found it somewhat appealing. Later that night, the I.M.P. crew, disguised for their mission, rode a tour bus. Asia didn't need a disguise, but Issei hid his face to avoid recognition. Moxie used binoculars to survey Lyle's mansion, sarcastically commenting on its ownership. The tour guide confirmed that it belonged to the famous inventor, Lyle Lipton. Asia felt a wave of sadness upon realizing the truth. Blitzo, wearing a clown wig, rallied the group to action, and they prepared their weapons before jumping over the fence, striking poses. Asia stumbled upon landing, but Millie and Moxie helped her up, expressing their concern for her well-being. As they approached the mansion, Issei declared their intent to confront Lyle. The tour guide humorously noted the potential danger of their actions. The group peered through a window to find Lyle in a vulnerable state, connected to I.M.P and gazing at a picture with a heavy heart. Moxie acknowledged the toll the machine had taken on him. Lyle, lost in his sorrow, lamented the emptiness he felt despite his wealth. Asia turned away, unable to watch, while Issei commented on Lyle's unfortunate state. Asia expressed her empathy, suggesting they could help Lyle instead of resorting to violence. Issei countered that both Lyle and Lupti were deeply flawed individuals, questioning the value of their lives. As Lyle contemplated his situation, he began to tie the 4-tube into a noose. Asia's heart raced as she realized his intentions, pleading for him to stop. Blitzo saw this as an opportunity for their mission, while Moxie noted that Lyle's despair was understandable given his condition. Asia watched in horror as Lyle prepared to take drastic action, feeling a mix of regret and helplessness. She knew that Lyle Lipton was just as bad a man as Lupti Gupti, but she believed that no one should take their own lives, not even those who had committed many sins in life. Issei had suggested they go in and tie it for him, but Asia Argento was shocked by his words. "Issei, how can you say such a thing?" she exclaimed. Blitzo agreed with Asia, saying they should just watch Lyle before reporting it to Moopy Doopy, and he handed Issei some popcorn. Feeling ignored, Asia watched as Lyle prepared to put a makeshift noose over his head while the imps, Issei, and Asia sat with their drinks and snacks. Suddenly, the noose glowed white, and a concussive force knocked them all back. Blitzo's cat sock was blown away by the blast, leaving him sad. As Lyle adjusted to the light, he saw 3 cherubs floating down gracefully in beams of light, accompanied by 2 hooded figures. The first hooded woman announced, "Lyle Lipton, we are here to be your salvation." The second hooded woman poked her cheeks together and smiled, adding, "You know it." Lyle Lipton reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh Lord, I'm being haunted by ugly orphan children and 2 anime lesbian cultists now." The second hooded woman, Zenobia, was confused. "Wait, what? Do you know what he meant by that last part?" Blitzo and Issei recovered from the blast of light, with Issei rubbing his head and asking, "That hurt. What was all that?" Blitzo questioned, "Who the heck are they?" Moxie chimed in, "Oh no. Sir, those are..." Cletus interrupted, "Cherubs, Mr. Lyle." Lyle expressed his disdain, saying, "I hate filthy, stinking orphan children. Just as much as I hate gay anime schoolgirls in cults." Zenobia, maintaining her composure, replied, "We are not," but sighed before continuing, "We are here to aid you in your troubling time." Lyle responded incredulously, "What? You're here to give me AIDS? I knew it. I knew you gays would come for me." Zenobia corrected him, "No. Not AIDS. And we're not gay." Lyle retorted, "Could have fooled me, femboy." Colin then spoke up, "We're here to convince you not to kill yourself, sir. To grant you a blessing on behalf of those in heaven, benefited by your amazing technological advances." Asia smiled at the cherubs and the 2 hooded women, feeling hopeful for Lyle, but Blitzo was enraged at their interference. Lyle asked, "And where do the 2 lesbians fit into this?" Zenobia explained, "Actually, sir, my partner and I have been selected by the church to help the cherubs in their mission to save poor lost souls from eternal damnation, such as yourself." The hooded woman added, "Indeed. Zenobia and Irina at your service, Mr. Lipton. For the name of our almighty Lord and Creator God, it is our sworn duty to help all souls reach paradise when their time comes. And that's why we won't give up on you." Blitzo, furious, declared, "Oh, he'll know." He rolled up his sleeve and hoisted his flintlock pistol, marching through the window and smashing the glass. However, he misjudged the floor's location and face-planted onto the ground, glass shards sticking out of him. Moxie and Issei entered through a side door, while Millie and Asia peeked in. Moxie stated, "Lyle Lipton, it is our..." He glanced at Blitzo before looking back at Lyle, "humble opinion that you should continue the process to commit die." Issei encouraged, "Yeah man, just go out in a blaze of glory." Zenobia interrupted, "Excuse us. But who do you think you are barging in here and getting in our way?" Issei shot back, "Aren't you doing the same thing by getting in our way, lady?" Cletus added, "What we are trying to do here is help this poor old man not end his life so soon." Issei replied, "Seriously? Look at him. He's ancient." Millie agreed, "He's got a point. This old windbag is all old and gross now." Zenobia questioned, "What is a human doing around helping imps?" Issei responded, My job? Besides, you two look human yourselves and you work for cherubs? Kini clarified, that's not like that at all, silly. They don't work for us. They work for God as much as we do. Issei rolled his eyes. Of course you religious nutjobs do. Irina looked at Issei and said, Hey, wait a minute. She approached him, getting closer and making him a little nervous. Issei stammered, What is it? Do I have a zit on my face? Irina gasped, Issei? Is that you? Issei was shocked that someone he just met already knew his name. Blitzo exclaimed, Issei? You? The imps, Asia, and Lyle all asked, You know this girl? Lesbian? Issei replied, No? Not really. Irina insisted, Oh come on. You know me say, It's me Irina. I remember you. Issei was still confused, wondering what she was talking about. Just from the news. Irina shook her head. No, not that. I meant when we were kids. Issei was taken aback. Kids? Look, you got me mistaken for someone else. Maybe another Issei or whoever, but I would have remembered meeting someone like you. And even if I did remember you, no one would still remember me since their memories were all erased by the fallen angels. Colin chimed in, Oh yes, we saw everything that happened, and we are very sorry for the struggles you must have gone through. Issei paused. Saw. As the chapter ended, Issei heard his alarm clock and stopped it, yawning. Another not-so-beautiful day in hell, he muttered, slowly getting up and stretching. He went through his morning routine, and after showering he dried himself with a towel and returned to his room to get dressed for his daily work at I.M.P. As he reached for his drawers he spotted a bracelet on top, next to some magazines. He picked it up, and the more he looked at it, the more memories flooded back, reminding him of the betrayal he had suffered from Rainer's deception. He could hear echoes of Rainer's voice in his flashbacks. Amano Yuma had said, I love it. Thank you so much for this. I will cherish it always. Rainer had replied, Oh, that's right. I had to use my human name, Amano Yuma. You can call me Rainer. Rainer's taunting voice echoed, Here you are, acting tough. Acting like you can go against the world. Where was this boost of confidence when we were dating? Amano Yuma had pleaded, Please, don't let that awful evil imp kill me. A gunshot was heard, snapping Issei out of his memories as he continued to look at the bracelet. Issei Hayato sat in his room, staring at the bracelet he had once given to Rainer during their special time together. He wondered why he still held on to it, why he kept it around. With a sigh, he placed it back on the shelf, contemplating the idea of pawning it for some money someday. But for now, he had work to do. He opened the door, glancing at the bracelet again, and sighed once more, unable to shake off the painful memories of what he had thought was love. The day Rainer revealed her true colors had left him emotionally shattered. Meanwhile, Rias Gremory was in her office, looking at the lack of contract packs being made while Aquino poured her a cup of tea. Aquino expressed her concern, noting the complaints they had been receiving about their lack of productivity. Rias, feeling overwhelmed, admitted that her mind had been preoccupied since Gasper was no longer part of her peerage. Aquino understood Rias's struggles and decided to leave her alone for a while. As she exited the office, she encountered Yuto Kiba. He remarked on Rias's preoccupation with Gasper's departure, and Aquino agreed, mentioning the negative reviews piling up on Rias's desk. Kiba expressed his growing concern about Rias's ability to manage her responsibilities, wishing she could let go of the past. Later that day, Rias was finally getting her affairs in order when she received an unexpected visit from Grafia, a female devil dressed in a maid outfit. Grafia informed Rias that Reiser wished to speak with her. Rias, annoyed, asked if her father or brother had sent Grafia, but she learned that it was not the case. Reluctantly, she agreed to meet Reiser. A swarm of fire appeared in the room, and Reiser Phoenix emerged, taking a seat on the couch. He greeted Rias and expressed his desire to see her. Rias, standing her ground, made it clear that she had no intention of marrying him, reiterating her right to choose her own husband. Reiser, however, revealed that he was not there to discuss the wedding but to invite her to a party at the house of Goetia for her childhood friend, Stella, who was celebrating her 17th birthday. Rias hesitated, unsure if she was truly invited. Reiser reassured her that he could bring a +1 and that their families would be attending, implying that she was almost obligated to go. He then shifted the conversation to a more serious note, explaining the urgency behind their family's desire for their union. Reiser spoke about the dwindling numbers of pureblood devils and the threats they faced from their enemies, emphasizing the importance of their marriage for the survival of their lineage. Rias listened in silence as Reiser elaborated on the implications of their union for the future of the devil race. He pointed out that her family was at risk of extinction, especially since her brother had left the household. Reiser's words weighed heavily on her, as he reminded her that she was the last hope for the House of Gremory. The stakes were high, and Rias found herself grappling with the reality of her situation. The Ars Goetia was counting on them to continue their bloodline. Reiser Phoenix handed Rias the invitation to Octavia's 17th birthday party at the House of Goetia. Reiser was sure they would have to discuss matters after the party, and he was pleased they could have this conversation. Rias looked at the invitation in her hands and sighed, knowing full well that she would not have a good night. Back in Hell, Issei was in a van with Blitzo, Moxie, Millie, Asia, Luna, and Gasper, all dressed in fancy suits. Blitzo sighed in annoyance, recalling the events of that morning. He expressed his frustration at Issei for agreeing to help bodyguard Stolas' daughter for her birthday party. Issei explained that he couldn't say no since Stolas was royalty. Blitzo retorted that it didn't matter who Stolas was, they were now obligated to attend the party as bodyguards. Issei, confused, asked if there was really a president of Hell or if Blitzo was just being sarcastic. Moxie helped Asia with her dress, and Millie smiled, admiring how lovely Asia looked. Millie complimented Asia, who expressed her gratitude, admitting she had never been to a party before and assumed it would be nice. Millie described it as a hoedown but with many fancy people around. Moxie reminded everyone that they were not invited guests but merely bodyguards for the prince and his family. Millie insisted that it was still an invitation for them. Luna groaned, expressing her annoyance at having to come along, stating she had a life outside of work. Asia reminded her that Luna had agreed to look after her, asking what they were protecting her from. Millie warned her about disgusting perverts, glaring at Issei, who became nervous at the implication. Issei quickly defended himself, insisting he would never do anything inappropriate. Moxie and Luna exchanged knowing looks, teasing Issei about his reputation. Gasper, concerned, asked if he should be worried about Issei looking under his dress, which made Issei cringe at the thought. Blitzo, still frustrated, pointed out that they were forced to be bodyguards because of Issei's decision. As they continued their banter, Asia asked Issei about Stolas' daughter, curious about what she was like. Issei described her as cool but mentioned she might have some issues with her father. Luna added that as the heir to the House of Goetia, she wouldn't be alone without facing danger. Blitzo reminded everyone that they were entering pentagram territory, where danger lurked around every corner. Issei recalled that Blitzo was training him to defend himself in Pentagram City, realizing they were now in that very place. Blitzo explained that the House of Goetia had territories there and that Issei had much to learn about survival. Issei held a gift box, which prompted Blitzo to jokingly ask if it was something inappropriate. Issei blushed, insisting it was just a gift for Octavia, as they were friends. Luna teased him about his eagerness, and Issei defended himself, stating he only wanted to be on good terms with her. As the van reached their destination, Issei and Asia were in awe of the grand home before them. Issei exclaimed that it looked like a castle, while Asia compared it to a church. Blitzo, annoyed by their reactions, reminded them of the royal bloodline they were dealing with. Issei hesitated, wondering if they should knock on the door. Blitzo urged him to just knock. When Issei did, the door opened to reveal Stella's imp servant, I.M.P, who greeted them and inquired about their business. Blitzo clarified that they were there to bodyguard the Goetia family and asked if Stolas was home. I.M.P informed them that he would notify his lady of their arrival but warned that it might not be good news, as she had already begun an argument with the prince. As they waited, the group heard a loud argument erupting from inside, with Stella verbally confronting Stolas, pots breaking in the background. Asia and Gasper hid behind Luna, who sighed at their cowardice. Moxie and Millie comforted Asia until the argument finally ceased, and I.M.P opened the door, inviting them inside. Issei felt a bit worried as the group entered the house. They walked through the halls, and Issei found himself once again facing the family portraits. Issei Haida remarked that he never thought he would be back here again. Gasper Vladi asked if this was not Issei's first time being here. Issei hesitated, saying it was a long story. Blitzo chimed in, stating it was a long story they would never discuss. Issei understood what Blitzo meant. Before becoming who he was now, he had let his feelings for girls lead him into trouble. Even while working for I.M.P, he still struggled with his perverted tendencies, often reminded by Blitzo not to trust anyone he didn't know. He learned that lesson the hard way when he trusted someone he thought he could relate to in hell, which nearly cost him the grimoire. During his training, he did his best to absorb Blitzo's teachings to survive in Pentagram City when his time came. However, he soon bumped into Stella, and it was not a good idea, as she was clearly not in a good mood. Issei looked up at her and flinched at her glare. He stammered a greeting, trying to remember her title. Stella interrupted him, shouting that it was Princess Stella, not just any title. Issei flinched again, nervously correcting himself. Stella demanded to know if he was not going to bow before her, a royal member of the Goetia household. Moxie urged Issei to bow, and Blitzo reminded him that it had been his idea to come here. Issei and the others bowed their heads, and Stella glared at Blitzo for a moment before addressing them all. She stated that they were all aware her daughter, the heir to the House of Goetia, was turning 17. The only reason the commoners were allowed here at all was because of her worthless cheating BSTRD husband, who agreed to this because of Issei, whom she referred to as Octavia's human SLV. Issei grew nervous as she leaned closer, trying to explain his presence, but Stella cut him off, shouting at him to not backtalk her. Issei's name was dismissed, and Stella insisted he was now human turd. He felt a mix of emotions about Stella's attitude. He had once fantasized about her, but now he was quite fearful. Stella backed away and warned them not to ruin her daughter's special night. Blitzo assured her they wouldn't mess anything up, and Issei reluctantly agreed, wishing Blitzo would stop speaking for him. Stella expressed her confidence in Issei, stating he would keep Octavia safe and ensure everything went smoothly. When Issei asked how she knew that, she ominously replied that if he messed up, she would kill him. She smiled as she said this, and Issei's face turned horrified as she elaborated on her threats. He stammered his understanding, and Stella seemed satisfied before pushing him aside and strolling away. Issei was used to girls not liking him, but the way Stella spoke to him was filled with pure hatred. Luna Wolf approached him, asking if he was all right. Issei admitted he was close to panicking. Luna reassured him, and he followed his comrades, reflecting on Stella as Stola's wife. He felt sympathy for anyone who had to deal with her. In Octavia's room, some imp maids were preparing her dress, but Octavia felt it was pointless since this was not how she wanted to celebrate her birthday. Stella entered and commanded the maids to leave. Once alone, she looked at Octavia with pride, commenting on how fine and regal she looked, just like her. Octavia sarcastically noted that her dress felt a bit too tight. Stella insisted that everyone would see her as the flawless heir to the House of Goetia. Octavia tried to express her feelings about this, but Stella interrupted, directing her attention to a mirror. Stella saw a beautiful young woman about to have a special evening, teasing Octavia as she patted her head. Octavia was unamused, realizing Stella was talking about herself. Stella reminded Octavia that their guests would be arriving soon and advised her not to act like her father. Octavia looked away, knowing exactly what her mother meant. She assured Stella that they were nothing alike, and Stella expressed her confidence that Octavia would not embarrass herself like her father had. After Stella left, Octavia gave a fake smile, finally able to return to her gloomy self. She sighed as she looked at her reflection, thinking to herself that she was indeed not like her father, and they could both agree on that. As the evening event began, Every royal and high-class member from both the Hellborn and Devil factions arrived at the house of Goetia. The entire household had arrived, and Sona looked at her pawn. Sona Citri expressed her concern, reminding Saji not to embarrass himself at the event. Saji, eager to please, assured her that as her faithful pawn, he would keep his emotions in check during her childhood friend's birthday celebration. Sona sighed, worried about his commitment. Tsubaki reassured Sona that she would ensure Saji behaved himself. The guests mingled, and Ria's peerage was dressed in fancy suits and dresses. Yudo Kiba noted that everyone was present for the occasion. Akino Himejima remarked on the presence of both the heir of Beale and the Princess of Hell, commenting on how Ria's mother had gone all out with the invitations. Kaneko Tuju pointed out that Rias might not enjoy the event much, given her complicated history with Octavia. Just as Kaneko was about to take a sip of her drink, Issei swiped the glass from her hand, declaring that she was too young to drink. Kaneko protested, while Akino greeted Issei, recalling their previous encounter. Luna chimed in, teasing Issei about their last volleyball match. Yudo clarified that they held no grudges against Luna and her team. Issei was surprised by this, while Kaneko expressed her annoyance at the Hellhound's comments. Issei insisted that he was only looking out for Kaneko's well-being, but she punched him in the stomach, causing him to drop the glass. As Issei knelt on the ground, Luna made a snide remark about Kaneko's height. Kaneko turned away, frustrated by their teasing. Akino urged everyone to avoid conflict for Ria's sake, and Yuto agreed, trying to keep the peace. As the atmosphere settled, Stella, accompanied by Stolas and Octavia, entered the room. Everyone bowed their heads in respect, and Moxie whispered to Issei to do the same. Stella addressed the guests, thanking them for attending her daughter's 17th birthday party. She emphasized that the night was dedicated to her for organizing the celebration, and she encouraged everyone to enjoy themselves. Octavia hoped for a heartfelt speech from her mother, but Stella's words took a harsh turn as she advised Octavia not to emulate her father. Octavia's smile faded, and Stolas glared at Stella as she walked away. The guests returned to their conversations, and Issei commented on Stella's harshness. Blitzo, looking out the window, seemed unfazed by the situation. Issei asked him if he felt bad for Stolas after the insult. Blitzo shrugged, dismissing Issei's concern. Issei noted that Stolas might have cheated, but he understood Stella's anger. Blitzo pointed out that royal families often viewed others as inferior, including humans. Issei pondered the implications of that statement, looking at the stars in the dark red sky. He turned to Blitzo, asking if he regretted ruining Stolas and Stella's marriage. Blitzo questioned why Issei was so interested in their relationship. Issei explained that he was concerned about the love they once shared. Blitzo advised Issei that not all marriages are fairy tales and suggested that it might be better not to fall in love at all. Issei reflected on Blitzo's words, recalling his own painful experiences with love. He assured Blitzo that he had learned his lesson and wouldn't get hurt again. Blitzo nodded, acknowledging Issei's resolve, but Issei could see that Blitzo carried his own scars from the past. Love can blind people to the truth behind someone's intentions. It seemed that Riser Phoenix had experienced something similar in the past, perhaps with his ex, Verosica. There was clearly tension between them. Riser Phoenix pushed Issei aside, causing Issei to react with frustration. "Hey, what gives? Watch where you're going, pal," he exclaimed. Riser looked at Issei with a dismissive expression. Riser does not need to watch where he is going. But, and you are. Issei challenged. Riser does not need to tell you his name, servant. Riser retorted. Issei scoffed, bodyguard and what? You only refer to yourself in the third person? Who does that? He noticed Rias standing with Riser, her expression icy as she acknowledged him. Hello, Issei. Hi. So who's this, your boyfriend? Issei asked, trying to mask his irritation. Before Rias could respond, Riser interrupted. Riser is Riser's fiancé, you servant. Now show us pureblood some respect. Oh, so you're the guy she's engaged to? Issei said, his tone shifting. Riser sniffed. And what is it? Oh wait, are you a human? Is that a problem? Issei shot back. Riser smirked. So the rumors are true. Her father really does have a human in servitude. Regardless, how does a human even know about Riser's engagement to Rias Gremory? Blitzo chimed in. Does it even matter how he knows? He just knows. Riser sneered. And even imps are here too. I suppose the prince is that desperate, isn't he? Back off, pretty boy. Like you've ever had a real relationship, Blitzo shot back. Riser proudly declared, Riser has a harem by his side if you haven't noticed. He gestured to his entourage. Issei's face turned red as he processed this revelation. Wait, you have a harem? And your point? Riser asked, unimpressed. Issei snapped out of his surprise. So if you have that many girls, does that mean Rias isn't really engaged to you? Foolish human. Riser can still have Rias and his harem, Riser replied confidently. Wait, for real? Issei exclaimed, feeling a surge of jealousy. Rias and Blitzo exchanged exasperated glances, tired of Issei's antics. As much as we enjoy your presence around us, Blitzo said sarcastically, we have a job to do to ensure the air doesn't get harmed. Oh yes, of course. You lot are assassins? Riser remarked, dismissively. We have better things to do than deal with you lower-class lives anyway. Wait, where's Gasper? Huh? If you all are here, then I wish to see him, Rias said, her tone serious. And why would we let you see him? Blitzo replied. Because I have every right to, Riser interrupted. Don't waste your energy on these creatures, Rias, my love. That trans vampire belongs with low trash like them anyway, Riser sneered. Issei's anger flared at Riser's disrespect towards Gasper. He wanted to retaliate, but Blitzo stopped him, reminding him of the last time Issei let his anger take control. For now, Issei kept his rage in check as Rias followed Riser away from them. Are you good? Blitzo asked, concerned. Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? Issei replied, though his tone was strained. You had that murderous intent in your eyes, and I didn't want you to screw things up for us, Blitzo warned. He was being disrespectful towards Gasper. I wasn't going to, Issei started. Follow me outside, Blitzo ordered. What? Issei asked, confused. Now. Blitzo insisted. Issei flinched but complied, following Blitzo to the balcony. Octavia noticed Issei leaving and saw Stella too preoccupied with the High Devil nobles to care that this was supposed to be a family night. Without Stella's knowledge, Octavia approached Issei. Issei felt a nervous vibe as he stood alone with Blitzo on the balcony. So why did you? Guns, Blitzo interrupted. What? Issei replied, puzzled. You heard me, kid. Your weapons. I'm confiscating them until this party is over. I can't risk you causing a scene for all of us to deal with. This isn't like being on Earth where we can get away with things. In hell, if we screw up, we get screwed. Got it? Hand over your weapons. But what if I need them? Issei protested. Blitzo raised an eyebrow. Fine. Issei relented, starting to remove his guns, shotguns, machine guns, and pistols, handing them over to Blitzo. And your backup weapons? Blitzo asked. Issei grunted and pulled out a switchblade knife from his shoe, an AK-47, and even a bazooka rocket launcher from his coat, giving them all to Blitzo. That's all of them, Issei declared. How did you manage to carry this much weight through every mission? Blitzo asked, astonished. Luna helped me with some weight training exercises, Issei explained. Blitzo raised an eyebrow again, disapprovingly. It's not what you think. Besides, she calls me a lard but perv every time I can't hold them. The weights, I mean not what you're thinking. Blitzo rubbed his eyes and sighed. Whatever, Issei. Look. He pulled out a round bottle of water and handed it to Issei. What's this? Issei asked, examining the bottle adorned with the Goetia crest. I told Stolas about how Rias tried to take advantage of you last time, so he had holy water placed in this, Blitzo explained. No way. Really? Issei exclaimed. Just keep it with you at all times if some high-class devils try anything funny, Blitzo advised. So use this in case Rias tries making a move on me again? Got it. Guess it's no different than pepper spray. But how did he manage to get holy water into hell? I recall Moxie saying that holy artifacts get burned away here. Yeah, well, let's just say water can be used for a lot of things besides holy stuff. There are some exceptions. But that's not important. I'm only giving you this because I don't want you starting something that could get us publicly executed. Only use it for self-defense purposes? Got it. Yeah. Issei replied, feeling the weight of the situation. Blitzo understood the situation clearly. He gathered the weapons he had confiscated from Issei and looked for a place to hide them where no one would notice. Are you coming back to the party? Blitzo asked. Issei glanced at the holy water in his possession before responding, Oh, yeah. I'll be back in just a sec. Blitzo shrugged and left with Issei's weapons, leaving Issei alone with his thoughts as he tucked the holy water into his shirt for safekeeping. He walked closer to the balcony, gazing up at the dark red night sky and sighed. As he continued to look up, he heard someone approaching. Are you enjoying yourself, Issei? Rainer's voice teased. Startled, Issei turned around, only to find Octavia standing there in a dark purple dress adorned with stars. Are you enjoying yourself, Issei? Octavia repeated. His thoughts of Rainer had been consuming him lately, but he calmed himself, not wanting to worry Octavia. Why, yeah, having a blast here. Cool party, by the way, he replied, trying to sound casual. Thanks? I guess. Octavia responded, a hint of confusion in her voice. You look lovely in that dress, Issei said, blushing slightly. Octavia smiled a little. Thanks. To be honest, it's a bit much for me. Oh, so not all princesses wear fancy dresses to their own birthday parties? Issei asked. Not unless their mother forces them to wear them, Octavia replied. Yeah, well, my mother had me wearing a suit when we used to go to Sunday church. I didn't like wasting my lazy Sundays there one bit. Issei reminisced. Moms, am I right? Octavia said, sharing a smile with him. They stood together on the balcony, watching the night sky. Man, the only star showing tonight is that big red one up there, Issei remarked. Yeah. That's where you humans come from and land face first into our domain, Octavia responded. Don't they end up dead falling like that? Oh wait, they're already dead, aren't they? Issei asked. Well, yes. But that doesn't make them immortal here, Octavia explained. Huh. Issei was puzzled. It's complicated. You'll have to die yourself to see it firsthand, she said. Well, my boss is training me to protect myself in case I do end up here. And since everyone on Earth thinks I'm a deranged, heartless killer, it won't be long now. Issei admitted. But you do kill in your job, right? Octavia inquired. Yep. I mostly just kill people who deserve it, like those who mistreat someone they care about, Issei replied. I see. Octavia observed, noticing the sadness in his eyes. Do you still have those apocalyptic dreams? Only some nights. But I keep hearing a voice. Issei confessed. What kind of voice? Octavia asked. And it keeps telling me that everything we do is our destiny, Issei explained. Do you believe in destiny? Octavia questioned. Nah, because I don't believe in destiny. I'll just change it if it doesn't work out for me, Issei stated confidently. So you're saying you wouldn't care if it meant getting yourself into trouble with a lot of powerful forces? Octavia pressed. Even if they are powerful, I can take them down. Issei declared. What about your allies? The ones you seem to care a lot about. Would they be ready to face any consequences if you do anything reckless? Octavia asked. Well, I mean we can. Issei stammered, at a loss for words as Octavia moved closer to him. Sit. You're not planning to attack Hell, are you? Octavia asked, concern in her voice. What? No way, never. Issei exclaimed. It's just, when you told me about your dreams and how they're related to you being the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, you're not the only Red Dragon Emperor, as I'm sure you've guessed by now. There have been many old hosts before you who are known for making history, Octavia explained. What kind of history? Issei asked, intrigued. A history of destruction and death caused by the red and white dragons, Octavia revealed. Issei fell silent, contemplating her words. Issei? Octavia prompted. Oh, I'm not going to end up blowing up hell. But did the old hosts ever try doing it? Issei asked. Not that I ever heard of. But there are histories of the Red Dragon Emperor being known as the Dragon of Domination, Octavia said. Dragon of Domination? Could you tell me more about it? I don't think we ever continued talking about it much since we left Occult Styles, Issei requested. Why do you wish to know about it? Octavia asked. Because I don't want to end up hurting people. I've taken a lot of lives since working at I.M.P, but only those who deserve it. I want to control this Red Dragon Emperor power for my own. I want to prove to Blitzo that I can still be strong enough to handle things on my own and still be me in the process. I don't want to end the world if I really do become the one who ends it. Issei confessed, revealing his inner turmoil. Noticing Issei's struggle with his apocalyptic nightmares, Octavia placed her hand on his, making him blush slightly. Do you want to hang out somewhere we could just chill out? She offered. Issei was at a loss for words. No girl had ever asked to hang out with him before. Oh, really? No girl. Well, no one has ever asked me to hang out besides my friends back on Earth. Issei replied, surprised. You seem very tense, despite being at my party, Octavia noted. Well, I am your bodyguard, Issei reminded her. Fair point. Let's go to my room, Octavia suggested. What about your high society friends? Issei asked. Those are just people my mom invited to what was supposed to be my birthday party, but in truth, it's only a party for her, Octavia explained. Fair point, Issei agreed. She took Issei's hand and led him from the balcony, running upstairs. Stolas watched them go, trusting Issei to look after his daughter after the recent incident. He knew Issei wouldn't try anything inappropriate with her. Back at the party, Asia and Gasper felt shy around the high society members of the Hellborns and Purebloods who were observing them when Millie and Luna approached. Everything all right, sugar? Millie asked. Yeah, what's up? Luna added. Asia Argento felt a little nervous as she stood with Gasper Vladi, glancing around at the gathering. Mother, Luna, everyone is watching us, she stammered. Millie noticed Asia's discomfort and smiled reassuringly. You feeling shy? Why yes. But they're talking about us. Asia replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Gasper added, and they're not very nice about it. Millie, Moxie, and Luna overheard some high-class devils and Hellborn royals gossiping behind Asia and Gasper's backs, making hurtful comments. Are there humans joining the party? I guess the rumors about Stolas housing some living humans were true after all, one high-class devil remarked. Along with that half-breed. But they are useful with their sacred gears. So I guess that's why Stolas took them in, a Hellborn royal sneered. Millie turned to Asia, her expression firm. Asia, don't listen to them. They always talk bad about somebody. But they say mean things towards me and Gasper. Asia replied, looking downcast. Luna, feeling protective, growled at the disrespect shown to her friends. Just then, Saji approached, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Wow, so what Sona told me was true. They really have a human and Rias Gremry's former bishop servant working for them, he said. Luna growled at Saji, her patience wearing thin. If you're thinking about talking badly about them, I will not hesitate to rip your heart out and devour it right in front of you. Saji flinched, raising his hands defensively. Whoa, easy. I didn't mean it like that. Whose dog is this? This is the part where I do it right now. Luna snapped. Asia stepped in front of Luna, trying to defuse the situation. Luna, please calm down. I'm sure he didn't mean it like that. Luna relaxed slightly, but her glare remained. Saji sighed in relief. Oh, thank you. You saved me from that fierce hellhound. Urge to kill rising again, Luna muttered. Asia gasped at Saji's words and slapped him. I refuse to allow you to say mean things to my best friend Luna like that. Saji rubbed his cheek, surprised. Oh, what was that for? I just won't let you disrespect her. Asia insisted. Thanks? I guess. Luna said, a bit confused. Saji, trying to recover, looked at Gasper. Oh, why hello there, pretty lady. What's your name? Moxie interjected. You do know he's underage, right? What? No. I didn't mean it like that. Saji protested. Then why were you giving Gasper that look? Luna challenged. It wasn't a lust look. Did that imp call this cutie a he? He means she, right? Saji stammered. Millie chimed in. Nope, he's our boss's new cross-dressing vampire son, right next to his human son and hellhound daughter. Luna grunted at being called Blitzo's daughter. Saji dropped to his knees in despair, realizing Gasper was just a boy in a dress. Well, this is swindling. More like, since he's wearing girls' clothing, it would be to show it to someone, right? Saji lamented. You sound disappointed. Were you really that desperate? Lunest. Moxie added. Seriously, I did mention he's underage, right? What is wrong with you? Saji replied. What's wrong with you letting a boy think he's a girl? Millie reassured Gasper. Don't listen to him, Gasper. You can dress however you like. Thank you, Miss Millie, Gasper said shyly. Luna growled. Yeah, and if he says anything homophobic about you one more time, I'll make sure he regrets it. Whoa now. Let's not get carried away here. Also, I'm not a homophobe. I was just saying that it's an incomprehensible cross-dressing habit. Just because I feel that way doesn't make me homophobic. Saji defended himself. It sounds a lot like you are, dude, Luna shot back. Tsubaki approached, noticing the commotion. Saji, are you harassing these guests? Saji flinched and bowed his head. No, Tsubaki. Not at all. Sona Citri joined them, her expression serious. Let's hope not. You know the punishment for being an idiot. Saji blushed in fear. Weiss, President Sona. Moxie clarified. Actually, we're not guests. We're bodyguards making sure nothing goes wrong tonight. Oh, of course. My apologies. Anyway, I never had a chance to apologize for being unaware of what Rias hid from me about how you imps obtained 2 sacred gear users in your ranks, Sona said. Luna crossed her arms. So you're apologizing to a dog like me, huh? I understand my words came off as offensive. I hope there are no hard feelings, Sona said, extending her hand for a handshake. Millie beamed. Oh, it's quite all right. She hugged Sona tightly. All river sticks over the bridge. Hey, what gives? She can't breathe, you know. Saji exclaimed. Oops, Millie said, letting go. Sorry, I'm a hugger. Sona caught her breath. Weiss. So I see firsthand. Saji protested. How dare you assault Sona Citri like that? Moxie replied. I'm sorry, my wife didn't mean any harm. Well, she could have choked to death from that deadly hug. Saji argued. Sona reassured him. Saji, it's fine. She really didn't mean anything by that. Weiss, President Sona, Saji said, bowing his head in respect. Please forgive me. Sona.